Nada importa si vengo de Delicia. Nada importa si vengo de Camargo, si soy de Casa de Juárez o Pará. Lo que importa es que todo sea Chihuahua y mi sangre sea sangre tarahumara. Y negar las costumbres de mi raza metidas en el alma con algo sin igual. Viva Chihuahua, viva Chihuahua, tierra que sabe a cariño, tierra que huele a sotón. Viva Chihuahua, viva Chihuahua, tierra bendita variada de luna y de sol. Nada importa si vengo de Delicias. Nada importa si vengo de Camargo, si soy de Casas Cuandes, de Juárez o Pará. Lo que importa es que todo es de Chihuahua y mi sangre es sangre tarahumara. Y las costumbres de mi raza metidas en mi alma con algo sin igual. Viva Chihuahua, viva Chihuahua, tierra que sabe a cariño, tierra que huele a sotén. Viva Chihuahua, viva Chihuahua, tierra bendita mañana de luna y de sol.
Second. 2 seconds. And then third part, tirador. Do it. Ready? Tirador, guys. Tirador. Ready? Tirador, guys. Ready? Scoot down a little bit that way. So violins. Make a horseshoe. Make a horseshoe. Okay, ready? 1, 2. 1, 2, 3.
Soy tirador, que las aves siguieron volando, chaparita de mi vida, Guatemala operando. Soy tirador, que las aves siguieron volando, chaparita de mi vida, Guatemala operando. Soy tirador, que las aves se sienten en la loma, chaparita de mi vida, pareces una paloma. Soy tirador, que las aves se sienten en la loma, chaparita de mi vida, pareces una paloma. Soy tirador, que las aves les tiro en el suelo. Chaparrita de mi vida, tú eres mi único consuelo. Soy tirador, que las aves les tiro en el suelo. Chaparrita de mi vida, tú eres mi único consuelo.
First part, then do the second part. Do the first part. Olivia, do the first part, Viva Mexico. Do the second part, and then Joe, do the third part, and then Bryce, do the fourth part. Ready? Shh. Olivia, ready? Olivia. Ready? All right, ready? Una, dos. Roten. Una, dos y tres.
Soy pura mexicana, nacido en este suelo, en esta hermosa tierra, que es mi linda nación. Mi México querido, qué linda es mi bandera, si alguna la mancilla le aparto el corazón. ¡Viva América! ¡Oh suelo bendito y de Dios! ¡Viva México! ¡Viva América! Mi sangre por ti daré yo. Soy pura mexicana y nunca me ha dado. Si quieren informarse, la historia les dirá que México es valiente y nunca me ha dado. Viva la democracia, también la libertad. ¡Viva México! ¡Viva América! ¡Oh suelo bendito de Dios! ¡Viva México! ¡Viva América! Mi sangre por ti daré yo. Soy puro mexicano, por eso soy dispuesto, si México lo quiere, que tengan que pelear. Mi vida se lo ofrezco, cabo y dado, como un soldado yo se la quiero dar. ¡Viva México! ¡Viva América! ¡Oh suelo bendito de Dios! ¡Viva México! ¡Viva América! Oh, mi sangre por ti de Dios. puro mexicano, por esto estoy dispuesto. Si México lo quiere, que tengan que pelear. Mi vida se la ofrezco, a cabo me la ha dado, y como un buen soldado se la quiero dar. ¡Viva México! ¡Viva América! ¡Oh suelo bendito de Dios! ¡Viva México! ¡Viva América! Mi sangre por ti daré yo. Va el pastor con su rebaño al despertar la mañana, bajando por el sendero la sierra, la pradera. Va musitando sus quejas con su flautín carizo, seguido por sus ovejas como si fuera un hechizo. El flautín del pastor que había cantado. Échale mis aguilitas. El pastor ya va de vuelta, pues el sol se está ocultando. Va subiendo por la cuesta para guardar su rebaño. Con su flautín va llamando una a una sus ovejas y les va comunicando sus cosas y sus tristezas. El flautín del pastor que arriesgadas. Thank you very much.
Do you want to say one more? Keep going, or
I think we have to start our meeting.
okay?
I'm very sad about it because I'd rather. Yeah. So I want you all to please join me in giving a huge round of applause to the Mariachi Aguilitas, the Davis Elementary. I asked Director Jaime Valenzuela to come today because Yes, last week was the end of the Tucson International Mariachi Conference, and the Aguilitas performed beautifully at several events. And I want to just acknowledge that Mr. Valenzuela here was nominated as the Magnet School Teacher of the Year nationally. And Natalia, right here, wave your hand, Natalia. She is the El Mariachi Canta winner for the 3rd to 8th grade category at the Tucson International Mariachi Conference. Did you want to say anything? No, are you sure? I want to thank you all. And then we also have Dr. Valenzuela, who started the mariachi program and was my guitar teacher too a long time ago. Yay. Thank you, Dr. V. A huge support. And one other thing I did want to mention, at the Tucson International Mariachi Conference, both Jaime Valenzuela, Rudy Valenzuela, and Mirna Salinas Cubillas joined their dad, Dr. Valenzuela, in the Lifetime Achievement for the Hall of Fame for Mariachi. So it's very amazing. Family, I want to thank you all for your time. So if I could ask you, Mr. Valenzuela, can you ask one of your amazing students to lead us in the pledge? Oh, I'm sorry, wait, let me do roll call first. Then you guys can stay. Can I have a roll call to establish quorum, please?
Yes. Supervisor Christie.
Here.
Supervisor Hines.
Present.
Supervisor Lee.
Here?
Supervisor Scott.
Here.
Chair Grijalva.
Here.
Let the record show all board members are present.
Thank you. So who would like to lead us in the pledge?
We're going to have Emma Aliosman and Ariane Enriquez.
Okay, and if you guys can go to the mic, you can take the mic, the flags this way, and you can do it como lo hacen en Davis, en inglés y español con la Kesh también, okay?
Should we do it in English or Spanish first?
Turn around the Turn around that. Okay. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Yo prometo fidelidad a la bandera de los Estados Unidos de América y a la república que representa una nación bajo Dios, indivisible, con libertad y justicia para todos.
En
La que tú eres mi otro yo. Si te hago daño a ti, me hago daño a mí mismo. Si te amo y te respeto a ti, me amo y me respeto a mí mismo. En la que
Que tengas bonito.
Muchas
tengo un bonito día.
Okay. Thank you. Muchas gracias. We have a lot of parents walking their babies out, so we'll give them a little minute. Gracias, Aguilitas. Y'all did great.
Good morning. Good.
Yes, aren't they so cute? Love them.
At some point.
Oh, wait, my mic's on, sorry.
Sorry.
Okay.
It was and probably
Let me give them just a quick minute to go.
me?
No, I mean,
Oh, sure. Ladies and gentlemen, while Chair Grijalva is out, we're going to move forward with the land acknowledgement statement to be offered by Dr. Jacqueline Jean Barrios, Assistant Professor, Public and Applied Humanities, the University of Arizona, and Director of Lit Labs. Welcome, Dr. Barrios.
Thank you for welcoming me here to give this land acknowledgement. I wanted to say a little bit that since arriving in Tucson, this diverse and intersectional history of this place has been a guiding light for me in the work that I've been doing. Guided by community leaders, I've had the opportunity to lead students to contribute to reinvestment efforts in Tucson Southside, primarily through creative study and activation of El Pueblo Neighborhood Center and its stories. And also in light of this month's celebration of Asian American, Native, Hawaiian, Pacific Islander contributions to our country, I have been able to bring visibility to Asian American communities on our campus and beyond by teaching in our new Asian Pacific American Studies minor, hard fought by students and community members, and through creative public collaborations with the Chinese Chorizo Project, for example, to uplift really the history of Asian solidarity with Latine and Native communities in our city and beyond. So in this spirit of the diverse legacy of Pima County, I am pleased to read the land acknowledgement. On behalf of Pima County residents, we honor the tribal nations who served as caretakers of this land from time immemorial and respectfully acknowledge the ancestral homelands of the Tohono O'odham Nation and the multi-millennial presence of the Pasquayaki tribe within Pima County. Consistent with Pima County's commitment to diversity and inclusion, we strive towards building equal partner relations with Arizona's tribal nations. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Barrios. We'll move now to pause for pause. And welcome Ms. Dangler, the director of the Pima Animal Care Center.
Thank you. I almost ran right past you. Good morning, Chairperson Grijalva and members of the board. My name is Monica Dangler. I am the director at Pima Animal Care Center. And today I brought to you guys, you can't see her because she's too short, Viola. She is a cute little 10-year-old lady. She's been at PAC since November. She came in as an owner surrender. She's a little stronger than she looks. She came in as an owner surrender back in November, has spent a fair amount of time in foster, but she's a great little lady looking for either a foster or adoptive home. She's great with kids, great with other dogs. She's very sweet. She was trying to sit in my lap earlier. So if anybody's interested, please come visit Viola at Pima Animal Care Center. Also this week, PAC is participating in our Empty the Shelter event with the Bissell Foundation. So we're trying to get as many pets into home as possible going into the very busy summer season. So come on down. All dogs and puppies are free to adopt. All animals are spayed or neutered, up to date on vaccinations, and microchipped. So come help us out. Take a pet home. And if you just want to foster, we're currently under construction, a lot like here, for a sound dampening project. So we're trying to get as many dogs, large dogs, out of the shelter as possible for the next couple weeks while we do some pretty noisy construction. So come on down for 2 weeks and just foster a big dog too, like Viola. And that's it. Thank you. Does anybody have any questions? No? Thank you.
Thank you for giving us an update too. Appreciate you. Now, can we go over agenda adjustments?
Okay, on the regular agenda, page 5, item 21, under Board of Supervisors, it is the update on the Sahuarita and the Town of Marana Food Bank and Community Resource Center. This item will be heard at a time certain of 10:30. On page 6, item 23, under Board of Supervisors, it's the release of the attorney-client privilege memorandum regarding deflection protocol law enforcement. The board will need to go into executive session on addendum item number 4 before consideration of this item. On page 10, item 37, under real property, it is resolution number 2024-18. There's actually a correction to the resolution. It should be 2024-20. And this item requires approval prior to consideration of agenda item number 52. On page 10, item 40, and page 11, item 42, these are contracts with the Arizona Board of Regents and Banner Health and Banner University Medical Center South Campus. These items will be heard at a time certain of 11 a.m. On the addendum agenda, page 1, item 6, under Board of Supervisors, the Southwest Border Executive Situational Report. This item will be heard at a time certain of 11:30. Thank you.
Thank you. If there are no objections, we'll go ahead and make those agenda adjustments. And then Supervisor Christie, you'd asked for a point of personal privilege.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to acknowledge the passing of a community leader and an elected official, Luann Preble. She passed away. She was born in 1929, and she served in the House of Representatives from the 9th District, and she was in office from January of 1993 to January of 2001. Among her survivors are 3 daughters, Tiana Smith, Mary Preble, and Cindy Coleman, who are following in their mother's footsteps of community involvement on various commissions and boards and taking active roles in the development of our community. I'd just like to acknowledge Luann Preble's passing and to send our condolences to the Preble family, particularly the 3 daughters who are carrying on Luann Preble's tradition. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. We're going to go on to the recognition of the We Are Gems quarterly recipients, and I'll turn it over to County Administrator Lesher.
Thank you very much, and I'm going to ask the Deputy County Administrators to please join me as we recognize some of our employees.
Yay.
Thank you very much. And this is the second day as we kick off Public Servant Recognition Week. It is a week where we take a little extra moment and let people who work for governments at all levels know how much they mean to us and how much we appreciate all of their service. This is part of a quarterly program where departments nominate individuals from the department who have done an outstanding job, really above and beyond what might be expected of them. They are then reviewed by a committee and selected to receive this honor today. What we'll do is we do have, they represent some of the departments reporting to each of us, so we'll take a few of these by that individual. I know that we have the board with us again to acknowledge our employees. One of our individuals works for Supervisor Lee, and I believe our assessor is here as well, and one of the individuals is from the assessor. So with that, and I will just say, if the individual would like to come up when we read your name, if you have family and friends, bring them on up too, because everyone's part of the deal. From Finance and Risk Management, one of the departments with which I work, Diana Trejo. She's not done with the budget just because she wins this. I will turn this over to Steve Holmes, Facilities Management. You want? Oh, why don't I get out of the way? Your mic.
I'd like to call up Luis Burriel. Luis has been with the county since 2023 and has already received the GEM award. Where's everyone for facilities out here? Woohoo, come on, go. Let's cheer on you guys. He's done a wonderful job for being with us, just always polite, willing to kind of get involved in anything that needs to get done. And so we appreciate that hard work and that commitment. So thank you, Luis.
Let's go to you. You're the next batch.
So after Luis, we actually have somebody else.
From Public Defense Services,
Oh, we have.
Harrison Alvarez. Is Harrison with us? Thank you, sir.
You can tell we've been very coordinated here. It's just so we're not in any kind of alphabetical order, so it's throwing me off, right? All the school stuff. But thank you for anybody from Public Defense here to cheer them on. All right, there goes our public fiduciary. Thank you for the commitment there as well.
So from our library section, Asael Cassius. Asael has been our community engagement manager, managing a large community events and outreach projects with a focus on outreach in Spanish-speaking communities. Really, really grateful to you, Asael. Also from our library team, Go Libraries, Holly Schaefer. Ms. Holly is a wonderful part of our administrative support staff. She has been with us for a very long time, is one of our main communication points. She's not our communications department, but she is one of our communications generators. Thank you, Holly.
Can we just, who's here from the library?
They're always rowdy. Thank you, library team. From PAC, Jen Torres. Jen, oh, there she is. Jen consistently makes people and pets at PAC her priority. She's part of our shelter services team, has been a wonderful addition, and is a lovely person for all of us to work with. So thank you, Jen, and thank you all our PAC team for doing all the stuff that you do. Go PAC.
Okay, so moving into the Public Works area, Laith Al-Shami. Laith, are you here this morning? Hey, Laith. Are you there? Good to see you. Congratulations. So I was the director at one time in my past of development services and worked side by side with Laith, and just a great individual. I mean, talk about customer service, customer oriented, doing a lot of tough work out there. So thank you, Laith. Another.
Anybody here from development?
Oh, development services. And then from our regional flood control district, Francisco Ramirez, who started in development services, right? So 19 years of service. Thank you. Absolutely. So Francisco's just been a joy to have as a county employee. I mean, he does a lot of complex data analysis for a flood control district. Just does a super job for us. So thank you. Regional Flood Control District in the house. There you go. All right.
Let me see who. Is this you? No, nope. Supervisor Lee. Thank you. This is, oh, good. Yep.
I'd like to invite Jennifer Cabrera to come forward. So Jen has been with the county for over 15 years in District 3 office and worked for Supervisor Bronson for many years. People don't realize that we get so many calls from our constituents in District 3 because so many individuals, we're the only officials that can assist them because they're rural and they're unincorporated. So Jen does a fantastic job in assisting our constituents. And when I came aboard, I said, I'd like to do a newsletter. And she's like, I'm on it. And so she does a fantastic job. And we're so pleased to have you with District 3. Thank you.
Pima County Assessor's Office would like to bring Sonia Tran to your attention. At the Assessor's Office, we have created a culture of customer service. And anyone that has had the pleasure of working with Sonia knows that she's a shining example of what we do in our office on a daily basis. And we could not be prouder to have her on our team. Thank you, Sonia.
Thank you. If everybody could stay up here a moment and everybody kind of snuggle in, I know they're going to be looking to get a picture. A reminder that tomorrow from 11 to 1, we will be in the courthouse of the historic courthouse celebrating Public Servant Appreciation Day for a couple hours. Please come by. We'll have some of the board there, some of our elected officials. I'll be there, the deputy county administrators, just to thank you and acknowledge you in person. So once again, we know you do an incredible job every day, but for so many that do above and beyond, we thank you so much. So thank you for allowing us this moment to celebrate. Thank you. Have we done one of your folks yet? Huh? No, just always in the back. They're always in the back. Have you done one of your peeps? Have you done your peeps yet?
Take lots of pictures. Send them to us. Okay. We have several members of our sheriff's department, so I'm wondering if I can go ahead and move to 10, proclamation 10. Start that first. Okay. So item number 10 is a presentation of proclamation to Gustavo Chavez, Stacy Carter, Neilani Roman, Daphne Lara Cordova, River Rosales, Corrections Officers, and Antonio Rivas Pardo, Corrections Sergeant, Pima County Sheriff's Department, Audrey Robles, RN, Health Services Administrator, and Margaret Estrada, RN, Director of Nursing, NAFCARE, proclaiming the week of May 5th through May 11th to be Correctional Officers Week. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. And this is Supervisors, yes, Supervisor Scott. Are you here for 2? You're for 2? Okay.
Sheriff, do we have someone who's going to come up to accept the proclamation?
All of those people. Correctional officers.
All right.
Week. There's a long list.
Hello.
Thank you. It's nice to have you. Congratulations. Hello. How are you? How you doing? Good, good. How are you? Hello. Nice to see you. Hello. How are you? Nice to see you. Hey, buddy. How are you? Good. Come on.
Yeah.
All right, so glad to have so many of our correctional officers here today so that we can recognize them. And I will go ahead and read the proclamation. Whereas we have in our midst individuals whose mission it is to serve and protect the people of Arizona by maintaining custody, care, and control of offenders of the law. And whereas these individuals in the daily course of duty endeavor to maintain a healthy, safe, and secure environment for those entrusted to their keeping and for their peers alike. And whereas through the efforts of these individuals, programs are provided to enhance the possibility that offenders will return to society as law-abiding citizens and as more socially and personally responsible persons. And whereas we acknowledge such goals are not achieved without a high degree of personal sacrifice, both mental and physical, and the residents of Pima County recognize the quality of that service rendered to all our people. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Pima County Board of Supervisors hereby proclaims the week of May 5 through May 11, 2024 to be Correctional Officers Week in this community and urges all our citizens to show their support to these dedicated individuals. Let's give them all a big hand, please. And Sheriff, is there anybody designated to speak on behalf? All right. He looks excited.
On behalf of the Pima County Jail, it's the dedication of these hardworking individuals to including our nursing staff, who it's also Nurses Week this week, to keep everybody that's in our custody safe, secure, and it's just been a pleasure to work with these guys for the last 3 years.
All right. Thank you. We also have on the addendum, item number 2 is a presentation and proclamation to the Pima County Sheriff Chris Nanos and Tucson Police Chief Chad Kazmar proclaiming the week of May 10th through May 16th, 2024 to be National Police Week in Pima County, and I'm hoping we can address that one since these two individuals are very busy and I know that they'd appreciate being moved up. So I'll go ahead and move the item. It's addendum item number 2. Have a second from Supervisor Christie. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously.
Let's see which one's going to hold the proclamation. Well, they have 2. We've got 2. This is indeed an honor because they represent, both these men, the true heroes of our community, and we owe them a great debt of gratitude and service, and we thank you for your service to our community to keep us safe. Thank you. To recognize National Police Week 2024 and to honor the service and sacrifice of those law enforcement officers killed in the line of duty while protecting our communities and safeguarding our constitutional republic. Whereas there are more than 800,000 law enforcement officers serving in communities across the United States, including the dedicated members of the federal, state, local, and county police officers in Pima County. And whereas since the first recorded death in 1786, there have been more than 24,067 law enforcement officers in the United States who have made the ultimate sacrifice and died in the line of duty, including 288 police officers from Pima County. And whereas the names of these dedicated public servants are engraved on the walls of the National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial in Washington, D.C., and whereas 282 new names of fallen heroes are being added to the National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial this spring, including 118 officers killed in 2023 and 164 officers killed in previous years. And whereas the service and sacrifice of all officers killed in the line of duty will be honored during the National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial 36 Candlelight Vigil on the evening of May 13th, 2024, and whereas the Candlelight Vigil is part of National Police Week, which will be observed this year from May 10th through May 16th, and whereas May 15th is designated as Peace Officers Memorial Day in honor of all fallen officers and their families, and U.S. flags should be flown at half-mast. Now therefore, be it resolved that the Pima County Board of Supervisors hereby proclaims the week of May 10th through May 16th, 2024, to be National Police Week in Pima County, and publicly salutes the service of law enforcement officers in our community and in communities across the nation. Passed and adopted this 7th day of May, 2024. Thank you and congratulations.
First of all, Madam Chair, Supervisor Christie, members of the board, thank you so much for this recognition. I'll let Chad speak for himself, but I know Chad, and we both are so grateful for this community and its support to our teams, and they truly are a team, and we couldn't get this community any safer without them, and we strive hard to keep you safe, and we do so because we know that that support is there. So thank you for this recognition, Supervisor Christie, board. Thank you.
Madam Chair, Supervisor Christie, I'm just blessed to be here in front of you with the responsibility of being the chief of the Tucson Police Department. We couldn't do it without our metropolitan collaboration that we do with Pima County, and of course my partnership with Sheriff Nanos and his team. This is a team sport. It takes 10 regional public safety organizations to keep this large community safe, and it's an absolute honor to serve all of you on behalf of all of the men and women at the Tucson Police Department. And with our recent loss of lead police officer Adam Buckner, it's a timely recognition, and I'll be thinking about all of your well wishes when I'm out in Police Week next week. Thank you.
I get to be between you. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Next, we have, we're going to go back on the agenda, presentation of proclamation item 6, present to Heath Vescovi Chiordi, Director, and Patrick Kavanaugh, Deputy Director, Pima County Economic Development, proclaiming the week of May 6th through May 10th, 2024 to be Economic Development Week. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
A motion is second by Supervisor Scott. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. It's fancy.
Good to have both Mr. Vescovi Chiordi and Mr. Kavanaugh with us. Whereas more than 100,000 economic development or related professionals worldwide are committed to creating, retaining, and expanding top-tier opportunities that facilitate long-term equitable community growth, and whereas the economic development profession cultivates thriving neighborhoods, champions sustainability and resiliency, boosts economic prosperity, enhances the quality of life, and builds robust tax bases. And whereas economic development professionals operate through diverse economic environments, including rural, suburban, and urban settings, local, state, provincial, and national governments, public-private partnerships, chambers of commerce, institutions of higher education, among many similar organizations and associations. And whereas economic development professionals serve as stewards, bridging connections between community stakeholders such as residents, business leaders, elected officials, industry executives, and educational administrators to collaborate in promoting job creation, community investment, infrastructure advancements, and an optimistic future. And whereas economic developers contribute to the betterment and progress of Pima County within the state of Arizona and throughout the United States. Whereas since 1926, the International Economic Development Council has been a leader and driving force in advancing economic development initiatives with a steadfast commitment to fostering growth and prosperity in communities of all sizes worldwide through equity, inclusion, sustainability, resilience, and innovation. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Pima County Board of Supervisors hereby proclaims the week of May 6 through May 10, 2024 to be Economic Development Week, and reminds individuals of the importance of this community celebration, which supports expanding opportunities, bettering lives, and moving society forward. Congratulations.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair Scott. Very quickly, I would like to recognize that there are a lot of economic development professionals in the room from across the region. So with your permission, I'd like to invite them to come up here and take part in the picture. And I would also like to thank the Board of Supervisors for the proclamation and for the support from the policy side in economic development, county administration, all the internal departments that support us, my staff, of course, which do very diligent work. Last but not least, the community, right, which we are here to serve. And again, all of these professionals as they come up, these are our collaborators that really make things happen. So thank you all to you all as well. At the direction or suggestion of the chair, I think we'll recognize a few individuals here too. So I'm going to hand the mic to Barbara and we'll introduce each other.
Great. Barbara Coffey, Director, Economic Initiatives for the City of Tucson.
Liz Pocock, CEO of Startup Tucson.
Julie Katzel, University of Arizona.
Casey Curio with University of Arizona Center for Innovation.
Victoria Clark with Pima Community College.
Michael Slania, Counsel to the Pima Industrial Development Authority.
Sir. Patrick Kavanaugh, Pima County Economic Development.
Mike Chakowski, City of Tucson, Senior Project Manager.
Good morning, Laura Shaw, Senior Vice President, Sun Corridor, Inc.
Michael Guyman, President and CEO of the Tucson Metro Chamber.
John Moffitt, retired Economic Development Director for Pima County.
Kristen Sharp, President and CEO of the Oro Valley Chamber of Commerce.
Randy Graff, President and CEO of the Green Valley Sarita Chamber of Commerce.
Rob Elias, President and CEO of the Tucson Hispanic Chamber of Commerce.
Thank you all very much for coming.
Thank you all for being here and for all you do for our community. I do. Thank you. Thank you. Which are you here for? Nice to meet you.
Yes.
Thank you for being here. Thank you. Thank you so much for coming. It's so nice to see you. I heard so much. All right. Next, we have a presentation of proclamation to Ivy Bauman, Human Resources Division Manager, and Stephanie Hubert, an Employee Recognition Committee, will be accepting the proclamation. I'm going to go ahead and let's see. Oh, yes. So let me go ahead and ask them to come up. Dana Morales, County Administrator's Office, Kate Harrison, Communications Department, Anthony Batchelder, Finance and Risk Management, Lieutenant Brent Bernstein, Sheriff's Department, Shelley Ain. Okay, thank you. Assessor's Office, Stacy Bauman, Procurement, Austin Mulshine, Information Technology, and Danielle Rios, Pima County Attorney's Office. Thank you all for being here. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
A motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously, and Supervisor Lee will be joining you.
Thank you so much.
4-0.
Hold it. Oh, awesome. Thank you. Thank you so much, and thank you all for being here and for serving us in our community. And this is a proclamation that honors all of you and all the others that serve the public. And I think that includes all of us behind the dais. So, whereas Public Service Recognition Week honors those who serve our nation as federal, state, county, local, and tribal government employees, whereas Public Service Recognition has been celebrated the first week of May since 1985, and whereas Americans are served every single day by public service employees at the federal, state, county, and city levels. And whereas public service employees take not only jobs but oaths to serve their communities. And whereas public service employees, including librarians, epidemiologists, maintenance workers, customer service representatives, and countless other occupations, day in and day out, they provide the diverse services demanded of their government with efficiency and integrity. Whereas nearly 7,000 public service employees work diligently for Pima County, ensuring that all the essential services our local government provides are seamlessly delivered to constituents. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Pima County Board of Supervisors hereby proclaims the week of May 5th through the 11th, 2024 to be Public Service Recognition Week. Passed and adopted this 7th day of May, 2024. Congratulations and thank you all. Who would like to speak? Okay, please.
Thank you. Thank you so much for this honor to receive this proclamation on behalf of Pima County employees. This is the Employee Recognition Committee. The Employee Recognition Program has been in existence for a little over a year, and this team has been instrumental in making sure that our employees are not just recognized during Public Service Recognition Week, but all throughout the year for all the exemplary work that they do day in and day out, and also for the years of dedication they bring to Pima County to make our community a great place to live and work and play. Thank you to the board for this proclamation, and thank you for the leadership with Ms. Lesher and her deputy county administrators. Thank you so much.
Eight of the last 10.
Thank you. Item number 8 is a presentation of proclamation to Dr. Tanya R. Strozer, Director, African American Student Services Department, Tucson Unified School District, and Professor Desiree Cueto, Associate Professor, Department of Teaching, Learning, and Social Cultural Studies, the University of Arizona, proclaiming the day of Friday, May 17th to be Black and Brown Girl Wellness Day, and I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
Have a motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Oppose? Aye. Yes. Item passes 4-0. Okay. Hello. Yeah. I'm going to hug later. Okay. Whereas disparities in health outcomes persist among Black and Latinx communities, particularly impacting the well-being of young women and girls, and whereas research on health-related issues specific to Black and brown girls is lacking, yet the reality of significant health disparities within these communities cannot be ignored, and whereas the COVID-19 pandemic has exacerbated the existing health disparities disproportionately affecting Black and Latinx communities and highlighting the urgent need for targeted support and resources, and whereas the mental health challenges faced by Black and brown girls, including depression, anxiety, and physical illness, are utmost concern and require proactive measures to address the specific needs of Black and brown girls, and whereas by declaring Black and Brown Girls Wellness Day, we affirm our support for the resilience and strength of these young women and girls, while also raising awareness about the unique health challenges they face. And whereas this day provides an opportunity to promote mental health, wellness, and self-care practices tailored to the needs of Black and brown girls, fostering the collaboration among local organizations and community leaders to ensure ongoing support and services. And whereas prioritizing the well-being of Black and brown girls is essential for building a healthier, more equitable future for all residents of Pima County. And whereas this day provides an opportunity to promote mental health, wellness, and self-care practices tailored to the needs of Black and brown girls, fostering the collaboration among local organizations and community leaders to ensure ongoing support and services. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Pima County Board of Supervisors hereby proclaims Friday, May 17, 2024 to be Black and Brown Girls Wellness Day and recognizes the importance of addressing health disparities and supporting the well-being of young women and girls in our community, passed and adopted this 7th day of May 2024. Thank you. Thank you, Deborah.
We are very excited about this proclamation. It is an opportunity for us to love on our students. On May 17th, we will have our Black and Brown Girl Wellness Day event where we have 100 middle school girls that are coming together. We're going to celebrate them, love them, give them information so that they can better themselves, but also improve the quality of their life. We'll address mental health, physical health, relationships, help girls get along, just do a lot of things to really love on them. Our partners include Higher Ground. We have Girl Scouts, we have the YWCA, we have Pima County Health, and of course, Adelita's office that has been super helpful to us. And so we're just grateful for this proclamation, and we're excited about loving these girls and giving them what they need.
Yeah.
Congratulations. So nice to see you.
Okay. Next, we have item 9, presentation of proclamation to Dan Turrentine, a food drive coordinator, National Association of Letter Carriers, Carl J. Kennedy Branch, number 704, proclaiming the day of Saturday, May 11th to be the National Association of Letter Carriers Food Drive Day. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
I have a motion and a second by Supervisor Scott. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Item passes unanimously 4-0. Thank you for being here. Oh, cute.
Hello? I am so honored to present this today, and many of you probably remember getting that little notice, a postcard saying, this Saturday, bring all your food goods, canned goods out to the non-perishables, out to your mailbox, and they're going to collect it and take it, and they've done this for many years, and it is just awesome. Whereas the National Association of Letter Carriers, NALC, Branch 704, represents all letter carriers in Tucson and those of many other post offices in southern Arizona. And whereas NALC Branch 704, the United States Postal Service, and the AFL-CIO have partnered with local community food banks for the past 16 years for the annual Letter Carriers Food Drive. And whereas the annual Letter Carriers Food Drive was initiated in 1991 to assist the many community food banks, food pantries, and homeless shelters throughout the nation. Whereas the annual Letter Carriers Food Drive effort is a community-based endeavor, and all our food items donated remain within each local community to serve that community's needs. And whereas in 2023, NALC Branch 704's letter carriers collected nearly 300,000 pounds of food and $20,000 in cash in southern Arizona. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Pima County Board of Supervisors hereby proclaims Saturday, May 11th, 2024, to be National Association of Letter Carriers Food Drive Day. Congratulations.
I'm Dan Turrentine from the NALC Branch 704. First off, I'd like the Community Food Bank to speak to you.
You got it. Okay.
Hi, good morning. My name is Carrie Bergerhoff. I am the Senior Event Coordinator for Community Food Bank of Southern Arizona. I just want to say what an honor it is to be here to receive the proclamation, as well as to have such a long-standing partnership with the National Association of Letter Carriers. From the last 30 years, we've actually, through this food drive, collected over 7 million pounds of food that has benefited our neighbors throughout Southern Arizona. And it's so simple. You get the postcard to remind you, you get a bag in your mail, and all you got to do is put it out, and then our loyal and faithful letter carriers go out and collect them, and then the food bank will then distribute it to our neighbors in need. So I invite everyone to participate this Saturday, May 11th. Put food at your mailbox. You can also donate online. $1 helps provide 4 meals for folks in need. And again, just thank you so much for the community and for the letter carrier support.
Okay, first off, thank you very much. The proclamation means a lot. What many people don't understand is that this program started way back in the 90s. They're unaware of it, but it was individual branches across the nation that did it. When it became a national event, the model was used from Arizona. This program is modeled from the original Arizona program. So we've been fortunate here in Tucson. We have such a community that gets behind this. And if anybody that doubts it, come to one of the stations and look at the volunteers out there. It's a party. They are really actually enjoying what they're doing out there, unloading the trucks, sorting the food. And the people come back year after year to help out with us. We do still need volunteers. Anybody is welcome to join us. I'm a retired letter carrier. Some of the letter carriers ask me what I'm doing. The results are what I'm doing. That is exactly why I do what I do. Matt Hines is not here at the moment. I actually was Matt's letter carrier for a period. Anyway, I thank the community so much for your support. It's a necessity that we need to do. Thank you so much.
So much.
Thank you
for all you do. Let's get a Let's get a photo.
Okay.
Thank you. They want you to move over there.
Yes, over here.
Thank you. I'm going to give this.
Thank you. Item number 11, presentation of proclamation to Luke Cole, Santa Cruz River Program Director, Sonoran Institute, Mike Quigley, Arizona Director, and Rebecca Perez, Urban to Wild Manager, the Wilderness Society, proclaiming the day of Friday, May 10th, 2024 to be Santa Cruz River Day. And I believe we have several people here for this proclamation, so you are all welcome to join us up here. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
Have a motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed. Item passes unanimously 4-0. Tienes que poner agua. Because then, something will fall. Okay, vamos. Yes. Okay, all right. So I will go in this corner. Okay. Whereas the Santa Cruz River has flowed from time immemorial through the land and territories of indigenous peoples, Arizona being home to 22 federally recognized tribes, with the Santa Cruz watershed being home to the Tonotem and Pascuayaqui, whose relationships with the land and river continue to this day. And whereas a string of protected islands of land spanning both Santa Cruz and Pima counties and united as the Santa Cruz River Urban National Wildlife Refuge would protect fish and wildlife habitat connectivity, boost outdoor access for hundreds of thousands of people, and enhance the local economy through nature-based tourism. And whereas outdoor recreation and ecotourism are major drivers of Arizona's economy, contributing $9.8 billion to the state GDP each year, and nature-based tourism in Pima County is an especially important economic driver as the Santa Cruz River is birding hotspot and attracts people from around the world. And whereas the Santa Cruz River is a vital habitat, provides connections for hundreds of iconic species, including the mountain lion and Gyrus deer, as well as for critically endangered species such as the Gila top minnow and yellow-billed cuckoo. I know, I should have read that. I should have gone through that part. I know, right? You just poke me if I'm saying it wrong. And whereas the land along the Santa Cruz River corridor in Pima County is under urgent threat from development and climate change, with the Santa Cruz River recently being listed as number 4 on America's most endangered rivers of 2024, and whereas dozens of Pima County and Santa Cruz County organizations have united to encourage the designation of an urban national wildlife refuge along the Santa Cruz River, now therefore be it resolved that the Pima County Board of Supervisors hereby proclaims Friday, May 10th to be Santa Cruz River Day, and encourages the community to support the designation of the country's newest national urban wildlife refuge in southern Arizona as the Santa Cruz River Urban National Wildlife Refuge, passed and adopted this 7th day of May 2024. Thank you. Okay. Ellos me dijeron.
Sí.
I just do what I'm told.
Muchas gracias, Madam Chairwoman Grijalva. I don't like to believe in consequences, but I just heard that Santa Cruz River is recognized on May 10th. Es Día de las Madres Mexicanas. The Mexican Mother's Day never changes. It's always May 10th. And so it's so significant that the river is acknowledged, will be acknowledged and not forgotten on May 10th, el Día de las Madres. In times of Padre Quino, the Rio Santa Cruz was also named Santa Maria. So Santa and then Maria, it all comes to Mother Earth. So thank you very much, because this time we're all coming together, the rancherias, the barrios, the wildlife, the people, the cities, the towns. So this is awesome. Muchas gracias.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for this time to share. Thank you, Board of Supervisors. Hi. My name is Maxie Adler, and I'm here representing the Tucson Birthplace Open Space Coalition, known as TBOSC. We are one of many grassroots members who actively support a community-led Santa Cruz River Urban National Wildlife Refuge designation. TBOSC is a coalition composed of barrio residents, tribal members, historians, environmentalists, artists, organizations, and concerned Tucsonans working together to permanently protect Tucson's birthplace as open space. The birthplace site is an area of 28 acres near downtown Tucson, located between the Santa Cruz River and the base of Sentinel Peak, a mountain, Tucson. This particular piece of land best tells the story of Tucson and the history of our relationship with the Santa Cruz River. That is why the inclusion of the birthplace site is central to the refuge. A refuge designation would finally protect and enshrine the land's millennia of ecological and cultural use. We applaud your support of the Santa Cruz River through this proclamation, and we hope you can join us to work with stakeholders to include the birthplace site and the Santa Cruz River Urban National Wildlife Refuge designation. It will take the county, the city, Fish and Wildlife Service, and Rio Nuevo working together, led by the community, to ensure the most positive future of the birthplace site and our beloved Santa Cruz River. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Grace. I'm here on behalf of Las Milpitas Community Farm, one of the community farms that's along the banks of the Santa Cruz River. We really appreciate the proclamation of the Santa Cruz River Day. This is such a necessary effort for every single one of us and for each one of us as community members to really put the efforts into to essentially right this wrong. Las Milpitas used to be called Las Milpitas de Cottonwood because of the cottonwood trees that would grow along our entire street on the banks of the Santa Cruz River. Cottonwoods that leave only a street name behind because the Santa Cruz River was drained of all of this because of human overuse. So now as humans, it's our chance to fix this and reconcile our relationship with this essential life force. This coalition that I'm really proud to be part of is community-led. So as community members, we hope to count with your support because there's a lot of road still to travel to make this a federal designation. Thank you.
All right. Hi, everyone. I'm Rebecca Bettis. I'm the Urban to Wild Program Manager with the Wilderness Society. And I'm just so excited to celebrate this proclamation as a moment to invest more into the Santa Cruz River through a wildlife refuge. There's been millennia of stewardship and wildlife movement along this corridor that needs our protection. So I am happy to be here with our community members today to continue this effort. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Luke Cole. I direct Sonoran Institute's Santa Cruz River program, and I've been working for the last 3 years with folks from the Wilderness Society and now a coalition of over 50 different organizations who are working together to establish this Santa Cruz River Urban National Wildlife Refuge. So thank you for everybody who has made this happen. Thank you, Chair Grijalva, the board, and Pima County staff who have been so ardently supportive of this project. We see green lights ahead of us, and we need the community support to help us get there. Please do check out santacruzriver.org to find out what we are all about. Thank you.
Thank you. Take a picture. A little bit.
Want me to take that, Adeline?
Oh, that's so sweet. Thank you. All right. And then our last proclamation. Oh, wait, I apologize. Oh, almost. Second. Item 12 is the presentation of proclamation to Audrey Robles, RN Health Services Administrator, Margaret Estrada, RN Director of Nursing, NAFCare, Monique Garcia, RN, and Michael Mendoza, RN, Pima County Health Department, proclaiming the week of May 6th through May 12th to be Nurses Week in Pima County. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
Have a motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed. Item passes unanimously 4-0.
Whereas the nearly 3.8 million registered nurses in the United States comprise our nation's largest healthcare profession, And whereas the depth and breadth of the nursing profession meets the different and emerging healthcare needs of the American population in a wide range of settings. And whereas professional nursing has proven to be an indispensable component in the safety and quality of care of hospitalized patients. And whereas the demand for registered nursing services will be greater than ever because of the aging of the American population, emerging health challenges, the continuing expansion of life-sustaining technologies, and the explosive growth of home healthcare services. And whereas in Pima County, we applaud the exceptional care nurses provide in the public health arena, in private practice, in hospitals, jails, and in countless other settings. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Pima County Board of Supervisors hereby proclaims the week of May 6th through May 12, 2024, to be Nurses Week in Pima County, and urges all citizens of the county to join in honoring the registered nurses who care for all of us. Be it further resolved that the residents of Pima County celebrate registered nursing's accomplishments and efforts to improve our healthcare system and show our appreciation for the nation's registered nurses, not just during this week, but at every opportunity throughout the year. Congratulations. And I'm going to turn the microphone over to each one of our guests so they can introduce themselves, tell us who they represent, and if they want to say a few words.
Hello, everyone. My name is Margaret Estrada. I'm the Director of Nursing with NAF Care at the Pima County Adult Detention Complex. I'd like to say thank you to the esteemed board for the recognition this week and for the support of the community for nurses everywhere. I know without the support of the community, nursing wouldn't be what it is today. I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to the nurses for their unwavering and dedicated care to the patients, not only just at the Adult Detention Center, but throughout the county. I'd just like to say thank you.
Hello, my name is Audrey Robles. I'm the Health Service Administrator for Pima County Adult Detention Center as well as the Juvenile Center. I would like to thank the board again and for recognition of all the nurses at Pima County for the dedication that we do every single day to serve the patients.
Thank you.
So, thank you.
Nicely done.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Michael Mendoza. I'm a nurse, registered public health nurse over at the North Clinic at Princeton First. I just wanted to further the appreciation we have for the federal, state, and county employees, and as we honor them in Public Service Recognition Week, and extended thank you to the Board of Supervisors for setting aside the time to honor our nurses as we go through National Nurses Week. As nurses, our approach to health is unique. It's preventative, it's nurturing, it's caring, least invasive. At our clinics, we have a focus for quality healthcare and patient satisfaction. We advocate for protecting and promoting health as a community. In our clinics, our older adults are coming to us because we're more trusted in immunization safety than their local neighborhood pharmacies. We are the vaccine for adults program in our area, providing protection against communicable diseases for college students, people seeking employment, people receiving refuge support. Often parents come from their pediatrician's offices because they didn't supply the vaccines needed for their babies. Our clinics are models for care. We pilot leading practices in congenital syphilis and HIV care, supporting populations across community members. The teams at our clinics promote the prevention of unintended pregnancies in people without medical insurance and who are underinsured. It would be devastating. There would be a devastating void within the health department without the work we do in our clinics. It would take away from the clinical work in our public health, and it would take away from the appreciation that we give nurses today. Thanks.
Hi, my name is Monique Garcia. I'm also one of the public health registered nurses at the health department. I'm at East Clinic. I also just wanted to say thank you to the board for this proclamation. And I have a lot of love and respect to all my healthcare workers, especially nurses. So I hope that the support y'all are providing or showing to your healthcare workers go beyond an annual proclamation and is shown through policies that uplift our frontline workers. So thank you.
Thank you. And thank y'all for being here. Thank you. Okay, and our last proclamation is a presentation of proclamation to Christine Russell and Karen Valdez, representing Pima County Libraries, Yvette Sykes, CEO of Arizona Diaper Bank, Krista Heineman, Marketing and Business Outreach for the Arizona Diaper Bank, Rashonda Reidel, Program Manager of Financial Wellness for the YWCA of Southern Arizona, proclaiming the week of May 20th through 28th to be 2024 to be period Poverty Awareness Week. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
Have a motion and a second by Supervisor Scott. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Who wants to hold it? Thank you. All right. Whereas access to menstrual products is a basic human need for menstruators, and whereas menstrual equity means everyone who gets a period deserves to have access to menstrual products so they can be fully active in society, be healthy, and succeed at school and work, and whereas local, state, and federal government policies often cause or exacerbate inequitable access to menstrual products by imposing sales tax on them, limiting access to these products, exempting menstrual products from public health benefits programs, and not making these products uniformly available in public places such as schools and homeless shelters. And whereas period poverty disproportionately impacts Black and Latinx people, and whereas the Pima County is home to trusted community-based organizations that recognize the importance of period products in ensuring health and providing economic stability, and thus distribute period products through various channels. And whereas these period products supply banks serve on the front lines to serve Pima County residents by helping families in our communities weather crises, now therefore be it resolved that the Pima County Board of Supervisors hereby proclaims the week of May 20th through 28th to 2024 to be period poverty awareness week, and thanks the local period supply banks and their staff members, volunteers, and donors for their service to the community, and encourages Pima County residents to donate generously to period supply banks, product drives, and those organizations that collect and distribute period products to those in need, passed and adopted the 7th day of May 2024. Thank you. Who would like to speak? No? You don't have to. So you can.
On behalf of the Arizona Diaper Bank, we thank you for your continued support, and we will definitely continue on with our drives to making sure that no one goes without the essential items of period products.
Where can they get a list of locations where we're going to be collecting?
There you go. I do not have an official list, but they can always go and look on our website and then just get our address from there. Yes, YWCA Southern Arizona .org, and our address is 525 North Bonita Ave, and we have a closet there where we house the donated products for people to be able to come and pick up for free.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Okay.
Hi, I'm Christine Russell, the manager of the Kirk-Bear Canyon Library. We will also be doing a collection the week of May 20th through that end of the week. You can stop by nearly any library. We will have a list up next week of which libraries will be collection sites. And thank you for taking care of the members of our community.
You can always drop off any donations at the Arizona Diaper Bank at 1050 South Plummer.
Yep, thank you. Gotta come wait. Okay. All right. So now we're on call to the audience, and thank you all for your patience while we celebrate so many organizations in our community. Okay, so we're on call to the audience. And then just as a reminder, we're going to go a little under 15 minutes, and we have a time certain item, and then we'll come back. So citizens attending the meeting shall observe rules of propriety, decorum, and good conduct. Any person making personal, impertinent, or slanderous remarks, or who becomes boisterous while addressing the board may be removed by the sergeant at arms if directed by the chair. Such person may be barred from further audience before the board. Unauthorized remarks from the audience, stomping of feet, whistling, yells, or similar demonstrations shall not be permitted by the chair, who may direct offenders from the hearing room. We have 19 speakers, so every speaker will have 3 minutes. First speaker we have is Sharon Fikes on the phone. Fikes, I apologize. Okay, if you come on, let me know. Where's that? Jennifer Carrasco, Corey Stevens, Uyan Morales, Ujane, Eugene, thank you. I almost said it, but I was like, okay. So we'll just go, you'll be, so it'll be Jennifer Carrasco, Corey Stevens, and then Eugene Morales. Yes. Do I need to speak in the microphone? Yes, if you can turn the mic to you, that'd be great. Thank you so much.
Good morning. I'm a student over at Pima Community College, and I am here in support of JobPath. I am enrolled with JobPath and Pima County One Stop, as they've supported me in my education, getting my carpentry certificate through Pima. And I am advocating for them because they have been a huge part of my success. While Pima County One Stop is a huge, they've supported me through tuition, through book assistance and materials. JobPath is very unique in the sense that they help you with an entire different side of the equation. So going to school and while you have help with tuition and the cost of school expenses, they really help you with your the living expenses, other worries, to help alleviate those worries while you're going to school. So from also having a success coach that helps provide resources. My success coach helped me to get a scholarship that was very meaningful to me. And they also provide just that one-on-one support that that is just unique to your needs. As well as, fuel stipends and the ability to help you with just expenses that other organizations are very restricted and limited in being able to help you with that. As a mother, they've also been able to provide assistance by the diaper bank as well. So they've just been a huge help, and I have other classmates who also benefit from this organization who are business owners, and they, for one reason or another, haven't been able to get support from other organizations, and JobPath has helped to fill the gap, whether it was that they couldn't receive assistance for tuition or the materials that they needed. But for me, it really they've helped to alleviate those the living expenses that are a very important part of the equation that needs to be looked at. Thank you.
Thank you. Sharon Fikes, are you available? Sharon Fikes? Okay.
Good morning, I'm here.
Okay, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
I'm Sharon Fikes, legal resident of Pima County. I'm talking about the elections item 71, the fee schedule. It's probably necessary to increase services-related expenses operating as we do with our vote centers instead of precincts and paper ballots. On the topic of elections, I want to remind you of electioneering. Evidently, you've forgotten what this definition is, and I'll tell you. Campaigning for elective office on behalf of oneself or another candidate, and a campaign of a candidate to be elected, and persuasion of voters in a political campaign. In April, following the passing of Resolution 2024-15 on the abortion issue, Matt Hines, as an elected District 2 supervisor and candidate for re-election on the Board of Supervisors, proceeded to make specific electioneering comments about 3 elected judges who disagreed with his resolution, and he was working to persuade voters to not vote for them. Regarding his resolution, he commented as follows: in Arizona, we vote on judges. 2 of the 4 judges are responsible for this terrible decision are up for retention. The community needs to know they are not consistent with the beliefs of the county and the state. Since when does Matt Hines know and speak for the Pima County community and the state of Arizona? Continuing with his comment, Superior Court Judge Kelly Johnson was also for retention, is personally responsible for resurrecting this law from the 1800s. I remind everyone not to skip over the votes for judges. Incredibly important that we do not skip over this year. This is blatant electioneering, working to persuade voters in our 2024 Pima County political campaign. Go to YouTube for 1624 Boss Meeting at 2:38 hours. Again, and listen for yourself. This is a reason not to re-elect Matt Hines as a district supervisor. Listen for his rebuttal as he digs a bigger hole. Thank you.
Corey Stevens.
Today, I present to you the excessive wealth tax. This tax could or should be implemented for those single residents with 2 or more jobs making more than $300,000 per year to pay for low-income housing to even out the generational poverty gap in Pima County. For each $100,000 over the initial income level, the tax will increase in increments of 0.05%, which is de minimis for those in this income bracket. In addition, I would recommend a standardized cost of healthcare initiative to include limits on what physicians can charge for care, as healthcare costs are astronomical, overinflated, and inequitable. Sound crazy? It is. That's because this idea is crazy. So I would also say the Affordable Housing Trust Fund paid for by and funded by taxpayers of this county is also crazy. You are already proposing raising primary and secondary taxes. Matt, you do not get to decide what is de minimis amount for a person who is most likely not able to afford an increase in their taxes when gas is $4 a gallon, eggs cost $5 a dozen, and beef is $8 to $14 a pound. Since you enjoy calling people out, let me remind you that you are up for re-election too. And you had no issue denying people their bodily autonomy during COVID. You recommended pregnant women to report their physicians to the medical board if they didn't advise them to get a shot. You even went as far as to say that unvaccinated individuals are killing people, and it's not like we can charge them with murder yet. You recently started advocating for female replacement in county positions, and I'm here to tell you that I'm a female. And I intend to do everything within my power to replace you on this board. Have a good day, sir.
Eugene Morales.
Good morning, everybody. I'm here on behalf of the Job Path. I am the result of the support that they have for me. Happy Nurses Week to all the nurses. I became a nurse because of the support of Job Path. And I'm a mother, and I can work full-time while in a nursing school. And all throughout those years, they saved me with the gas, with the financial help of the tuition fees, the books, the resources I needed. So that helped me elevate the worries of the financial help, that I needed. They also referred me to a lot of scholarships that helped me all throughout the year. So now I became successful as a nurse and serving in a community because of them. So I really hereby encourage everyone to support this program because it helps us. We need nurses. So please, I encourage everyone to please support them financially. And now I'm able to help myself financially, and I'm giving it back to them. So I encourage everyone, please support this program. Thank you.
Thank
Have
you.
a great day.
So we now have 21 speakers, and so every speaker will have 2 minutes. And I'm going to call Ralph Polo and Lori Moore. And then we have to take a break for our time certain item at 10:30.
Up until a minute ago, I had 3 minutes to speak, but in the communist way, now I only have 2 minutes to speak. So I got to move on fast. So I'm wearing this T-shirt for you.
Sir, please direct your comments to the board. Thank you.
Okay? God, this is so upsetting. You are so wrong.
Sir,
and you,
sir,
and you,
please
and
direct
you.
your you're
Okay.
you're wasting your time that you wanted to speak.
No, you're wasting my time,
Okay.
taking a minute away. So, let me just go through this because you made me so out of place. You anger me so much. So I'm going to speak, quote, prophecies of Jeremiah, chapter 1, verse 5. Because I formed thee in the bowels of thy mother, I knew thee. And before that camest forth out of the womb, I sanctified thee. I made thee a prophet. I made thee a prophet unto the nations. God, I am so upset. You're so wrong. So wrong, so communist, so Marxist, so unbelievable what you do. You're taking orders from above, aren't you? All of you right there. You're taking orders from above. I can't even speak anymore. We need to get you all the hell out of here. So let's vote for real people.
Lori Moore.
My name is Laurie Moore, LD 17. The United States of America has immigration laws. We have had them for a long time and for a good reason. The immigration laws serve to protect border states like Arizona, as well as the entire United States of America. Joe Biden has violated about 23 immigration laws. It appears the 4 Democrats on this board have also usurped the law and have used their title of fiscal agent to violate the current immigration laws, as well as their oath of office, the Arizona Constitution, and the U.S. Constitution. I have looked, and nowhere in the oath of office for this Pima County Board of Supervisors does it give elected supervisors the authority to transport even one illegal alien into Pima County or through the state of Arizona or throughout this nation. Democrats cite humanitarian ideals. They have coined the phrase legal asylum seekers. However, we all know that only a minute fraction will possibly qualify. We, the people, also know that the real goal is to tip elections in favor of the Soros-backed globalist Communist Democrat Party. It is diabolical that this country is being flooded with unvetted illegal aliens, while at the same time, Democrats are crying foul to showing any ID or proof of U.S. citizenship to vote. The Democrats on this board are intentionally taking federal dollars to perpetrate the invasion with no effort to stop it. You 4 have chosen to fund the greatest invasion in the history of the United States of America through Pima County. The harm that has been brought to our community and the nation by these unvetted illegals and you will not be tolerated. Arizona voters will restore integrity to this Pima County Board of Supervisors and secure our borders and enforce existing immigration laws. Change is coming in November.
Thank you. So I'm going to go ahead and take a pause, the call to the audience to do our time certain item, which is item number 21. This is an update on Sahuarita, and I will continue with the list of people, so I apologize for having to take a pause in the call to the audience. So this is an update on Sahuarita and Town of Marana Food Bank and Community Resource Center. It's an introduction of the partnership by the Town of Marana, Mayor Ed Honey, and the Town of Sahuarita, Mayor Tom Murphy, Carlos Valles, Executive Director of the Sahuarita and Marana Food Bank and Community Resource Center, and Roberta Lopez Salter, Board President, Sahuarita Marana Food Bank and Community Resource Center. So this is to provide an update on the Marana operations and services since it began its partnership with Sahuarita December of 2023. This is an item that was brought forward by Supervisor Lee.
Thank you much. Thank you very much, Chair Grijalva. And I would like to invite our two wonderful mayors, Mayor Honey from Marana and Mayor Tom Murphy, to first come up. And then we'll also, after the two mayors speak, we'll be inviting Carlos and Roberta up. But first, I want to thank you both for being here and for all you've done to make sure this partnership flourished. So maybe you can introduce how this started, and that will go from there.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Grijalva and Supervisors. It's a pleasure to be here. Yes, it was actually at my State of the Town last year in September when Marana learned that the Community Food Bank of Southern Arizona was pulling out of Marana. And because we've had a really close relationship, the town, with the Sahuarita Food Bank, I was able to bend his ear, as I always get the chance to do as many times as often as I can, and talked about the great collaboration. It started back in 2009, the Sahuarita Food Bank literally out of a closet in the Good Shepherd Church. They've moved along successfully over the years, had a capital campaign in 2018. And when Carlos presents, one of the things I'm proudest about is pay attention to slide 4, because I sort of use the old proverb, if you give a person a fish, we can feed him for a day. If we teach him to fish, we provide for life. So on that particular slide, food insufficiency is something that is addressed, but also the community resource center, the family resource center, Project Azul, because really one of the ways to break poverty is to, one, generationally, cut it off, and two, provide a good job. So I'm really proud of that opportunity that our Sahuarita Food Bank, and those are the types of things I passed on to Mayor Honey, and I'll let him take it from here.
Thank you, Madam Chairman and members of the board, for giving us a chance to speak. When this started, we were notified that the regional food bank was going to pull out of Marana. I called two people, my friend Tom Murphy, and I called Sharon Bronson. I will not repeat what Sharon said. I love Sharon, but I'm a sailor, and it embarrassed me a little bit. But, we started working together. A couple days later, State of the Town in Sahuarita, I was a guest there, talking to Mayor Murphy, directed us. We went over to the Sahuarita Food Bank, and Carlos and Sophia and Penny, and so many of them welcomed us with open arms. And what we want to accomplish here is to take care of the people. Our communities are doing quite well, but there are a lot of people in our areas that are not. And I will say Sahuarita and Marana food banks, even though they're located in Sahuarita and Marana, serve about 80% of the people don't live in our municipality. And we want to take care of those who take care of us. We're thrilled. Sylvia Lee, Supervisor Lee, who I've known for 30 years, got right on when she took the office and agreed to help. And what we're trying to do is form a partnership with really Sahuarita, Marana, Pima County to provide services for the people of our community. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mayor Murphy and Mayor Honey, thank you. Thanks for all you do. At this time, I'd like to invite Carlos Valles and also Roberta Lopez Suter to come forward. And we've got a slideshow, so take it away.
Okay, I'm just going to give a few comments because I want Carlos to be able to have enough time to do the slideshow. So I'm just going to
Can we turn that up, the volume? More? It's a little bit hard for me to hear.
Okay, good morning, everyone. I'm really pleased to be here. I serve as board president of both the Marana and the Sahuarita food banks. The way that came about is that I work for Trico Electric Cooperative, which provides electricity to both areas. I was already on the Sahuarita Food Bank board for about 4 years, and last year was named president. So then when we acquired the Marana Food Bank, I was asked to be president of that, and the partnerships are great. I mean, it's just worked seamlessly. We're really pleased. Trico's pleased to be involved. We provide food and monetary donations. We believe in both of these food banks so much that we also provide volunteers twice a month to go on food distribution days and help out. Under the leadership that they have, they've just done miraculous things in a short time. And so I'm going to let Carlos go ahead and give you some more information. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Roberta.
Madam Chair, members of the board, thank you for this opportunity. I don't know who's controlling the slide, but next slide, please. So just an overview of the Marana Food Bank Community Resource Center. We believe in 3 pillars. Food, this is going to be the food bank portion. So staff, it's run by 2 full-time staff and 3 part-time staff members, volunteers. We believe that our organizations should be run by members of the community. So last year at the Sahuarita Food Bank, we had 33,000 hours of volunteer support. And in Marana, we have 45 volunteers that are actively engaged in food distribution. Market, we did not want to disrupt the model that was in place, so we have a drive-through model with the hope that we have a full client choice model, so clients can come in, select their own food items. 2 things: it provides less food waste because people are not taking things that they don't want, but then also dignity. You know, these are individuals, these are human beings. They should be able to select the items that they want. So we will be implementing that. And then time, we are open 4 days a week with a possibility of opening a 5th day in the future. Next slide, please. So families served, this is for this calendar year. January statistically is one of the slowest months that we've seen. So it was telling that we had almost 1,100 families that were served out of the Marana location. And you can see just in the last quarter of the year, 109 new families registered for emergency food. So numbers are still consistently high. It's not just Marana or Sahuarita or Tucson, it's globally. Food prices, everything else is really high. So we're seeing a lot of people come to the food bank. Next slide, please. And so the resources, the Community Resource Center is an area that I personally love because, as Mayor Murphy mentioned, you know, we're providing food. Food is important, but you know what? Let's get people out of poverty. Let's break generational cycles. And through the Resource Center, these are some of the programs that we're offering right now. Tax preparation with a partnership with Pio Decimo. We offer free tax preparation for income eligible individuals. And a wonderful partnership with Pima County. We piloted the Navigator program 2 years ago, and we've helped out, I think, about 250 individuals during that pilot phase. So again, thank you all for making this possible. Serve Safe, we have a full-time culinary manager who provides Serve Safe manager certification. A lot of restaurants now, Pima County is now requiring someone to be Serve Safe certified at all times. So we're offering this service to restaurants. And then paint program, we painted the Marana facility, and a lot of people stopped by and they said, hey, you all did a great job. And so one of our volunteers, his son is the CEO of Graco International and donated some paint spares, but more importantly, he donated an individual that will be flying from Minnesota every quarter to teach individuals in the community how to paint and maybe start a business. Next slide, please. And I'll talk about Sahuarita Food Bank. Again, open since 2009. Emergency food is what we distribute 4 days a week, actually 5 days with our home delivery program, our backpack program, which is partially funded through the town of Sahuarita and also Pima County. CSBG, we have 781 kids enrolled in 12 schools south of Valencia all the way down to the border. And then nutrition programs, we have diabetes management education, so we work with some partners. Our community resource center, a lot of wraparound services. If people are coming, even if we don't have something, we're usually able to connect them with someone or an entity. And what is exciting, in last November, we became a licensed vocational school through the Arizona Board of Private Post-Secondary Education. So now we became partners through NC3, so we can offer a welding program. Without promoting the program, we have 29 students that signed up for the program. And so it's great because, first thing, no debt. We have partners that have already committed to $60,000 plus jobs when they graduate. We don't want to just put people into jobs. We want people to get jobs that they want and they can earn a livable wage. We also have a Google IT certificates, which is another program that we started. We've graduated 7. Our last cohort, an individual went from $0 to $50,000 a year. Another individual went from $50,000 to $76,000 because of that certificate. So we've graduated 7. We're still trying to follow up on the other students, but those are 2 success stories of our last cohort. Our Family Resource Center, which is through it's funded through First Things First, but then United Way is the administrator of the grant. We have served 147 families in 6 months, and it's a program designed for families with 0 to 5 children. And then Project Azul is Arizona Uniting Lives. It's basically an extension of our organization, bringing resources on our 46-foot mobile unit that has Starlink high-speed satellite internet, 22-foot classroom space. It's got generators. It also has a bathroom, so we could take it anywhere and bring much-needed resources to those communities. And it's done quite well. GED has flourished in some of the communities that we've served, and then also English. So it's a wonderful program that we've been working we've been promoting the last 6 months. Next slide, please. And then these are the emergency food numbers for the Sahuarita Food Bank. Again, numbers are high. And then so you see the remote numbers. These are people that either through Project Azul, home delivery, one of our other auxiliary programs, this is where we provide food. So again, high overall. Next slide, please. And I think that should. These are just some pictures of different things that are going on. We have a messin in the kitchen at 11 o'clock up at the top left corner. Kids use age-appropriate cutlery. They really mess in the kitchen. They make a mess with flour and sugar and everything else. Then they graduate, and then they can use these skills at home. Next picture at 12 o'clock, that is our full client choice model. So clients come in, they get a shopping cart, and then they select the items that they want. We have a line and prep program, which is the next picture to the right, teaching individuals on how to use how to perfect knife skills work in the kitchen, and then hopefully gain entry-level employment in the food industry. Next class, that is, we have a tech hub. We have 3D printers. We have a Lego robotics program. We also have a more upscale robotics program to train individuals on using some of these technologies. But in this picture, it's 2 individuals. They're in a class on how not to be scammed, because our seniors are being targeted. And so through a partnership with an organization, we're providing this class. At about 10 o'clock on the far left, that is our Lego robotics program. And then right next to that, that is our welding program. And then at the bottom corner, left corner, that is Project Azul outreach. And then the black and white photo right next to that, that is Ethan. That is one of our instructors down in Arivaca on Project Azul. And then Marana, that's the drive-through model right at 6 o'clock. And then right next to that, that is our augmented reality welding machine. So the student is learning how to use, or it's basically training on muscle memory, and then they can translate that onto live welds. And then the last picture, that is in Summit. It's teaching GED class to a group of women, and so it's been a wonderful program. Thank you. Are there any questions that I can answer right now?
Any questions? Supervisor Lee.
Thank you, Chair Grijalva. Well, Carlos, it takes a village to make this successful, and there has been a true village behind both the Marana and the Saurita Food Bank and Community Resource Center. They're here today.
Yes.
Could you introduce one and have them stand?
Sofia Castro, who is our program manager for Saurita Food Bank and Marana Food Bank. Kirk Keim, our vice president of Saurita Food Bank. Roberta Lopez-Suter, chair of both organizations. Mayor Murphy. Penny Pessel, who's been with the board, who's been on the board for the last 10 plus years, was also our last board chair. Denise Burns, who sits on the advisory board for the Marana Food Bank. I'm sorry, Richard is one of our volunteers in Marana. And John Officer, also a member of the advisory board, but also sits on the town council for Marana. And then Mayor Honey and Clint Peak, who's also on the board, the advisory board for the Marana Food Bank. Yeah.
Wonderful.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other
Thank you so
questions?
much.
Chair Grijalva.
Supervisor Scott.
Thank you. I want to thank our friends from Marana and Saurita for their partnership in making sure that there is proximity to food bank services for all of the residents who benefit from the operations of the food bank. I wanted to ask the county administrator if the board could get some information on other areas of the county in terms of their proximity to food bank services and where there might be areas that we don't have that same proximity to services that we do as a result of this partnership, and how the county might follow up with the community food bank and other entities to fill those gaps. Thank you.
Any other questions? All right. Thank you all.
Yeah,
thank you
thank
so
you.
much for being here and for the update. Appreciate it. So now we're going to go back to the call to the audience until 11 o'clock. I have Don Hales, Anna Griff, and TT Martinez. And then just as a reminder, every speaker has 2 minutes, please.
Go.
Yes.
Don Hales, Boss District 5. Topic is proposed Santa Cruz River Bridge project at Drexel Street. The form here was circulated for signatures in Midvale Park area in the last few days, near the proposed bridge location. A signature means they're against the bridge. It took 4 hours to get 62 signatures in favor of scrapping this project. That's a lot of signatures. The yes to no ratio, that means scrap it versus disagree, was 10-1, virtually unanimous to cancel. People were lined up to sign it. And no bias was presented to the residents, no arm twisting. The city did a reasonable job presenting the project at El Pueblo Center in December 23, but did not have a public referendum at any point. Reasons for the overwhelming rejection from my Midvale neighbors include public safety, traffic overload, small neighborhoods, vandalism, property taxes increases during stagflation, poor past planning. It doesn't help Mass Immigration Center. Processing Center is right there on the east side. The people have spoken. Kill the bridge project, save wildlife, and save $50 million. Thank you, Midvale.
Thank you, Mr. Hales. Anna Griff.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Anna Griff. I'm the CEO at JobPath. Over the past few weeks, JobPath and various areas of the county have worked diligently to clear up some issues that were limiting our ability to collaboratively serve Pima County residents. The JobPath and GMI teams have been meeting in person regularly to ensure that we have a shared understanding of the processes and requirements. And just yesterday, we had a meeting with county administration leadership to ensure that everyone is satisfied with the progress that we've made. I think we're all in a good place, and all of the operations questions have been answered, and where changes are needed, we're implementing those changes. And of course, if you have additional questions, we're always happy to answer those. And today you've heard from some of our students, and I believe you're going to hear from a couple more. We invited them to share their experiences with you. And I know that you've gotten some letters as well, so you can hear in your own voice what their experience has been and whatever they want to communicate to you all. As you listen, I invite you to consider not just whether Pima County can do what JobPath does, but whether it should. Our students face a myriad of complicated situations that impact their ability to succeed in school. Would these students feel comfortable bringing those sensitive issues to a government employee? Would a student talk to a government employee about a child custody issue or domestic violence issue? And these are the things that our students face every day. A lot of research tells us that they won't for fear of getting themselves in trouble or getting a loved one or someone in their family in trouble. Not everyone is best served by government, and that is why our collaboration is so important. I want to thank the county and our many funders, employers, and our community partners, many of whom are here today to support us, for helping us serve our community as best we can. Thank you.
Titi Martinez. And then after, Michelle Herman, Crystal Martinez, and David Smith. Thank you.
Hello, members of the board. Nice to see you all again. Different circumstances, right? Last time I was talking about Pima. Today I'll tell you about JobPath. I know in the last 5 months, our lives have probably been greatly different. The last 5 months, I've been suffering without hot water. I was unable to bathe my own children for the last 5 months in my own home. I wasn't able to do my dishes. JobPath bridged that gap for me. They took on the financial responsibility and they helped me pay the plumbers so that I had hot water last night. Last night was the first time that we showered in our home in the last 5 months. JobPath has helped me succeed in ways that I never thought were manageable. From the fact that my success coach was there with me 100% of the time, asking questions and making sure everything was okay, to the fact that she's just there to talk to me. Without them, I don't think I would be standing here today. I would have dealt with the financial burden alone and I would have dropped out of school. Today, I stand before you as a graduate this May 22nd. But that's no thanks without JobPath. JobPath has bridged that gap financially for me, not even just financially, but been supportive with me. They never once doubted that I can do anything, or they never once put me down for being in the predicament that I was in. They've helped me so much. And anything that you do to support them, support students like me. People like me need people like JobPath. We need companies like them. We need people like them out there that are advocating for us, that are fighting for us, that are helping us, whether it be financially, just supporting us, school supplies, all of the things that they've helped me achieve this year were without a doubt just because of them. They didn't have to do half the things that they did for me these last couple of semesters, and I'm so proud to be a member of the JobPath community. I am so happy that they came to Pima, and I hope that our stories change your heart just a little bit to give them the support they need to stay here and continue to help students like me.
Thank you. Congratulations on your graduation. Michelle Herman.
Madam Chair, Board, thank you for letting us have this time. My name is Michelle Herman. I work as the Success Manager at JobPath. And I want to speak about the issue of duplication of services and point out the differences that I haven't heard anyone else talk about yet. Our methodology is inherently different. The roles of case manager and student success coaches, though they may overlap, generally embody different philosophical approaches into supporting their clients. And I'll start with the philosophical differences. One is the focus and scope of services. Case manager would typically operate more of a traditional problem-solving oriented framework. Case managers are often tasked with addressing specific barriers to student success, such as financial issues, personal crisis, or academic difficulties. They are focused on interventions that are also reactive, stepping in when the student is struggling or at risk. A student success coach approach embraces a more holistic developmental approach. Success coaches aim to build ongoing relationships with their students, focusing on immediate academic performance and long-term personal and professional development. This role is proactive, with emphasis on empowering students to achieve their full potential through mentoring, goal setting, and skill development. Engagement style. Case manager engagement is also driven by need or crisis, with interactions possibly being more sporadic or initiative due to specific challenges that require resolution. The interaction may be bureaucratic, focusing on navigating systems and resources. A success coach approach seeks to establish a continuous developmental relationship with the students. Coaches are frequently in check-in with their students, often regular feedback, and actively involved in their students' academic and extracurricular lives. Caseload differences. The difference in the caseload, case managers can be 120 to 200 students versus success coaches about up to 80. So we are able to handle that a little bit easier. Reflect these different philosophical approaches. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Crystal Martinez, followed by David Smith and Keith Van Heinigen, and then we're going to take another break for a time certain item at 11. Thank you. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Crystal. Hello, I'm Crystal Martinez, and I'm here with JobPath, and I just wanted to tell you a little bit about myself. I'm a nursing student at Pima Community College, and JobPath is such an important resource. They provide more resources for us when we need them. They're very accessible. Whenever I need something, I reach out to my JobPath coach, and they don't only help with tuition, the books, and the school equipment. They also help with the rent. They help with bills, car insurance, so many other things. And I just think it's so important for so many other students to know about JobPath. I want to tell everybody about this great resource, and I'm sorry, I'm a little nervous. But I just hope that they keep getting supported, and because they support us. Thank you.
Thank you. Dave Smith?
Well, good morning. You know, one of my hats is I'm also a spokesman for the National Police Association, and I'd like to say that thank you for acknowledging the Law Enforcement Memorial Week. It's an important part of our society, and I really appreciate it, you submitting that and you all accepting it. Now back to take that hat off and go back to the political side of the shop. You know, when I first started getting really active in politics around here, nobody seemed to know what the Board of Supervisors did. The one thing that I'll say has happened over the last year is the general awareness everywhere I go about your role. One of the things that keeps coming up is the way our assessments keep going up and our taxes keep going up. And of course, there's no doubt that during the pandemic, that became the whole Board of Supervisors issue became, front and center, top of mind, we might say, right? And now the thing is that we are talking more again about increasing our taxes, increasing our costs, increasing resources for a limited number within the community and taking from the general population. I talk to you, you need to acknowledge the needs of the community as a whole. You're elected to do for the common good of all and reflect on that, which also is long term. So what I'm asking you to do is project the needs of the community at large, and at the same time, you've got to understand we've got inflation, we have all the cost of living, all the things that are increasing across the board. Inflation has not gone away. Not only that, crime is increasing. 42% of all crimes are not even reported nowadays. That's what they're using to talk about the fact that they see a reduction. No, we're seeing a reduction in reduced crimes. When we look at victims, we see it's actually increased dramatically. And this is the thing that, as a group, I ask you to think about this in challenging ways, creative solutions, but also understand this is an election year and everyone's paying attention. Thank you.
Thank you. Keith Van Heinigen?
Good morning, Vietnam. Anyway, my name's Keith Van Heineken, and for the last quarter century, I've watched both the city and county ignore their road problems. That's $3 billion that you're behind. You're in the hole. It's a deficit. Oh my God, did I say deficit? Yes, you've been running deficit budgets for the last 25 years because you have not been performing the normal maintenance on your society. You're miserable failures. Every Democrat I see up here smiling like a killer. You're killing us and you don't give a flying you know what. Man, you people need to get a grip. You're staring a crisis in the face and you don't care who dies. Food banks everywhere. Government control of food. Last time we tried that crud anywhere on the planet, millions upon millions died. And you all smile thinking you're doing some good. Seal the border, deport 50 million illegals. That'd end our inflation. That would end our housing crisis. Now, I'm old. I've seen a lot of crud. I hope and pray there's only one Democrat left at the end of this year up here, and that's Miss Lee. The rest of you gotta go. Jan, Sam, and the rest. Have a good day.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to take another pause and the call to the audience and go to agenda item number 40. This is the Arizona Board of Regents doing business as the University of Arizona to provide an intergovernmental agreement for the operation of the South Campus Hospital. And then we'll also be looking, same time, item number 42. This is an amendment to that contract. So,
Chair Grijalva?
Yes. Supervisor Lee.
Thank you. I'd like to recuse myself because my daughter's an attorney with the attorney that represented Banner.
Okay, thank you.
Both of these items.
I'll let you know when the item's over if you want to, I mean, you can obviously stay.
Oh, I'm going to stay.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Administrator Lesher.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chair Grijalva and members of the board. Reminder again, Pima County has been in the business of running a hospital since 1864, and doing it in a variety of ways. In 1977, as a response to some bonds that were provided by the public, we were able to build Keno, what was then the Keno Hospital, and operated Keno, again, with greater and lesser degrees of success, I think, if you evaluate success based on the number of individuals within the hospital. And in 2004, when the number of individuals at the hospital, within the hospital, made the continuing operation very difficult, Pima County entered into an agreement with what was then University Physicians, Inc., to provide both a lease to the facility and an operating agreement. And it is important to recognize that the two documents are interrelated. If you've looked at least the previous lease, that is a huge document, there was one sentence that says if the funding is discontinued, the lease is discontinued. So I just want to be very clear as we talk about items 40, that both items, that the lease and the funding agreement really go together for the operations of that facility. And since the beginning of the operations and the time, this has been the facility that has continued to provide health care south of Broadway to many, many folks within our community. And I think in a more recently, as we see Green Valley too, back in the other areas that are south of Broadway growing up, we're seeing significant use of the facility, growth and enhancement of the facility. There are representatives from Banner here today, and I'd love to introduce their CEO and others to come and speak, if I might. Can answer, again, provide an overview, answer any questions you might have. And we also have staff, if there are any specifics you have about the lease and the agreement. What you have before you is a 5-year agreement to continue the operations and the funding for 5 years while we continue to evaluate what long-term agreements might be. Thank you.
Thank you, Administrator Lesher. Hi, good morning. I'd like to introduce my colleagues, Angie Wright, our Chief Nursing Officer for our Banner Hospitals here in Tucson. I'd like to introduce Brad Hipp, who's our Chief Financial Officer for Banner University Medicine. I'm Bob Avani. I'm the CEO of Banner University Medical Group and President of Banner Academics, and thank you for having us here this morning. I would like to strongly urge and support our continued proposal and our collaboration with Pima County to continue to provide services, i.e., as Jan explained, the lease and the operating agreement on behalf of Banner Health and Banner University Medicine. I think this is a very necessary resource in that part of the community. I know that Pima County has a lot of growth plans in that area. We're very excited to continue our partnership with the county and also serve the Tucson community at large. I want to reassure you, I know over the last couple of years, there's been a lot of negative press about Banner, and is Banner staying in this marketplace? We are here to assure you, yes, we are. We're committed to this community, and we want to continue to serve and partner with Pima County to provide the necessary services. Some would view this agreement as kicking the can down the road, i.e. asking for another extension for 5 years. I would look at it differently. I would say this allows us the opportunity to step back and together decide how do we revitalize that area? How do we provide the necessary services moving forward to that part of the community and really to serve the needs of our Tucson community at large? So again, thank you for having us this morning. I would urge you to favorably vote for our proposal, continuing this partnership. Be prepared to answer any questions.
Thank you. Board members, Supervisor Christie.
Why doesn't Banner buy the hospital from the county?
Good question. Unfortunately, that part of the community is highly government subsidized, about 80% governor payers. And so financially, it's very difficult in these times right now to provide that. But I hopefully, with this agreement moving forward, we will give us the adequate time to plan for potentially that eventuality. And so this proposal that was done, I came onto the scene, Jan, 2 years ago, and have been talking with you for a couple years about this. I think this gives us the necessary time to plan potentially that eventuality so that rather than kicking it down 4.5 years and then having a similar discussion, I would move that we start to have those discussions within the next year and a half so we can plan together what services are necessary to serve that community and then potentially do what you just asked.
Madam Chair, well, so do you have a time frame that you're looking at as far as initiating talks to potentially purchase the hospital from the county?
So I wouldn't commit to saying that there's a time frame. I would commit that the discussions are open. I would say that in our proposal, I think there's some continued investment on behalf of the Banner that we've increased our investment from what was previously in the older agreement. And I think that's our willingness to want to continue these discussions and have a favorable resolution on all sides.
Well, Madam Chair, I think one of the issues that the community sees is this lease agreement that we are addressing today. Really, you know, if something happened with Banner, God forbid, some sort of a issue financially or cash flow or a number of other business-related issues there, if it came down to it, Banner could basically, even though it's in the 5-year lease re-upping, you could say, look, we can't do this anymore, we got to go. Where is Pima County at that point?
I think with the efforts, and that's why I referenced earlier the kind of the negative press that may have happened within the last couple of years, there was concerns about Banner leaving this community. I'm here to assure you that's not happening. We're committed. And just to refresh everyone's memory, our affiliation with the university has another 23 years to go. And so we are committed. And, you know, when I came onto this scene 20 months ago, almost 2 years ago, we've been trying to share that with Jan and others on the board that we are committed to this community. And so I do not envision a scenario that you just painted.
Well, Madam Chair, with all due respect, my district includes Green Valley, which has not had a successful hospital facility there on, I'd say, the last 7 or 8 years. And we've also seen the failure of rural hospitals throughout our community due to financial situations, particularly in Green Valley. Beautiful facility, beautiful location, and it went belly up. And it has a very bad history of that happening to prior owners. What assurances can you give us other than putting a signature on a lease agreement that you're going to be here to honor that 5 years and in those 5 years include talks of purchasing Banner from Pima County?
So the first part, the Green Valley Hospital that you referenced, Banner was not part of that.
Understood.
So we had no part of that.
But it does happen in
Understood,
settings.
but I think there was a variety of reasons for why that potentially failed. We do have ambulatory space in Green Valley that we are very active in serving the community in that part. I think that's another reason why this partnership is so important, because in lieu of another hospital in that area, this hospital is going to serve all of that community. And I do see that there's going to be some continued reinvestment to up the level of services that we can provide, not just for where the South Campus is now, but in a larger scope. I would say that our history, we've been here since the Banner affiliation occurred in 2015. We're now in 2024, right? So that proof already 9 years in existence and soon to be 10, I think that should be proof that we're not planning on leaving this community either.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Questions? Supervisor Hines.
Sure. I'd love for us not to own a hospital as a county. I've expressed that before. Are we committed to 5 years? Can we maybe do this 2-ish, or like what? I guess can maybe just if I could ask the administrator to give me some background as to do we just always do 5 years, or it just sounds like maybe there's a little more uncertainty. I think I would love to be doing something else with these $15 million. I think it's a good deal, though. I mean, there's a drawdown. There's like extra, there's no graduate medical education from the state anymore. So I know that a lot of these funds go toward that, which is incredibly important to be training new, everyone's, but nurses, doctors, everything. So, but it would be just great if we could somehow find, Maricopa has a different trick, right? They have a couple of taxing districts, hospital healthcare taxing districts. And I don't know if the legislature did a population-based little dance or whatever to make it only Maricopa, but we've been growing. So I'm wondering if we could start working together on a way to refer something to get this off of our books. I'd like that $15 million to go to affordable housing or something else that the community desperately needs, as we've heard today, which I know in healthcare you would want that as well. So I just wonder maybe we can work on referring something, if the statute applies to us, getting our dedicated lobbyist in Phoenix to help expand that provision that allowed Maricopa to go to the voters and say, hey, do you want to have a dedicated funding stream for this so that you'll have that, and that we won't have this line item, and we can do something else with those resources. I think that would be great, but I just wonder if maybe we could, 5 years is a long time. Why don't we make it a little less and then kind of work on that and see how things go and talk again in 24 months? I just kind of want to hear what folks think about that. But first, why the 5-year term?
Chair Grijalva and Supervisor Hines, I think we began talking about 15 years.
We did.
And we have been in negotiations for this agreement over the last since you got about 2 years, looking at, as been mentioned, it used to be, let me go back again, and we sent a memo in January reminding people of the history at the time when we were spending in the county in excess of $25 to $30 million on this. And so we've tried to really decrease the amount that we are spending to provide health care in that area. But as we began these negotiations, we not only gave $15 million a year, but we were also giving $1.5 million most recently, and it had been more for the maintenance of the facility. Through these negotiations, we've moved the amount that is required for the ongoing maintenance not be required by the county any longer. And there's been conversations and negotiations about the future. Are we the right party to own this? What is the relationship with the University of Arizona? This is not as easy. It's been suggested in the past that perhaps we no longer partner with Banner. Is there another hospital? Part of this agreement is the way that the Banner is so integrated into the University of Arizona Medical Center and the medical school and those sorts of continuing education that is provided through this agreement. So the 5 years and the offloading, if you will, of the maintenance costs were part of the negotiation that came before you today, so that it was not a 15-year agreement. It was 5 years so that we can continue to look at, we have had very honest and open conversations about the county's desire to no longer provide funding for this. We have had conversations about our desire to have Banner own the facility. We're in the, I think there's a facility that someone else runs, so why are we putting a lot of maintenance into it? If I'm Banner Hospital, they don't own it. Why do they put a lot of maintenance in it? So we have been finding that negotiated spot where maintenance and operations can continue on a limited funding basis, the 5 years being limited down from a 15-year initial conversation about this agreement, which we hope to be the spot that allows us the window to look at future funding opportunities. Could it be a taxing district? We can look at what Maricopa County is doing and others, and can we see what's possible with the sale of the facility?
Sure. And just one more. The reason I said that the number doesn't matter that much, what if this is something we can do, whether there's a change in statute or this current statute or old statute that they used to do this, Maricopa applies somehow to Pima, and we could do this, we refer something, I don't know, next year, it's probably a couple-year process, it passes, then but then we're on the hook for paying $15 million for another 3 years, even though we are now pulling in a tax. That's what I'm thinking. But it's from 15 down to 5, so I can stand down. But that's good to know. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Supervisor Christie.
Just for clarification purposes, the county does spend additional sums of money, extensive amounts of money for other services in that same facility that Banner does not provide. Isn't that correct? For instance, in conjunction with criminal justice system and the jail?
Administrator Lesher.
Pardon me, Supervisor, Chair Grijalva and Supervisor Christie, Dr. Garcia and our folks from Banner can provide additional information. When we are utilizing hospital beds, there is a fee for those beds, as if we were using beds at TMC or St. Joseph's or Banner, that we, wherever we have people from our jail, from our facility, from the facilities in a bed, we're paying a different rate. Dr. Garcia, would you like to expand on that, or is there?
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Christie, Administrator Lesher, the administrator has it absolutely correct. By and large, we do on occasion purchase services, including stays in the hospital for folks who are, for whom we have a fiduciary responsibility. We also purchase services, radiology, laboratory testing, et cetera. But by and large, no, we do not. By and large, we don't have any other services. I was straining to think of which other ones you might be thinking about, but hospitalizations being the predominant one that comes to mind when a detainee, either the juvenile detention center or the adult detention center, is seen at the hospital. We treat this hospital as we would any other hospital in this community.
And Madam Chair, does this include psychiatric services?
That is inclusive of psychiatric services.
With Banner?
With Banner. We have there are three hospitals that we have arrangements, contracts for restoration to competence. Banner is one of those 3 hospitals.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions? I would say the location is really critical to people in our community, in our district. I think the access is really important. And just as a sidebar, the doctor who worked on a minor surgery on my foot worked out of Banner. I had really good things to say about all of the attention and the care and the ease of being able to get in for an appointment, which right now is really rare in the medical field, to be able to be seen fairly quickly. And, I did take someone I know to the emergency room, and, I think when you realize late at night in a, predominantly South Side community, you're going to see a wide array of people, but you see that at every emergency room and hospital. And so I'm glad that we're going to continue the conversation. I think that if there is a way a couple years down the line that we can figure out a sort of district to tax, then this is obviously something that we can renegotiate and look at, because I think that that would be really critical. I agree with Administrator Lesher that ideally we'd like not to be not to be partnering necessarily in this way, but I do think that right now, for our time, this is a very critical need in our community, and I'm going to support it. Anything else? All right, so I'll go ahead and move item number 40.
Second.
Let's have a motion, a second by Supervisor Hines. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Item passes unanimously.
4-0.
Oh, 4-0. Oh, I apologize. Yes.
I recuse myself.
You're
Thank you.
recusing. I apologize. And then item number 42, this would be to provide the Second Amendment and restated lease agreement at Banner. I'll go ahead and move this item. Have a motion, a second by Supervisor Hines. Discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstaining? 1. So we have 4-0 and 1 abstention. Okay, thank you so much. We haven't taken a break, and I feel badly because we have some people that are on for the call to the audience, but I have seen a little wave that perhaps we need to take a little break, and then we have an item time certain at 11:30. Get 9-minute break.
How many more call to the audience, Madam Chair?
1, 2. 10? Right. Okay, so we can take a quick break and come back at 11:30 to do our time certain item, and then we'll go back to call to the audience. Thank you. if we can. Anyway, okay. All right, thank you. Okay, so we do have time certain item. It's addendum item number 6. Let me find it. Okay. We have, let's see. It's item number 6, Southwest Border Executive Situational Report. This is the discussion, direction, action regarding the Pima County Office of Emergency Management and Grants Management and Innovations, Grants Management and Innovation Southwest Border Executive Situational Report for a period of April 18th to 24th. This was an item put on by Supervisor Christie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's very interesting to me that up until a couple of months ago, we were ensconced with the issue of street releases and an influx of migrants at the border and not being able to handle them. And then there was all kinds of hair on fire. We have to go to the federal government and the system is broken and we need comprehensive immigration policy, and we're running out of money as of March 31st. And lo and behold, another big gift of money came in, I think $21 million. And I'm going over the most recent Southwest Border Executive Situational Report, and it's from April 18th through the 24th. And during that period, it was only roughly 200 individuals that came across the border for a total of 1,377 individuals arrive in one day. 1,377, and it was just a couple of hundred shy of the record. Yet we hear nothing of it from Pima County administration. We hear nothing of it on the Board of Supervisors, and there's never been anything as far as an agenda item. And the federal funding is continued to be managed by GMI, and county departments, including GMI Communications, Health, and Emergency Management, and county administration are working with Casa Salidas Welcoming Center in the city of Tucson. Things seem to be moving along just the way they have been. The city, by the way, has contracts with 4 hotels, and medical isolation occurs at a city contracted hotel. First question is, the medical isolation that occurs at a city contracted hotel, which hotel is that?
Administrator Lesher.
Thank you, Chair Goody-Halva and Supervisor Christie. I'm going to ask Dr. Garcia, and we also have Director Shane Clark from the Office of Emergency Management here.
Thank you for being here, Director Clark.
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Christie, Administrator Lesher. So we use the hotels that are contracted by the city. There are 4 hotels, and we have historically tried to keep folks in a single area. The current hotel, Mr. Clark will correct me, that is where we are placing our folks who need medical isolation is the Quality Inn. The reason to put them in a single location is simply for ease of service and support for those folks.
Madam Chair, I understand that. It makes sense. I'm just wondering which one it was.
Quality Inn.
Quality Inn. Okay, thank you. And I believe the amount that we receive from the federal government, or we're set to receive, is roughly $21 million. Is that correct? So federal money was supposed to run out, and we were told by March 31st. Yet no funding has appeared on the Board of Supervisor agenda for continued funding approval. How is Pima County paying for this from March 31st to date? We've not seen any agenda item to approve the reception of that federal funding. How are we paying for this? Because if my math serves me correctly, this is roughly 5 weeks since the funding apparently ran out on the 31st. Historically, we've been spending $1 million per week, 5 weeks since it ran out. That means $5 million. No approval to accept any more money. Apparently money is coming or has come, but we've got a 5-week break. How are we paying for this and who's under whose approval?
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Christie, we are still utilizing the funds that were made available that we believed would be running out at the end of March.
And they didn't run.
At the current, when we were looking, as you point out, the numbers that we had for a considerable period of time were showing an expenditure rate of $1 million a week, which we'd noted the single largest driver of that amount were the number of individuals that were coming from Customs and Border Protection to the facility. Those numbers have dropped. The amount that we have that's been able to be provided as bridge funding until we believe that the funding is coming from the federal government. If we see that the funds are running out and we don't yet have the federal dollars, then we will not be able to operate until those dollars come. That will be a contract. The additional $21, as you meant, are contracts to come before the Board of Supervisors.
And when do you foresee that coming? And is the amount of money that's not been spent, that's the quote-unquote bridge funding, is that adequate? And how? Why were we told it was going to run out on March 31st?
Chair Grijalva and Supervisor Christie, we believe that it was appropriate for us to continue to project expenditures at the rate that it was being spent, which was, if you looked at every one of those weekly reports, the number of individuals that were being brought to the facility was consistently high or increasing. When we looked at those dollars, our concern was that I will say in abundance of caution, that it not be anyways an expenditure to be undertaken by the Pima County budget. So we wanted to be very conservative, if you will, about belief when those dollars would run out. And that's why we felt we needed to end the program March 31st. If you recall at this meeting, others, we said there may be additional week or two of a trail in that we wouldn't be kicking people out of the facility, and therefore we needed some dollars available for that. And so those dollars remain available, and we continue to work with the federal government on the contracts that will be coming before the board.
So in other words, we were slightly misinformed about when the money was going to really run out.
Sir, I don't believe you were misinformed. What we said to you was that based on all the numbers we had before us, every projection that we had, again, looking historically, you get a weekly report of the number of people who are coming in. Mr. Clark and others remain in contact with Customs and Border Protection. We talk with our partners at every other region, and we knew that those numbers were going to remain at that level. That is what we were told. And we believe that in order to provide the dollars at that rate, at the current spend rate, which we were at $1 million a week, that is what we needed. And that is what we projected to you. That is the budget we projected to you. To suggest that if sometime we come under budget is not providing, is in some way not being fully transparent, is certainly not the intent. What we're telling you is what we believe the cost is and what we believe the dollars are needed to provide, the number of people that will be coming in and the cost to provide services.
But Madam Chair, do you recall the tenor of the conversation? We're going to have street releases. We've got to have this money. The federal government must act. And now we have 5 weeks gone by since that money was supposed to run out at $1 million a week. How many more weeks at this burn rate before we receive the new tranche of money? How many weeks can we go at this rate? And how much money is remaining?
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Christie, I do not have those $2 in front of me. I'm happy to get back to you and the board with that. But again, what we have, as you point out in that report, the numbers have been consistently much lower than we had been seeing prior to the end of the March 30th.
According to this report.
And that's why we continue to remind you that our concern, we were very concerned that we would be running out of money, and that if we did not end the program, and if we did not do it at a time that allowed us to ensure that those who might be in a facility were able to, not be thrown out on the street or to be street released, that we had the dollars appropriate for that we had the dollars available for that. That's when we mentioned the March 31st date, and we're very clear about it.
And Madam Chair, Ms. Lesher, at that same time, when you were discussing ending the program because of the running out of money, you mentioned during that time that you were looking for someone else to run the program. Have we found someone else other than Pima County?
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Christie, we continue conversations with a variety of individuals. We continue primarily with Catholic Community Services. We have been looking at other vendors. It remains our goal for us not to be the fiscal agent for this program. And the current funding that we have, as I've also said in the memorandum, we believe now will get us through this calendar year, and that will provide us, we are very hopeful, adequate time for us to be out of this business.
And someone else that will take over from Pima County.
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Christie, that is our goal.
Okay. And Madam Chair, one final subject on this, maybe Mr. Clark might know about this. I have a what they call an historic flight log from World Atlantic Airlines in Tucson flights. And this is from Flight Radar 24. This is the source. And I think these are what has been termed by your reports in the past as lateral flights. In other words, a lateral movement to move along migrants to their next destination, particularly if there's not enough room here at the Casas Elitas. But I'm wondering, again, who's paying for this all? We're showing in 2 weeks, 21 flights, the same plane. What are these flights and who's on them?
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Christie, Administrative Lesher. We have no involvement in those flights. Those are Border Patrol coordinated or Customs and Border Protection coordinated flights funded by the federal government. It is those lateral flights that transport those that are not going to be infused into our local system, the legally processed asylum seekers that are being infused into our local system. I do not have knowledge of the number of flights or the.
It's right here on the log, 21.
So not coordinated by Pima County.
In 2 weeks, what would you say the capacity per flight is?
Sir, I don't have specifics on that.
And these are going to Laredo, El Paso, McAllen, Guatemala City, and you in your capacity of Office of Emergency Management, you have no direct knowledge of what these flights consist of and why they are there and who's paying for it?
Chair Grijalva, if I may, Supervisor Christie, we're happy to get that report. As Director Clark has mentioned, that's all being run by Customs and Border Protection and the federal government.
It's under
those planes. If you'd like us, we can find out more about the planes and the capacity.
That would be great. It's it's under Flight Trader 24, outlines the flights. And
thank you. We will be happy to provide.
One last question. When do you foresee the money coming with the 21 million?
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Christie, I don't know when that will happen. So we may be coming back to the board, and what we've said before is it is very important that this program be funded by federal dollars. When we came to you before and we saw that there might be a concern with the program ending, we said March 31st, out of an abundance of caution, to make sure that this never in any way spilled over and was then paid for by Pima County taxes. I understand it's Pima County taxpayers paying at the federal level, but others as well. And so I don't know those dates. We're happy to find out more about that and do the math and find out, as we've said to you earlier, how many people, what's the burn rate today. We've spent a lot of time looking at how we decrease the cost to get much less than the $1 million a week. We can provide a full report.
Madam Chair, at the outset, there is a possibility that we will run out of money and the federal government won't come, and it will come out of the general fund of Pima County.
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Christie, no, sir. Our concern has been that there will ultimately be street release. What we have done is try to make sure that we're managing the program so that it is always paid by federal dollars. And we do believe with the, as we know, if the numbers continue to move down and we have this capacity that we've been doing now to find out how we decrease the costs, looking at food costs, looking at everything involved with the operations of the facility to do it much more economically. Our intent is not to have this ever paid for out on the general fund or local taxpayers.
Madam Chair, do you have any feeling, Ms. Lesher, of when we really run out of money?
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Christie, I said a moment ago, I believe that at the current burn rate, we think if the numbers stay down that we can make this through this calendar year. But we will continue to provide updates.
That's a far cry from March 31st. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Well, an additional 21 million was provided, sir.
If the money was provided.
It is, I'm sorry, Deputy County Administrator, Dr. Garcia, and then Supervisor Hines.
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Christie, just to sort of put on your radar screen that at your next board meeting, we are in the process, staff is in the process of preparing an agenda item that will bring those federal dollars for your approval.
Supervisor Hines.
I guess Administrator Lesher or any staff, when we have been promised reimbursement by the federal government for the handling of asylum seekers, migrants, whether it's for lodging, food services, wraparound services, all that, has the federal government ever failed to follow through and reimburse us for the exact amount that we have requested?
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Hines, I believe they have never failed to reimburse for those dollars. And I'm looking to make sure that I have finance and a bunch of people there to ensure that that is in fact true. Yes, sir. We have always been reimbursed.
Great, thank you.
We're paid.
Any other questions? Thank you very much for being here. Okay, now we'll go back to call to the audience. As a reminder, you have 2 minutes, and our next speaker is Jessica Normoyle, followed by Sarah Kenny and Sharon Green.
Good morning. Thank you so much for having me up here.
It's afternoon now, I'm sorry. No.
I have 5 minutes.
Okay.
On April 25th of 2024, the CDC released a preliminary report indicating that the U.S. birth rates had dropped an additional 2% from 2022, bringing the U.S. birth rates down to a historic low. This means that our current birth rate is now 1.62, which is well below the replacement rate of 2.1. In addition, the youngest of the baby boomer generation are rapidly approaching retirement, which means when combined, locally, regionally, and nationally, we are going to be facing a major labor shortage by 2030. In order to mitigate the economic challenges that will be caused by these shortages, we need to engage with our underserved and disengaged populations. Working with these populations requires that organizations meet those individuals where they're at, both physically as well as with their service and resource needs. This is the element and role of nonprofits. We are able to be more flexible with our processes because there are fewer guidelines and restrictions federally, which allows us to be more flexible with the supports that we provide and to create processes that and rules that are more participant friendly. We also are able to meet our community members wherever they are. This often requires that nonprofit staff work weekends, deliver diapers and other resources directly to participants, and take calls at all times of day. This issue with labor shortage really requires a collaboration between governmental agencies and nonprofits. We all have to work together to leverage our strengths to make sure we're meeting the needs of all stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you. Sarah Kenny, if I've called your name, if you can come up, that would be great. Thank you. And after is Kenny, Sharon Green, followed by Rick Youngby, Jenny Grubel, and Claudio Rodriguez. Any of them here? Okay, Sharon? Next. Claudio? Yeah, okay. Go ahead. Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good morning or good afternoon. The destiny of America, death and starvation. Unless we return to our founding fathers' dream of freedom and liberty for all, we will be consumed by the destruction and annihilation of freedom in the U.S. that the agents of Marxism are imposing on us at an accelerating rate. As Churchill proclaimed at a critical time during World War II, never, never quit. For us, that means to proclaim the truth and stand for the God-given rights which our Constitution has blessed us with. We will persevere in demanding that we, the people, are honored as the true governing body of our counties, states, and nation. The will of the people is not to be controlled by the evil, corrupt, Marxist agenda of attempting to eliminate the God of our founding fathers, nor to steal taxpayers' money from we the people to fund millions of illegal aliens and hundreds of thousands of trained militia who are ready to take over our cities and destroy the U.S. This is happening on your watch. I pray that you see the light we must learn to live by, rather than capitulating to the evil destruction that is happening now and planned for the near future. Check it out. How much land has Bill Gates and the CCP purchased in the U.S.? What are the plans for this land? Our supply chains are being destroyed so the West globalists can proceed with their plan to bring starvation and death. If we don't stop the purchase of our farmland by billionaires, globalists, and the CCP who want to destroy our country, then we deserve the coming starvation and death that will result. You, as our Board of Supervisors, need to take the action to protect our borders, protect our farmers, protect our food sources, and put an end to foreigners buying U.S. land and industries. How are we going to supply the food banks when there's no food? I pray that you will seek God's wisdom rather than submit to this evil agenda. God bless you and enlighten you with the truth. Thank you.
Rick? Thank you.
Officially, good afternoon. My name is Rick Ingvey. I am on the board for JobPath. I'm the incoming board chair. I work for Caterpillar by day. My wife and I also own a number of businesses in town, including Sonoran Stitch Factory. We've been proud to partner with Pima County on the Arizona Stitch Lab program, which is a workforce development program to bring industrial sewn training to the area. And we've had over 200 people come through, thanks to the support of Pima County and the Pasco Yaqui tribe. Today, what I want to do is focus my comments on the importance of cross-sector collaboration in workforce development and economic development. With JobPath's 20 years of history, partnering with Pima County, I think we can all see the importance of both One Stop and JobPath in serving the needs of Pima County community members in getting equitable access to education and securing quality jobs that they can actually work and support their families in. You know, as we look at Pima County, companies and organizations throughout the region are talking about the need for labor and for workforce. We also have seen significant rise in tuition and education costs. I graduated from University of Arizona in the 90s. It has gone up tenfold since I went there. We've seen the same cost escalation with education at the community college level. As we start to think about the average amount of hours a person needs to work just to get through school, in the 90s, it averaged 10 hours a week. Today, the average college student works 30 plus hours in at least 2 jobs to just get through school, and they walk out with significant debt. Part of that, as we've seen from the U of A crisis, is that state level funding has dropped significantly at the same time. So we have to look at new private-public partnerships to make the next generation of workforce happen. Thank you for your support, and I hope you continue to work with JobPath.
Thank you. Jenny Grubel. Claudio Rodriguez. Not here.
Okay. Hello, everybody. Good afternoon. My name is Claudio Rodriguez. I am the Senior Director of Policy and Advocacy for the Community Food Bank of Southern Arizona. And I'm sorry to say that our CEO, Malia Chavez, can't be here today, but I just want to say that I acknowledge and I want to thank you all for your partnership with the Community Food Bank of Southern Arizona, and that this work can't be done without y'all. As you all know, as we presented back in January, we serve a 5-county service area, which includes Pima County. And I just want to recognize that our continued support to the town of Marana has not stopped. We continue to provide and work with the Sahuarita Food Bank in partnership in supporting the Sahuarita Food Bank and the Marana Resource Center. This past 4 months, we provided 160,000 pounds of food to the Marana Resource Center itself. And at the Sahuarita Food Bank, we've actually provided 382,000 pounds. And that's just two of the pantries that we serve. And we recognize that our partnerships are vital. As Supervisor Lee said, it takes a village. And we want to say that our work will continue in the partnerships because this work matters, and at the end of the day, it's the communities that we're serving. As a follow-up, we will work with the county administrators to show some of the other areas that we are serving throughout the Pima County region, some of the pantries that we're working with. But all in all, like just with the bottom of our heart as an organization, we thank all of you for continuing to support the work that we do, continue to support the community that we serve, and just want to say thank you. Appreciate it. And special shout out to Supervisor Grijalva for always standing with us and always supporting volunteering. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And thank you for staying through the afternoon. You could hear at 9 o'clock in the morning. Nina Dahlman, followed by Javier Flores. Our last speaker would be Celina Duran.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nina Dahlman. I'm a born and raised Tucson citizen, and I come here on behalf of JobPath. I am currently also an active member of JobPath and One Stop, and I wanted to come here to identify the two core differences between both of them. Although they're the same entities and mirror the same type of motives for the community, they're very different in their core values. For JobPath, it's definitely more family-oriented. They're definitely more relatable. It feels like you're talking to an actual person of your community, and we can confide to them in ways that we wouldn't be able to confide to One Stop. For example, One Stop is strictly towards education basis, which is more than, which is very beautiful because they help with the tuitions, they help with the book vouchers, and they help for workforce readiness. However, JobPath does much more. They want to make sure that your family's okay. They want to make sure that your mental well-being is okay to continue. They're not only just a mentor, but, I've grown to really look up to them. And, I recommend all the students of Pima County or Pima Community College to also get to know them as well, because they do help with gas stipends. They help with bills, and helping with those little essentials helps us focus more onto education instead of having to cut a class for school, to get a job, to support our means. JobPath, like our last student, she was struggling, and there was a point too where my tires popped and I needed to try to figure out how to get to school. But my caseworker, he said, if you can get paid, I'll get it reimbursed. And with that, I didn't have to choose between shoes, work, or even just materials for school. So it's very essential that we keep different type of organizations that have different priorities and different type of core values, because JobPath is definitely one of them that makes me feel valued as a community member. And thank you for your time for listening.
Thank you. Javier Flores. Celina Duran.
Hello. Thank you for having me. It's the microphone.
If you could adjust the mic.
Okay. Hello. I'm here today to advocate for JobPath. They've been invaluable for my success as a transfer engineering student at Pima Community College. Before joining JobPath, I would struggle financially to pay for my college tuition, as I have not been eligible for the Pell Grant at Pima. Last semester, JobPath was able to help me with my tuition so I could focus on my academics and not worry about the financial aspect of my education. As a student of JobPath, I'm not only receive financial support for paying for college, but as someone with an SMI, they also play a critical role in my support group for having someone to check in with on a regular basis. They've also helped support other students pursuing the same major as me, and I've seen in the past their close involvement with PCC's engineering club, of which I'm a part of. I don't know if any other organization has specifically helped transfer engineering students like JobPath has. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Celina Duran.
Good afternoon, everyone.
I am Selena Duran, and I am here to ask that JobPath not be defunded. Not only will it greatly affect me, but it will affect many others like me. I am a first-generational Latina, and I am studying to become a nurse, and I am about to join the very few other Latinos in the field, but I know there are many more to come after me. And like me, they will also need JobPath. I am currently in a concurrent program studying for my associate's and my bachelor's degree at the same time. And I also work as a bartender down the street. And I do all of that while holding a 3.4 GPA, but none of that is possible without JobPath. As you have heard, JobPath helps with so much more than just tuition. And despite being in the middle finals this week, I am here advocating not just for myself, but for all of my nursing students who weren't able to attend with me. When JobPath calls for help, I am there, and I am here because they have consistently supported me. They're not just a financial aid help, but they're family. And they remind me that progress happens one step at a time, and they help me find the proper way to go about that. I am also a part of One Stop, but I am here today for JobPath specifically, urging you not to defund the program that has helped so many like myself. Thank you.
Thank you. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and close the call to the audience and ask if any of my colleagues wish to ask staff to review a matter, ask that a matter be put on a future agenda, or respond to a criticism.
Sure, girl.
Supervisor Scott and then Supervisor Hines.
Earlier, when we heard from another one of JobPath's supporters, she mentioned some significant plumbing issues at her home, and I just wanted to ask the county administrator or someone she designates to follow up with JobPath leadership to make sure that they're aware of the home repair and weatherization funds that Pima County gets. I'm seeing nods back there, so you maybe already knew. I just wanted to make sure. All right.
Thank you. Supervisor Hines.
Just in terms of the criticism that I was somehow electioneering by pointing out to the public that we in the state of Arizona get to vote to retain or not retain judges, and then indicating that there were judges that were involved in the 1864 abortion decision. Once again, that is simply a fact, and that's welcome to Arizona. It's in the Constitution. It's pretty cool. And right. So please don't skip over the judges. I'm going to say this every single time someone brings it up until November 5th. And I forget the names of the two, frankly, Supreme Court justices, but I'll get them for next time.
Thank you. Supervisor Lee.
Thank you, Chair Grijalva. Recently, we got a memo from JobPath, and I'd like to have our CWD group go through that and give a response, because what I heard today really makes me question the fact that there's so much difference between the case managers and student success. When I was at Pima for 15 years and Hermie Cubillos was the director, that was not the case, and I don't think it's the case now. I think they do develop relationships in both programs. And I also am a little bit taken back by the fact that what was mentioned today about paying for gas stipends, rent assistance, new tires. There was a car purchased, the insurance, I'd like to understand, is that allowable under the funding mechanisms that JobPath is under? Because it seems to me that it's going beyond that. And I understand grants management did a monitoring and has a monitoring report that had significant findings. So I want to understand better regarding that. And I just also want to comment that the issue is not so much not thinking there's value in JobPath, because I know there is, because you help students. I see that. I'm very well aware of it, and I spent 30 years in higher education, and I know how difficult it is for many students, and some we heard from today. But I also believe that it comes down to county funds. And we're going to see later today, we're down about $30 million. And the question that I have over a period of time that I want to ask the county administrator to find out from JobPath is the federal financial aid Pell Grant, all the students that are under the umbrella of JobPath or the One Stop because of their level of income should qualify. Now, the Pell Grant pays for not just tuition, books, but it also gives extra that students that qualify can get money for rent, tires. It's their own money. You don't pay it back from the feds. And the issue is the only time you have to pay it back is if you don't adhere to the contract that the feds give you, meaning 12 credits more with a C or better, okay? You can't drop your classes more than a semester, then it puts you on notice. So there's a whole litany of services that I think JobPath is going beyond what I think the county is appropriate for the county. And so I just want you to know that I understand that you do provide a service, but I do think if you stay for the discussion coming up, I have some ideas for you, and I hope you will stay.
Thank you. Nope. Okay. I do also want to kind of chime in about JobPath. And, last board meeting, we approved $1 million to JobPath and have done that for the previous 2 cycles. So this is 3 years in a row of additional funding, $3 million of additional funding that JobPath didn't have from Pima County before then. So I just wanted to sort of say that because there's this perception that, we're cutting, and it's like, no, actually, JobPath is still way out ahead as far as the kind of funding that we've historically given in the past. Okay, so with that.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Supervisor Christie.
We have some folks that are here to address the addendum item number 5 regarding the affordable dwelling insurance. I'm wondering if we could move that up to accommodate them.
Yes, happy to. So we will jump, unless there's an objection, we're going to go ahead and, yeah.
Chair Grijalva, I don't have any objection to Supervisor Christie's suggestion, but I'd like to ask that we also consider item number 24 after that, since the members of the audience who aren't here for that item are probably here for item number 24.
Sure, happy to. Okay, so we'll do addendum item number 5 and then number 24 on the agenda. Okay, so item 5 is affordable dwelling insurance in wildfire-prone areas. This is an item brought forward by Supervisor Christie to address the lack of access to affordable dwelling insurance in wildfire-prone areas in Pima County.
Madam Chair, thank you for accommodating. I'm sorry it's been taking so long to get here. Maybe next time we could have, instead of 147 proclamations, let's have 153. We have a situation that's in dire need of attention and intervention with homeowners insurance. I heard a talk show over the weekend with some realtors and mortgage experts, and the mortgage expert said, we're talking about affordable housing and moving into home ownership. One of the, if not the biggest impediment to qualifying for mortgages or any kind of mortgage revision is the fact that homeowners insurance has risen dramatically, and I've heard some instances of over 40% in a year. And this, of course, makes it difficult to qualify for a home when all of a sudden the insurance comes in and it jumps the payment by 40% and they become disqualified. Secondly, of course, is the obvious issues that the insurance isn't there for coverage and that folks are exposed to not having proper coverage to do any kind of repairs to their homes or maybe even rebuilding, depending on the extent of the damage. I hope my colleagues were able to read the letter from the Mount Lemon Homeowners Association and the Mount Lemon business community. And I want to make sure that my colleagues also understand that this just isn't specific to District 4. It's in every district. The wildfires are causing situations that are making the homeowners insurance either unavailable or jump to epic proportions. So this is something I think that really needs to be addressed countywide. I know it is in the country. We're experiencing the same things. And it's a very delicate balance of insurance companies underwriting risk and including the at-risk communities that are fire prone versus those that aren't, who's going to pay the balance so the insurance company can underwrite it. It really is a tightrope. But nonetheless, it's something that I think really needs the county's attention, particularly through our lobbying efforts at the state legislature. And if, with your permission, Madam Chair, we have Jenny Zimmerman of the Mount Lemon business community. She came down here to be available, and I was wondering if you would permit her to address this for just a few moments.
Absolutely. You've been incredibly patient. Thank you for being. Thank you. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me. So Mount Lemon we have 350 acres of private deeded land. So our insurance has doubled. The Sawmill Run is paying, $28,000 in just insurance. Our taxes are $19,000. We have the highest taxes in the state of Arizona. If you look at the Arizona state, we are red, all of Arizona. When in the Bighorn Fire, we lost 121,000 acres. So there really isn't much to burn around there. We've got 44 hydrants. We have 2 full-time career firefighters. We need help because people are trying to rebuild. And if you don't have insurance, you can, get by it until your structure is ready, and then you don't have insurance. People are paying, I just opened a gift shop. It's 700 square feet, and my insurance I haven't even been open a year, has already jumped over $450. So I'm paying like $200,000 or $2,000 just for insurance for a $700 building that's in the heart of Summer Haven. So nobody wants to come up to Mount Lemon. I mean, I'm not going to be able to sell real estate. I'm the broker of Mount Lemon Realty. I'm the president of the Mount Lemon Business Group, and I'm also the vice president of the HOA. So we really need, like I said, the whole state of Arizona is red. So everybody is having issues, not just Mount Lemon, but I'm the only one that's going to complain about it. So if we can get you to do something, I don't know, do your little stuff, whatever you do, and go up to whoever. And because we talked to, I guess, Gail Griffith's not in anymore. So she was our go-to person up there. I don't know, fix it. No, I'm just going, hey, help.
No.
All right.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jenny.
Thank you for being here. I would like to just ask the county administrator her thoughts on what we can do to maybe engage our lobbyists with the state legislature and to work collaboratively with the Department of Insurance.
That's the one.
What we can do to keep this on the front burner, and we need action and action quickly. Otherwise, as you've heard, we're exposed to some significant losses.
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Christie, thank you, and thank you, Ms. Zimmerman. Yes, I think the first thing is the Department of Insurance, and I remember working for the state during the Aspen fire. It was the Department of Insurance who came in and was the ones we began to work with immediately. So let us start with them. We will engage our lobbyists immediately and see. I think we need to look at it from a variety of fronts. There is one of the things that is in Pima County's legislative plan for the year is funding related to the wild
Buoy.
To the fund. Thank you. So we are advocating for additional funds. We can see what's coming, through DEMA for those funds and the Department of Insurance, and work with our lobbyists. And I think my best bet is simply to provide you all with an update of everything that we will be doing in this area and then regular updates.
And Madam Chair and Ms. Lesser, just to point out, we're talking about remaining in people's homes, and this could be an impediment for people to keep their homes when we're talking about potentially raising primary property taxes, and then there's a double-edged sword with homeowners insurance. So we're involved in both edges of that sword and need to look at it holistically in that matter. So any kind of collaboration that we can provide these folks through our legislature and lobbying efforts, I think would be a step in the right direction.
Yes, we already have high taxes. We have the highest taxes in the state of Arizona. So selling real estate and trying to run a business and all those it's really not helping any of us. So we want to stay on Mount Lemmon, but if we can't afford it, no one's going to be there. So thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Scott.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I wanted to thank Supervisor Christie for bringing this matter forth, and he mentioned during his introduction to the item that this is a problem that all of our districts encounter. We heard in the District 1 office, Supervisor Christie, from residents of the village of Catalina who are hearing the very same thing in terms of the challenge of living in what their insurance company sees as a wildland urban interface area. So I appreciate Administrator Lesher, any follow-up you can do with the Department of Insurance and Financial Institutions, and any information you can share with the board that we can get back to our constituents.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Any other comments or questions? Okay, we'll move on to item number 24 on the agenda, non-competitive outside agency funding for 24-25. This is to receive discussion, direction, or action regarding non-competitive outside agency funding. County Administrator Lesher.
Thank you very much, Chair Grijalva. We have had the conversation in the last couple of weeks about the what I call the non-competitive. They are not subject to the annual appropriation process for, as we go through with the other outside agencies. We looked at the request of the board at a variety of programs that were being conducted in attractions and tourism, through community workforce development, et cetera, with the focus really coming back and looking at, if you will, Job Path, Sun Corridor, Metropolitan Education Commission, and then funding that is provided through a health-related program through the Arizona Board of Regents. The recommendation that I submitted yesterday, pardon me, as you point, keeping in mind that while Job Path has the remainder of the $1 million, the most recent $1 million allocation in the ARPA dollars that they had been funded at the rate of $750,000 annually. My recommendation is that they be funded at $600,000 for the next year, that we reduce Sun Corridor from $650 to $550 and find $50,000 from the Board of Regents related health programs. That is, when we provided with you and talked about the tentative budget, we established we'd indicated a need to cut the $300,000 from outside agency fundings, and that was the recommendation. There's also been a recommendation that we look at the Metropolitan Education Commission, and while their current level of $122,000 be maintained, that they would be moved back into a competitive outside agency process, not this year, but looking at the 25-26 budget year. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Board members and Supervisor Hines.
So so during this budget cycle, there's $1 million on top of that $750,000 that will be going to Job Path, correct? Or on top of whatever number we decide on, 600 or 750 or whatever.
Chair Grijalva and Supervisor Hines, and I'm Lictana for clarity. There has been a 3-year allocation of $1 million apiece. We are in the last year of the $1 million, so it would not be an additional $1 million, but they have until the end of this calendar year to spend down the remainder of that $1 million. It's my understanding that remains about $350,000 remaining of that. Again, they had, Job Path had been increasing at $250,000 a year for several years till it remained to a general fund allocation of $750,000 a year. And then 3 years ago, we began the $3 million ARPA allocation, so it was $1,750,000. While we wind down, while everybody is coming off the cliff of the end of the ARPA dollars, we are looking at, as you know, with a variety of cuts impacting the county budget, looking at cutting the $750,000 to $600,000, $150,000 cut while they can continue to spend down the ARPA dollars through this calendar year.
And so this is just a recommendation for fiscal year 25 that we then can reevaluate for 26, or is this like a forever recommendation?
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Hines, that is for this next fiscal year.
Okay, thank you.
Any other question? Supervisor Lee?
Yeah, I don't know if are we at the point where I can make a motion?
Yes, you can.
Okay. I move that we approve the county administrator's funding recommendations for 2, 3, and 4, but pull out number 1 for further discussion.
And number 1, can you just, so people understand?
Sure.
What that is?
So the number 1 is Job Path. Number 2 is Sun Corridor recommendation, 650 to 550. Number 3 is reduce funding to the Arizona Border Regions for health-related programs by $50,000. Number 4, maintain MEC at its current funding level of $122,000. Move MEC back to competitive outside agency funding process in the 25-26 budget year.
I'll second for sake of discussion. The only other, can I just real quickly, the only other comment that I'll make about Sun Corridor is, for a significant portion of last year before last, our office worked, one staff member almost exclusively on a company that Sun Corridor brought to Pima County that are environmental polluters. And so I would like to make sure that the contract that we have with Sun Corridor mirrors something that they have with the city of Tucson, where they check in with us on a regular basis. Because the argument that was posed to me was, oh, well, we brought that company with funding from other locations. And I just, that, for being one of the largest funders to Sun Corridor, that didn't sit well with me. And so I'd like to be consulted and make sure that Sun Corridor at least understands what this board has voted on and passed resolutions on, and works very diligently to make sure that they're not bringing companies that go against, it was a super majority of the board passing resolutions against, different polluters.
Madam
So
Chair.
that's problematic for me. It was actually Supervisor Scott, and then I'll go to Supervisor Christie.
Thank you, Chair Gahalva. I'm wondering, Supervisor Lee, if you'd consider amending your motion to remove item number 4, because I would like to discuss it separately. And if that's okay with you and the seconder.
That's fine.
Yes, I'm good with that. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I'd like to ask the maker of the motion if she would accept a substitute motion that we roll back all the funding levels to 2019 levels.
What was that?
If I recall, Sun Corridor stayed the same that it is now. And
so 650?
yes.
Okay.
And
You mean 650 or 7?
No, 750 is Job Path.
Okay.
and Job Path was 750. And MEC, I don't believe we had a,
Oh, yeah, we had it.
yeah, well, whatever that particular funding was. That way, it's pre-COVID. It's the same levels that didn't have the infusion of COVID monies. And I think this is going to be a theme that we're going to have to look at as the budget process goes on, that COVID is gone. There's the funding for COVID programs is discontinuing, if not already terminated, and that we need to look at where we were before COVID at the 2019 level, and perhaps at that level, once we could look at and identify at 2019, we can adjust for inflation and decide where that inflation adjustment should land. But I think the base point of starting is to revert back to 2019 levels.
Well, and I wouldn't accept that as a substitute. So I don't know if Supervisor Lee would,
No,
but
because we're talking general fund with the cuts that Ms. Lesher has recommended, and that's where we really need to look at right now.
so we're looking right now then at item number 2 for Sun Corridor and the Border Regions reduction of $50,000.
Yes.
And so Sun Corridor would be at $550,000.
Right.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion on those 2 items? Okay, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Opposed?
Item passes 4-1 with Supervisor Christie voting no. And now
Do you want to go ahead and address MEC, Supervisor Scott? Because I think that might be a shorter conversation.
Certainly. I would like to move that we approve keeping MEC at its current funding level, but that we not approve the county administrator's recommendation to move it back to the competitive outside agency funding process for the next budget cycle.
So that's a motion. Is there a second? Okay, motion dies for lack of a second. All right, so we're back on MEC getting level funding for this year and then looking at and putting them into the competitive process for next. So that would be 25-26 fiscal year. All right, I'll go ahead and move that item.
Second.
I have a motion, a second by Supervisor Lee. Any other discussion?
Chair Grijalva.
Supervisor Scott and then Supervisor Christie.
So I was on the MEC executive board before I was elected to this board. And for years, for this joint city-county commission, both the city and the county funded the MEC through their competitive outside agency funding processes. We received commitments from then Supervisor Elias and then Council Member Romero that they would take us out of those outside agency processes. Obviously, Supervisor Elias was not able to follow up on that commitment, but when I came onto the board, I approached the county administrator about this issue, following up on the commitment that Supervisor Elias had made, and we indeed took the MEC out of the competitive outside agency funding process. Unfortunately, the city has never followed up on their similar commitment, which I think is disturbing given that this is a joint city-county commission. It is not an outside agency. And I have asked the county administrator in one of my weekly meetings with her to follow up with the city manager, and would certainly ask you, Chair Grijalva, to follow up in your meetings with the mayor to, even if they're not going to take them out of their competitive outside agency funding process, that they at least start to match what the county historically has given to the MEC. Because again, this is a joint city-county commission, but for years, we have been giving the lion's share of support to MEC, which I just don't think is at all appropriate. It's not an outside agency. We acted in 2021 to take it out of that outside agency funding process. I'm unclear as to why we are now deciding to go backwards and reverse the decision that we made in 2021, so I'm not able to support this motion.
Was it Supervisor Christie?
What were the funding levels of MEC prior?
I think they've stayed the same.
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Christie, I can speak to last year and the year before, which is the 120 and 122. I do not have historic data. Happy to get back to you.
Thank you.
I think it was 125, and then everyone received like a percentage cut or something.
So, Madam Chair, what would we be voting on at this particular point?
This recommendation is 122,000 for fiscal year 24-25 for MEC. And I just want to go ahead and speak a little bit to why I think that it's okay for MEC to be in the competitive process. One of the things, I wrote grants and asked for funding from Pima County for 25 plus years. Part of the process is you have to justify where you're getting other funding. Like you have to have a diversified fund base of support. You show who your board of directors are and have to prove why you're a unique program in serving the needs of Pima County residents, in this case of, funding for Pima County. I think that is a good exercise for MEC to go through. MEC has historically received funding, but I am concerned that they continue to sort of rely almost entirely on Pima County funding to sustain their programs, and there has to be investment by other organizations in showing that there's value to the organization, and also
fundraising of their own, which is something that they've done historically. So that's sort of been, I was on the board prior to Supervisor Lee, and COVID was a very difficult time for MEC, which is why I'm comfortable giving them the additional time. They also have a new CEO, but that's sort of where I am. And if, let's say, the city of Tucson is willing to match Pima County, then I'm willing to consider it. But right now, the city of Tucson hasn't funded MEC for a significant amount of time, is my understanding.
Madam Chair.
Supervisor Chris.
To clarify, what is it you're suggesting on this level?
That it was an initial recommendation by Supervisor Lee that MEC receive $122,000 for the fiscal year 24-25, and then that they would be part of they would have to apply for funding through outside agency for fiscal year 25-26.
And it was confirmed roughly or guesstimated that they were getting this, 120 to 122, 125 over the last couple of years?
Yes.
Thank you.
Any other?
Chair
Okay,
Grijalva.
Supervisor Scott.
I'm going to continue to oppose the motion, but I'm going to formally ask both you and Ms. Lesher, as well as MEC leadership, to follow up with City of Tucson leadership to at least match what the county has been providing for this joint city-county commission, because you're absolutely correct that their historic underfunding of the Joint City-County Commission predates this board's tenure. It goes back almost to the formation of the MEC in the 1990s. And I would hope that the mayor would recall some of the conversations she had with the MEC Executive Board when she was still the Ward 1 council member and was the liaison from the city to the MEC. And my understanding is that her successor in the Ward 1 seat is now the liaison.
Right.
So I would hope that she would follow up on that as well. Thank you, Chair Grijalva.
Thank you. So we have a motion and a second. Oh, Supervisor Hines.
Just real quick, my staff and I had a brief meeting to check in with the new, I believe, executive director, who, and someone can.
Rocky Perez.
Yeah, right. And he kind of embraced this. He said being part of the competitive process was fine. So I don't, and if reaffirmed that the city of Tucson is definitely not putting him where we are as well. But like, I don't know. It does seem kind of strange that it's not really outside. I don't know. But their leadership seemed to be okay with this. So
I think one of the reasons why I'm comfortable with it is because there are other outside agencies that didn't go through the same competitive process historically. But what they do get is monitored and evaluated by staff on a very regular basis. And I think that for all of the organizations that we're talking about here, that would have been incredibly helpful. So a lot of the things that we're finding out, especially by for our next conversation, I don't know that we would have found those things out if it wasn't for the fact that we gave federal funds. I mean, that to me is why I think that it's important for there to be some sort of process and evaluation, because historically these organizations receive the funding, we have a contract with them, but I think that all of these are merit looking over and ensuring that Pima County is getting what it is that we're requesting for our investment.
Chair Grijalva.
Supervisor Scott.
Just to go to the point that Supervisor Hines just made about his conversation with Mr. Perez, the executive director. I've had a similar conversation with Mr. Hanna, who is the current chair of the executive board, and he is certainly not in favor of the MEC going back to the competitive outside agency funding process.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second regarding MEC. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Item passes 4-1 with Supervisor Scott voting no. Now we're back on to Job Path. Supervisor Lee, did you want to speak on this? Okay.
Yeah, I'd like to speak on it. Well, first of all, I want to thank all of you because you're obviously incredibly committed, all of you. And I really heartfelt thanks because, you know, some of the presentations by students, and I know it's hard for some students, but I admire you coming forward. With that, I am not I am not advocating that Job Path go away. What I'm advocating is that some of the general fund monies be reduced and that Job Path look at other populations that they could serve that we are having, currently, I think, are underserved. And I'll go into that. But the very first thing I want to do, and I appreciate you being here, the board chair, because it means a lot having you here. And, you know, Caterpillar is very respected and you're a small business owner as well. So, but I'm not sure you've seen the monitoring report from our grants department. Has that ever been shared with the board? Okay. So one of the things that I want to do is, the reason why I'm bringing this up, it's very, very concerning to me as a taxpayer and to me as a board of supervisor, because what they found in the monitoring report in March is egregious. It's absolutely egregious, and staff may not know it, but we certainly know it. And I'm going to just touch on a few things. And I'm sorry I've got to do this, but I'm compelled to do it because it's very important that everybody understand how egregious the findings are. So our grants management and innovation department went in to actually do, I don't want to call it an audit, they call it monitoring, because we gave the federal funds of the $3 million from the ARPA money. And so when there were some issues that they found originally that spurred on this monitoring, because some of the invoices the grants department were getting could not be paid based on the federal regulations. And so what they found are several things. And if you want to see it, it's in the Board of Supervisors agenda under this agenda item, and it's in it. The monitoring report is right there, so you can see it. But number one is they were unable to, when they came in to monitor Job Path, they could not find, Job Path was unable to produce documentation of signatures on timesheets. Secondary signatures, very important. Okay, they were unable to produce timesheet records for requested 2 months, as well as payroll documents for a sample of employees. Number two, procurement noncompliance. Job Path was unable to produce procurement-related documentation for a vendor, a sample vendor. So the procedures in their mind violated the federal awards and subawards. Number three, cost allowing noncompliance. So we provided financial support, a Job Path did, to student participants without written rationale and backup documentation. I'll get into that in a little bit. Number five, the eligibility noncompliance. There were 17 individuals that were outside of Pima County. We are Pima County. So individuals served by our success coaches. If you're in Pima County, that student has to be, unless you're using funding that you get from Santa Cruz or Cochise. Lastly, there's inadequate documentation and data collection systems to validate program results, which means that what our economic development department also found is that most of the results that we've asked for or that the grants management folks looked for were not there. A lot of it was verbal. And then when they looked at student files, there was not the adequate documentation in a file regarding the data collection. So that's part of the issues. But what really caught my eye, and I'm just going to go into this and then I've got some suggestions. there was a car purchased for a student. This was one of the most egregious things. So what they found was JobPath failed to provide documentation for financial assistance provided to a participant who first received $8,000 directly from JobPath to purchase an $11,000 car. Then this student received $3,000 from his partner in New Mexico, and this partner, forget New Mexico, it was initials, was reimbursed for this partner was reimbursed an additional $3,000 by JobPath. Therefore, JobPath provided $11,000 for this individual to wholly purchase a car. Now, who does that? Is that really what you're supposed to do? No. So that's really concerning. So what the monitoring said is JobPath needs to establish consistent policies and procedures to provide written support for allowability and reasonableness of participant payments, like what was just discussed. JobPath has no policies and procedures rationalizing the reasonableness of participant payments in this case, nor could it produce adequate transaction documentation. This is problematic on a variety of fronts and violates compliance with federal regulations as well as Pima County regulations. The other issue was, as I mentioned, were the Pima County folks that there were non-Pima County residents being served, 17 of them in that population that they looked at. And then one of the other things that they said is there's a pattern of insufficient documentation, and that the staff could not, the grant staff could not validate program participant outcomes for the tested files during the visit. The monitoring result dovetails with repeated problems that the grants office has had with JobPath relating to monthly and quarterly data collection reporting required by ARPA, the rules established and enforced by the U.S. Department of Treasury. So there's tremendous issues with backup documentation insufficiencies, as well as missing or altered data over time. So this is just a tiny look at the 25 years, because I don't know if there's been other audits. I know JobPath has their own auditor, but when I read some of the past results of it, said there were no findings. So I think part of what I'm going to recommend to this board is that JobPath, as it remains, becomes under the supervision of CWD, which is County Workforce and Development, especially because of these findings. The other thing is that CWD will ensure that the documentations have to be there, as well as all of the rules and regs followed. And so I think it's really imperative that we have JobPath under the supervision of CWD. That might be just one of my recommendations, and I can make that in the form of a motion if you want, or I can keep going.
The only thing I'm concerned about is that JobPath is its own organization, and so I do think that having financial checks and balances is important. I do think GMI is trying to help JobPath to get some of these systems corrected and in place, because I think that we've had a leadership change. I think that there have been some things that perhaps because JobPath has been around so long that there were assumptions made about what was done and has not been done. And I do think that looking at it through the lens of what is federally allowable has been really beneficial, both for Pima County and for JobPath. But having run a program that relies on results, you have to have the data to back it up. And that's been my big concern, because the data for JobPath it's so impressive, right? It's over 90. But how do you prove it? You can't. And so you can't say it if you can't prove it. And that's where I think that it's really important that that information is there, because you can't say someone has completed classes
and, have a certificate and not have their completed schedule, not have the grades, not have the certificate. I mean, not all of it can just be anecdotal. And the other thing I'm concerned about is you have these coaches that work very closely, but how do you justify the expenditures? Because we know that students completing classes, it's not just about money. There's other things that have to happen, right? There's other support systems that are there. How do you justify student A getting $15,000 in extra support and student B getting $500? Is it just asking? I mean, so that's the part of it that has been missing for me. And I know that JobPath just recently had another monitoring on May 3rd. We don't have information about that. And perhaps some of the things that are listed in this attachment right now have been resolved. If that's the case, I'd like to give credit to JobPath for that. But if I have to vote right now, I wouldn't be able to vote to support the amount that's being requested by the county administrator. And so my thought would be, if we wait until May 21st on this specific item, please don't ask people to come to the call to the audience for my benefit, because honestly, what it makes me think of is you're using your resources to lobby the board. And I know I've talked to students, people are welcome to contact me directly, but I think that it would be beneficial for us to get the monitoring from May 3rd and then be able to make a more informed decision, because I do think that I'd like to be able to give JobPath credit, since it's been publicly stated what this monitoring report from April 30th said. If things have been improved upon or resolved on May 3rd, then we can also say that and then make a decision then. But at this point, I wouldn't be able to favorably vote for any funding to go to JobPath at this point.
Chair Grijalva.
Supervisor Scott.
Sorry. Just wanted to ask a question of the county administrator. Whatever amount we approve for general fund support of JobPath in 24-25, and I'm comfortable waiting until the 21st as well, Chair Grijalva, we will have a contract with them. Can we, in that contract, and perhaps Mr. Brown would need to opine on this as well, can we, in that contract, address accounting and reporting standards? And could we also address another issue that has been of interest to the board, which is a agreed upon plan for JobPath to diversify its funding base? Are those items that could be addressed in a contract? Because the contract would come before the board in June, correct?
Correct. And Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Scott, we can, of course, look to include all of those provisions within a contract as long as it's acceptable to both parties. Anything?
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Scott, everything can be bargained for, but I would caution against, to Jan Lesher's point, within federal guidelines and state guidelines, we'd have to make sure that we're aligned with those.
Sure.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Grijalva.
Supervisor Hines and Supervisor Lee.
So a few, perhaps dozen questions here. Just kidding, like 6. Was JobPath subject to federal rules, oversight, stuff like that before getting the funds from like the $1 million over? I don't think that they were, right? I guess I'd like clarification from some staff if we know that.
Chair Grijalva and Supervisor Hines, the rules were quite different with the federal dollars. The $1 million from the ARPA money is different. So those have been very different federal standards.
Sure. And Pell Grants, which are federal dollars, can be used for a lot of things. I'm not saying we should be buying cars for everyone, though I understand that's a one-time mistake that's never going to happen again and helped 2 JobPath students of Pima County. But Pell Grants can be used for tuition, fees, textbooks, school supplies, transportation, broad category, costs that occur surrounding childcare for a student's dependents. So I heard that's entirely what I heard from Call to the Audience, and it seems to me that a lot of the scrutiny and a lot of the concern and the worry about insufficient metrics, all that, some of which were not actually being requested from them, at least in the same way, until more recently. That is either now has been resolved or is being resolved. So I guess it just doesn't seem like a great idea to be just dumping something like this that is helping a lot of people, and 17 people out of county versus the 600 plus they've helped. That's not great. I'm not saying we should be doing stuff for people not in the county. Of course, that should not be happening, but it's not like it was 17 out of 34. So it's the percentage of Pima County folks being helped by JobPath, I think, makes it worth the county still supporting. There should be multiple ways. Maybe folks aren't comfortable going to a government office and knocking on that door and asking for help. At one point in my life, I don't know that I would have been. So Pima County One Stop does a really, really great job. I think that they work hand in hand and that JobPath has a role to play and that they should still be funded by us. And I would support continuing the level of funding at $750,000. And I also am fine talking about this again at the next meeting.
Thank you. Supervisor Lee.
So the original impetus behind this was duplication of services. And so this happened to be a monitoring report that was very important, and that thus I brought it forward. But in reality, if you take a look at what CWD gave us, even the JobPath report, they are very, very similar. Now, does it mean that there is not a place for JobPath? I'm not sure, but one of the things that I thought of is because in one of the reports that JobPath had given us to, a couple years back, or maybe even last year's report, it said maybe looking at the high school population. And so one of the things that I think I would support is JobPath looking at different populations where there is not this overlap necessarily with the One Stop. And I'm not saying that the One Stop couldn't do exactly what JobPath does if they had the funding that happens to be county funding given to the One Stop. They could probably do, the very same things with their case managers and call them success managers or whatever, because the funding is the big driver. However, if you take a look at really what's needed and you work with the One Stop, they're going to be able to help JobPath by saying, these are niches that we are not able to work with, that we think there's a need. And so collaborating with our One Stop to find out what those specifics are. In addition, I think moving towards the high school level is really, that I don't believe our One Stop goes into the high schools and recruits and really talks to them, even though Pima College and University of Arizona and perhaps others obviously go into the high schools. But let's not forget, there is a very high level of high school dropouts. And I really think that JobPath assisting with those students would be remarkable. And finding ways with our Pima County Superintendent of Public Instruction to get in touch with those charter schools that are not visited traditionally by Pima College or the universities. And so that would be another niche, along with homeschool, perhaps. The other thing I think, I would be excited to have JobPath partner with, for example, Youth on Their Own. And Primavera, who does a lot with obviously homelessness, and the Literacy Connects. They do very much with English second language, adult basic education, individuals that I know need assistance and that probably aren't being assisted in the ways we could. So I see the value in what JobPath could bring. And I would hope that if I was to support funding, I would want to see new proposals from JobPath and how you're going to diversify, number one, other funding sources other than just Pima County, but looking at other needed high-risk areas too.
Thank you. So I've heard from thus far 3 at least that we're willing to take this item up at our next meeting. Can I go ahead and make a motion to do that?
Is there a motion right now that we're talking?
No.
Oh, there is
no. So this
there's no
was
current motion.
right. There was a motion and it died for lack of a second, and so we're still discussing. So if we can go ahead and put this on for the 21st, this specific item regarding Job Path, I'll go ahead and move that.
Second.
So I have a motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Any additional discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. So we'll be taking up this item again at our next meeting. Thank you all for being here. All right, do we have lunch? Okay, so one of the issues is we have a long meeting, so we can go ahead and right now take a break and go into executive session. I think we've addressed everything that people are waiting on here and then can come back. Does that sound good? Okay, so we're going to go ahead and, can I get a motion to go into executive? Oh, wait, I'm sorry. What? Oh, no, it's the gentleman behind you. Sir, what are you here for? Yeah. This 50?
15.
Oh, 15. Sorry. Oh my gosh, we're so far behind. I apologize.
Oh my goodness.
Yes, do we want to just go ahead and move that? Yeah.
14 and 15?
Yeah.
So can we go ahead and, okay, so 14, let's go through the Flood Control District Board, if that's okay.
Sure.
Item number 14 is to provide the easement. And then we have to do this with item number 53. Are they 2 separate votes? Or can we combine them into one? Okay, so item number 14 is connected to item number 53, which is also to provide an easement. It's just 2 different, one is under procurement, one is under real property and the other is under flood control district. So if it's okay, I'll go ahead and make a motion to move 14 and 53.
Second.
I have a motion, a second by, I'm sorry.
Sorry, just real quickly.
Yes, of course.
This says $270 of contract revenue. I just wonder, isn't this something that do we need to be voting on this? And just discussing it in a board meeting? Is there a reason legally we can't just have our administrator do these kinds of things?
Go. You want to
Chair,
touch on
can you hold
that?
the Supervisor Hines? It's not the dollar amount, it's the contract amount.
Okay, yeah. Sorry, my bad. You're right.
That's okay.
Thank you.
So we're item number 14 and 53. I have a motion, a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Item passes unanimously. And then item number 53 is the contract with the Tucson Airport Authority to provide regional drainage. No, but didn't he say it was on for is it 15? Right. That's what I meant. No, I said, okay, I apologize. 15. I'm looking at the number and said 53. Okay. Because I'm looking at my notes, I have 53 up here. All right, anyway. Item number 15, Tucson Airport Authority to provide regional drainage facility. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
Motion is second by Supervisor Scott. Discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Gentlemen, are you here for the same item? Are you? You're here for the long haul. Okay, great. All right, so thank you.
Sorry.
And so
What did we do with 14?
we voted, you approved.
And then 53?
We approved. And then we're 15. So now when we come back, we'll address the executive session items and then start at 16.
Okay.
Okay, so can I get a motion to go into executive session?
So moved.
I have and Supervisor Hines second, Supervisor Scott moved. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Item passed unanimously. We'll be a recess in executive session until we come back.
Is there a place to take a nap?
Okay. Okay, thank you. We are back from executive session. I'll go ahead and move to addendum item number 3. This one is pursuant to ARS 38431.03A3 and 4 for legal advice and direction regarding the proposed settlement with KE&G Construction. I'll move to approve the proposed settlement. As discussed in exec. The second by Supervisor Scott. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Item number 4 is pursuant to ARS 38431.03A3 for discussion and consultation for legal advice regarding release of attorney-client privilege memorandum dated March 13th. The subject is the ability of Pima County Sheriff Nanos to adopt a deflection program. That was a legal advice item. And then if we move to the agenda item number 23, this would be the vote to release that attorney-client privileged memorandum regarding deflection protocol and law enforcement. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
A motion is second by Supervisor Hines. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. And now, if you'll indulge us, we'll move to item number 71 on the, on the agenda, because we have our director, Hargrove from Elections is here. And yes, so item number 71 is hearing the fee schedule. This is ordinance number 2024-6 of the Board of Supervisors, amending fees for election-related services provided by the Pima County Elections Department. I'll move the item.
Second.
I have a motion to, close the public hearing and move the item.
Second.
Okay, so, any discussion? Oh, wait, we motioned and seconded. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Thank you. All right, now. Oh, no, wait, we haven't done anything. We've bounced around quite a bit. Okay, I believe we're on item 16. We're at the Library District Board. This is an item that we have to do with item number 55. This is a lease agreement for the Dewhurst Catalina Library. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
A motion and a second by Supervisor Scott. Oh, wait, we can also add 55, I believe, to this one. So if the seconder will approve that, then item number 55 is the same, but it's a lease agreement for Pima County Sheriff's Department for Catalina Substation. So 16 and 55, I have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Now we're on item number 17. This is a feasibility report resolution. County Administrator Lesher is going to review very quickly, I believe.
Sure. Excuse me. Thank you very much, Chair Grijalva. We have an intergovernmental agreement with Rocking K. With this development, it is that organization then that establishes the tax rates for the jurisdiction. But while they are approved by the board, our IGA allows for the organization to pass, about $40+ million in bonds. So far, they have done 1.8. This is the request to issue another 1.95, pardon me, in general obligation bonds. Again, this is at the request of the organization of that taxing district and authority.
So this is the Board of Supervisors as Rocking K South Community
That is
Facilities
correct.
District
Thank
Board.
you.
Okay. So with that, I'll go ahead and move resolution number 2024 RK1.
I'll second.
A motion a second by Supervisor Christie. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Item passes unanimously. On item number 18, we're sitting as the Board of Supervisors. I'll go ahead and move approval of the consent calendar.
Second.
A motion a second by Supervisor Scott. Discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Item number 19, this is recognition of Armando Membria, recognizing Mr. Membria for his 25 years of service on the Regional Wastewater Reclamation Advisory Board and 33 years of service on the Planning and Zoning Commission. And this is an item brought forward by Supervisor Hines.
Yeah, thank you. And I know it's late. I will be quick, but and I don't typically do this, but Mr. Membria has been with us for a long, long time, and we all up here and out there are getting paid, right? And so this is a tremendous amount of sacrifice and amount of hours, thousands and thousands of hours, and he has helped to shape this community, I think, for the better for decades, literally 25 years, and then 33 years in planning and zoning. So he couldn't be here, but we will get him his recognition certificate at a later time. And I just wanted to take some time publicly to thank him, and also to extend to others who are serving on our dozens of boards and commissions unpaid. They are dedicating a lot of their time and lives to this, and we could not run the county without their help. And I just want to thank him and thank them.
Thank you. So I have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passed. I thought I said a motion. Oh, I just let you speak. I'll move the item. You seconded. Okay. That's what I thought happened. Oh, boo. Okay. Anyway, well, I would have voted for it then. All right. So then item number 20 is Board of Supervisors, our representative. So this is just our opportunity to talk about what we're doing on different boards and commissions. Anyone? Okay. The only thing I have is we have an update. The Visit Tucson and Board of Health. Visit Tucson Board of Directors meeting was April 18th. I completed the Certified Tourism Ambassador Training Program with a lot of other people in tourism, which I thought was really interesting training. And then the Board of Health, April 24th, basically heat was the main conversation. We had Dr. Cullen come by. We also had County Administrator Lesher zoomed in to talk about the budget. And heat is the number one cause of weather-related deaths, more than any other extreme weather event combined. Hospital, emergency room, urgent care visits in Pima County because of heat-related illness tend to peak in June, July, and August. And those most at risk of heat-related illness are seniors, infants, children, low-income residents, people with disabilities, and people who are pregnant. And that is it. Nobody else? Okay, so we will move on. Item number 22, Dedicated Affordable Housing Fund Options. This is discussion, direction, action. This is an item brought forward by Supervisor Hines.
Okay, so this is something that we've all worked on, I think, to a certain degree, but that I feel very strongly about. I see a lot of folks that are unhoused. We discharge them from the hospital. There are 2,200 folks that are street living. Homeless. We lack tens of thousands of housing units, affordable and otherwise, in Pima County. And a lot of other communities, in fact, we used to have a dedicated funding source for this a while ago until the Supreme Court threw it out because it was like an impact fee, I guess. But there are a lot of other communities that have a dedicated funding stream. It takes it out of this whole, every year, how much are we going to throw at affordable housing? It's not just coming out of the general fund. It's a dedicated stream. And I think it's something that, we probably can't throw together here at the dais and then vote on, but we have an amazing group of folks working with us in the county, and I would like to trust them with the time to really do a deep dive on this and figure out kind of what our options are. And we recently passed a prosperity initiative. This would actually be very clearly in furtherance of policies 1, 2, and 3 of the prosperity initiative. This idea, this concept that we can bring something forward after staff review and look at these options, and then establish a dedicated way to make sure. My goal would be at least 10 million, if not a bit more, that we can dedicate to this going forward, because the 5 million that we've been throwing at the problem for a couple cycles now, it's making a dent, but it's, again, a dent. We need to do more than that. So I think, we continue to see the housing crisis worsening, and rent in particular for Pima County and across the state and nation has been skyrocketing. It's making, a lot of our constituents are at risk or on the very edge of not being able to afford rent, and then they're going to be living in the street or in their cars or crashing on a neighbor's or a friend's sofas or something like that. There's a lot of distress with regard to housing. So this, I think, could be a role that we really embrace and run with, but I think we need to have the best information present before we need like kind of we need the staff to look at this for a number of months and then come back to the board and really give us their analysis of what's possible, what makes sense. Is this something we refer to the ballot? Is this something we need to go to the legislature to have, do something to help us do this, whatever. But I would like to move that we task Administrator Lesher and her team of her choosing to do this analysis and bring some options back to the board for discussion, and hopefully at that time maybe adoption of one of them. And I guess that is a motion.
Okay. Board members? Okay. The motion dies for lack of a second, but I wanted to speak on why I didn't vote for this specific proposal. We did, when we first got into office, we went through a lot of the suggestions with staff. And so, and some of them are deemed things that we can't do, but others are things that we can do. So I'm obviously very concerned about the severe lack of affordable housing. It's a national problem, but I think it really impacts our two districts the most, 5 and 2, but I think arguably everybody has something, and I'm certainly willing to explore funding options as a problem, as a target of our prosperity initiative, and the need for more funding. With regard to Pima County, we have a housing trust fund that was created in 2004 and 2005 to address the affordable housing issue. It was funded with a rooftop fee on newly constructed housing and lost revenue because during the recession and then before it was impactful, it was dormant since 2011 and 12 when the rooftop fee was deemed legally questionable by the office of former county attorney. So perhaps that's something that we could revisit and maybe ask our current county attorney to look at. The only things is dedicating a portion of the primary property tax to affordable housing in a similar way that we do with other issues that and a PAYGO program addresses. I don't have an issue with that. Looking at a secondary property like a bonding, this requires a public vote, and there would have to be a swell of community interested in doing that before I think that it would be in our interest at the county to go after, it's a very costly campaign and it requires, interest payments on bonds. And document recording fees, my only question for that would be, where do they go right now? And would those, departments or whatever lose funding? And then voluntary developer impact fees, we would have to cut corners for developers to give away some established development requirements to incentivize voluntary contributions. Use of existing mandatory development impact fees for affordable housing is not allowed by statute. And then Pima County sales tax dedicated to affordable housing. This is the most regressive form of taxation, hitting the poorest the hardest. Like requiring low-income people to pay for their own affordable housing. That we already have a very high local tax burden, so that was the issue that I had with that, and the other options are okay. So I don't know that it requires a vote necessarily. I think that the bottom line is that we've already considered a lot of these potential funding sources and found them to be problematic or undoable, but perhaps we can limit the exercise to the PAYGO inquiry and the reassessment of the rooftop fee approach, or looking at among some other suggested possibilities of putting a portion of the county property sales into the housing trust fund. So where do those property sales go now? And could a portion go into affordable housing? That to me is a connection that makes some sense too. Or earmarking a portion of building permit fees for the fund. So I'm fine with looking at all of those options. I just didn't know that it required a vote specifically for some of those other issues, only because I didn't want staff to look at stuff that I've already asked them to do, and they told me that it can't be done for different reasons. So that's sort of where I am.
Chair Gerhol.
Supervisor Scott.
Thank you. And I want to thank Supervisor Hines for putting together such a thoughtful and well-crafted proposal. The reason that I did not second the motion is because in October of 2022, we appointed a 18-member Regional Affordable Housing Commission. It includes not only representatives from each of us, but it includes representatives from all of the jurisdictions, including well, I thought it included, no, it doesn't. I thought it included the Pascua Yaqui tribe and Tohono O'odham Nation, but it doesn't. But it does include representatives from the cities and towns. And I have said to Ms. Lesher probably so many times that she's tired of hearing it, that I think that Regional Affordable Housing Commission has not done enough in terms of acting on its mission. And if you go on the commission's page on the county website, its mission is to make recommendations to the board to increase the supply of housing across Pima County that is affordable, sustainable, safe, and promotes individual and community prosperity. That's the mission. I think they've done a terrific job of dealing with the gap funding proposals that have come in after staff vets them, and then they make their recommendations and send them to us. But what I've heard from both of my representatives on that commission, and maybe you've heard it from some of yours, is that there has been a lack of long-term strategic thinking and discussion, and that's why we put it together. They were supposed to come up with a strategy for as it says right here in the mission, in increasing the supply of housing, and I don't feel that they have engaged in that kind of long-term strategic visioning and thinking that we were all thinking they were going to be doing, certainly based on the recommendations from the task force that led us to then create the commission. So I certainly would be very supportive of some of Supervisor Heinz's ideas going to the commission. When I spoke with them in July, and we were all invited, and they should invite you, Supervisor Lee, at some point. We've all been invited to speak to the commission, and when I went and spoke with them last summer, one of the things that I said, hey, that you might want to consider is some kind of housing trust fund. Or land trust, similar to the community land trust. So I'd love it if they would take up your ideas that obviously you and your staff spend a tremendous amount of time on. I'd love it if they took up any ideas dealing with long-term strategic thinking about how to fulfill their mission.
Any other questions? I think the one of the other questions I was going to ask Administrator Lesher is, we have dedicated $5 million for the last 2 years from the county budget for housing, and that's a drop in the bucket of what we're going to need, obviously, but that was supposed to be leveraging to attract other funding, and I'm just wondering where we are on what proposals have been submitted, what different opportunities we've looked at and maybe didn't qualify for, and getting some feedback on that, because I know that the federal government is going to be putting out a lot of grants, and one of the reasons why we did this, and also arguably the investment in preschool is a good thing, but we would like to have those investments, the same with open space, be the leverage to try to draw other funding, because I just don't think that we're going to be able to obviously fund it ourselves. Supervisor Hines.
So I guess if folks are generally supportive of further exploring these ideas, why aren't we voting for it? Or do we have to wait for do we need to talk to our representatives on the commission and have them ask us to do? I don't know. I just feel like.
Well, yeah, I think that what we heard from Supervisor Scott was different than my argument, which some of those things that we've laid out, we can't go forward with. But I'm wondering if you need a vote, Administrator Lesher, if you could just explore some of, like, pick the brains of staff and, like, what are some things that we've looked at. I know I spoke to Mr. Ismael about it. I think that we have some really, like, people who are very knowledgeable about housing in our county family that we could tap into and maybe get some information from. But if you need a vote, I'm happy to vote for exploring options and giving direction. But I didn't know that it realized it needed a vote, is where I was coming from.
It's not an exhaustive list, and if there are things that are like, whoa, it can't happen without this or that, then they don't have to look at them. But like, and there might be some things on this list that we didn't even consider that would work. So I just want them to go and do stuff.
Look at some options.
Yeah, because I don't know, maybe our commissioners need some better direction, and this would be part of that. I mean. Oh,
so this would be mostly to the commission and not so much to the staff.
And I think they need to be kind of working together.
Okay. Yeah. Supervisor Lee, did you have something?
I had a question about our county IDA, because I could have sworn, I think I read something about the city doing some leveraging with their Tucson City IDA regarding affordable housing, and that might go to this. And I'd love to know if if we have the authority in our IDA to do that. Thank you.
And Chair Grijalva and Supervisor Lee, part of what I heard is the chair looking for a variety of feedback and a full report on what's being done to leverage everything that's being addressed within the commission to see what are all the different funding opportunities that we've been able to glean and to pull together, and that would include the IDA.
Madam Chair?
Supervisor.
I think the idea of remanding Supervisor Hines' comments and ideas, along with Supervisor Scott's comments regarding the commission, be sent to the commission along the same time with staff working to answer and address Supervisor Hines' questions too. But I think the commission really needs to be engaged in something like this. So if that's some direction to give to the county administrator, I don't know if it needs a vote or not, but
Would it need a vote if it's going to the commission?
Chair Grijalva and members of the board, I think your direction has been quite clear in terms of reviewing the mission that has been delegated to the commission when you created the commission. Time for us to reach out and see where they are in response to each of those individual ideas, add to their portfolio a look at what these different funding opportunities might be, and ask them to report back and have the same kind of conversation going on amongst and between the staff, including how we can leverage other programs.
Does that work? Okay. Great, thank you. Thank you, Supervisor Hines. Okay. Now we're on 25, Annual Action Plan. This is Resolution Number 2024-16 of the Board of Supervisors to approve the submission of the Pima County 24-25 Annual Action Plan to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. I will move the item.
Second.
I have a motion and a second by Supervisor Scott. Any discussion?
Chair Grijalva.
Supervisor Scott.
I want to really thank staff from Community and Workforce Development for meeting with all of our offices about this plan, and all of the community outreach that goes into putting it together. One of the conversations that we had with Mr. Sullivan and Mr. Gastelum is that we would like to see in future years administrative costs be reduced, because if you take a look at administrative costs for CDBG, they're $430,089. For ESG, they're $16,887. My understanding from the response, the very enthusiastic response we got from Mr. Sullivan, but he doesn't have anything other than enthusiastic responses, I think, is that is something that has been a topic of discussion within his department and with Dr. Garcia. So certainly hope that that's something that we can look at moving down the road.
We had the same conversation.
I bet.
I did. I was looking at percentages. I'm like, yeah. Good, I'm glad. And I appreciate staff willing to put that percentage that was an additional indirect. Now it's classified as contingency allocation.
Yes. And
the waiver of the indirect. I think that while we can draw it down, when you look at the amount of money that is available for our nonprofits, that whatever we can do to reduce what we take as Pima County would mean more funding for them. And some of these grants are $27,000. So a couple $1,000s is going to make a really big difference. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
All right. So we have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed. Item passes unanimously.
Madam Chair,
Supervisor Christie.
I'd like to move that the board address items 26, 27, 28 as all together, and I so move that we...
Yay, look it. Like right here, I had it. Yes, I'll second. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed. Item passes unanimously. Item number 29 is revisions to Board of Supervisors policy. Staff is recommending approval of the proposed revisions for public safety personnel retirement system and corrections officer retirement plan pension funding. I'll move the item.
Second.
I have a motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed. Item passes unanimously. Item number 30 is Heat Awareness Week. This is resolution number 2024-17 of the Board of Supervisors for the adoption of Heat Awareness Week. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
Madam Chair?
Supervisor Christie.
Yeah, this really is a borderline ridiculous resolution. It states right here at the beginning, the first few paragraphs, whereas Pima County is projected to experience 160 days of temperatures at or above 90 degrees by 2035, a good 10, 11 years off. That's the projection. That basically sounds like summer to me. And if you look, as we did in my office, at the National Weather Service, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, the resolution is worried about 160 days of temperatures at 90 degrees or above. Back in 2017, there were 190 days of 90 degrees and above. And if you look throughout the whole ranking, this is a normal pattern, and yet we're causing this to be an emergency development that in maybe 10, 11 years from now, we're going to have 160 days when back in 2017, we already experienced so many more days of 90 degrees plus. And I think the record is back to 1910 when they experienced 178 degrees of 90 degrees plus. That was a long time ago, and I'm sure DEI was really out of whack then. And I think also the 1864 abortion bill was still a pup. So this really goes, I think, overboard, particularly when we go into another whereas that states, Pima County Office of Climate and Environmental Justice and county departments. Pima County Office of Climate and Environmental Justice. I looked at the organization chart and I didn't see any mention of a Pima County Office of Climate and Environmental Justice. And then that department and other county departments will work to incorporate heat resilience and response into its comprehensive climate action plans. And this is the next question. As directed by the Pima County Administrator and the Climate Action Executive Team. Who is the Climate Action Executive Team and what do they do? And are they, do we have a new department here?
Administrator Lesher, I did notice that we have some slides. So could we go through the presentation and then maybe answer questions?
I'm happy to answer that very quickly.
Okay, go ahead.
I don't need any slides.
We have, the Pima County office is within the Department of Health. It is a specific grant that was received by the Department of Health, and it is an office within that department. It doesn't say and other county departments, it's simply and county departments. The Climate Action Executive Team is one. I do not have the membership in front of me now. We have sent updates to the board. Let me send out another one and let you know. We have two elements of the action team. There are a variety of directors who have come together in a cross-departmental effort to look at a variety of issues related to heat response, and we also have some folks who serve as advisors to that. Our primary concern at this point, as we begin the heat of the summer, is what we are doing with our own county employees to make sure that we are taking every precaution necessary when we have all of our folks who are out working in the field and within the community. This is simply the adoption of Heat Awareness Week.
So this is federal funded?
It is.
This program?
There are the Office of Climate and Environmental Justice. There are grants. I'm happy to get back to you what the source is of the grants. But again, this is simply proclaiming in effect a resolution adopting Heat Awareness Week so that we can remind people what the concerns might be, particularly, as I say, relating to our own employees.
Madam Chair and Ms. Lesher, what is also concerning is that Pima County will develop and enact other policy recommendations to include the potential development and consideration of ordinances or procedural modifications. Does that mean we're going to have shutdowns and businesses closed and the equivalent of masks being mandated?
Wow.
I mean, this really is this COVID redo.
Well, and Chair Grijalva and Supervisor Christie, that has been, I will just tell you, a primary concern that has occurred, and that's why you see we're indicating if there's any kinds of conversations or policies that we wish to bring forward, that they would be coming to the board
Where is that
for
indicated?
Policy direction. I believe you read it when you said there would be, it would be coming for policy
No.
What did you just read?
Pima County will develop.
Right.
Pima County doesn't say anything about the board, doesn't say anything about climate change,
Policies.
emergency
And we bring
action
policies back to this board. Correct. We bring
And that-
policies back to this board for approval. I will tell you, Supervisor Christie, that there have been discussions from other communities about cities that have enacted ordinances. And one of the conversations we have had is that what we do not want to do is revisit some of the concerns that occurred during the pandemic when we were creating rules very quickly. In response to the pandemic, this gives us additional amount of time so that we are not revisiting anything, but that we are able to learn from what lessons we learned then.
Staff put together, I would like to see the slides staff put together. I think it might help what we're doing, if that's okay. Yeah. Thank you. And then we have questions.
Thank you, Chair Grijalva, Administrator Lesher. So this is just a very sort of cursory look. I'll just remind you that back in 2018, the Health Department first produced an analysis looking at heat-related deaths. And we looked at emergency room visits, hospitalizations, and deaths. And subsequently, the county has been engaged in a lot of ways in trying to better understand how this issue impacts our particular jurisdiction. The first slide, please. Nico. So just to share with you, just really briefly, sorry, I can't see just to share with you really briefly, in 2023, there were 176 heat-related deaths that occurred in Pima County. That is a very substantial number. 46% of these folks were folks who died in their own homes. Most of them were elderly or clinically vulnerable. 26% of these folks were unhoused individuals. And of course, we have to report on the undocumented border crossers who die of exposure, who represent about 28% of this. Most of the time, this is something, in terms of as it plays out in this community, this is a phenomenon that predominantly affects male people, that is men, and as on a 2-to-1, 3-to-1 in comparison to women. And it's mostly because of the occupational exposures that are associated with working out of doors. By 2035, as Supervisor Christie mentioned, we should be planning to experience 160 days of temperatures 90 degrees or above. And as we do, as we start planning for that eventuality, we need to start thinking about what are the smart strategies that we could put into play and how we help our community confront what is certainly to be an environmental challenge. Up to date, the heat response planning has been led by the Health Department because it's been couched as a public health issue. In the fall, early fall, the administrator pulled together the Climate Action Executive Team. And this team of department directors has started to strategically think about all things that impact climate as it pertains to the operations of our enterprise and as it pertains to the region. But this group is the larger group that is sort of providing guidance for this effort and initiative. The Health Department has taken to this group a draft plan that we plan to bring back to the Board of Supervisors that has 3 key elements. Next slide, please. The first element is collaborative planning, and we need to engage a lot of different stakeholders across this community and our partner jurisdictions, as well as governmental and non-governmental entities in terms of planning and for warmer climate. And how we prepare accelerated services and logistical support as things get hotter, and how we start thinking about things like cooling centers and other response opportunities. Next slide, please. The second element is the element of targeted intervention. Because we've been at this again since 2018, we have started noticing patterns about where physically in this community and in what sorts of social and other locations some of these deaths are occurring. And it is appropriate for us to think about how we can reduce deaths and reduce the morbidity, that is hospitalizations, emergency department visits associated with heat, by being more conscientious and targeting our interventions in the right settings. Next slide.
Interventions?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, Supervisor Christie. What
Madam
was your
Chair,
question?
Interventions as in?
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Christie, interventions refers to those kinds of strategies that might be deployed. A cooling center, a policy on availability of water for folks who are working out of doors. Next slide, please. And the goal 3 being the area of resiliency, because at the end of the day, the climate impacts are what they are, and so as a community, we need to sort of develop the muscle to be able to overcome and endure what is almost certainly going to be hotter climates. And so the area of resiliency is really about starting to think about what those approaches might be. Next slide, please. Oh, I think that's it. Okay, cool. So happy to take questions. The memorandum is in preparation to begin to share the draft of this work. The resolution specifically speaks to an action that was taken by the governor declaring this week Heat Awareness Week in the state of Arizona. This is being done by a variety of different jurisdictions and is part of kind of the general awareness building as we walk into the warmer months.
Thank you. Supervisor Hines.
Thank you. This is something that I mean, this is a big deal. I mean, in Maricopa County, it was like 645, I think, deaths in 2023. Obviously not our county, but a heck of a lot of people dying from just exposure, heat exhaustion. And as a hospital physician, still in my residency, I had just barely gotten here, not even a year in town. One of my most memorable patients, because it taught me a lot about the border region and what could possibly prompt someone to do this, but July, August, September, seeing people who are nearly dying from kidney failure, heat exhaustion, rhabdomyolysis, which literally means the proteins in your muscles are breaking down. And those little suckers are then getting filtered through the kidney, and it shreds your nephrons, it shreds your kidneys, and then you have also, then you might need dialysis for the rest of your life, right? So like learning a lot about that, this is a big deal, a really big deal. And I think that it's important that we call attention to it, talk about it. And I also remember still a resident on one summer day as I was turning out of, I think it was near Grant and Swan, I was turning, I think eastward, but a 75, 80-year-old woman just just started knocking on my car, on my window. I'm like, hello? And she's like, honey, I need you to take me home. Aww. And I was like, please get in. I'm like, holy crap. I'm like, who are you? And she's like, I'm sorry, it's just too hot. I thought I could make it, but I'm just like 6 blocks down there. I'm like, where did I just move? So that was 20 years ago. But like, the point is, it's like, this is a big deal, and like people need to know. And looking at District 5, looking at District 2, looking at where you have shade and where you don't have shade, our districts, the chair and I, we have especially, it's just terrible. Tree canopies and shade and cover like that seem to shy away from the areas that are most impoverished, right? So another strategy long-term is to work on doing everything we can to build. I know the city of Tucson is doing that as well, but like, so there are a lot of strategies that make a lot of sense, but just reminding people that, hey, pay attention. Do you have water with you? Do you have water in your vehicle? Do you have water, like, are you taking breaks? Are you going to the shade enough? I know it sounds like basic common sense, but sometimes people need to be reminded, and it can save lives.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. So I just want to state really quickly that I think this is a really good step towards awareness, and I'm happy to continue working with the Pima County Health Department and other organizations to help address what I heat awareness and this crisis. So starting first with ensuring that our Pima County employees are best protected from the heat, making sure that they have the shade necessary, that we now have clothing that has sunscreen protectant in it. All of those things are really important. I've gone to visit wastewater, and there are very few spots when you walk around there and on touring, and they're all, are you drinking enough water? But they do it all day long, and there's just not enough places for people to sort of get out from the heat. So this is a resolution that extreme heat poses significant threats in southern Arizona and disproportionately affecting vulnerable populations such as seniors, children, people of color, and those with health conditions. Pima County is projected to experience increasing days of high temperatures, leading to a rise in heat-related injuries and deaths. Today, heat kills more in the U.S. each year than any other extreme weather event, and this is unacceptable. So with that, we already have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
No.
Item passes 4-1 with Supervisor Christie voting no. Hang on. Okay. Now we're going to move on to resolution and contract. This is a public health crisis resolution. Resolution number 2024-18 of the Board of Supervisors declaring fentanyl to be a public health crisis. I'll move that item.
Second.
Have a motion and a second by Supervisor Scott. Any discussion? Do we have any slides, anything that I'm missing? Okay. Do you want to go through any really urgently or like to justify it? No. Okay. So motion a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. And now the very much anticipated item number 31B. This is a contract with the City of Tucson to provide an IGA, intergovernmental agreement, for disbursement of opioid settlement funds, no cost. It's a 5-year term. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
Have a motion and a second by Supervisor Scott. This is something that we've been working towards for a very long time. I do note that the NAACP did send a letter to the board to be considered as part of this IGA. So while it doesn't need to be part of this specific one, I do think it's important that we look at some of those concerns and try to incorporate it into the work that the group is doing. But with that, we have a motion, a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously.
Hey, Chair Grijalva.
Supervisor Scott.
I apologize. I just had a quick question about who the opt-in jurisdictions are. If you look at section 4.3 of the IGA, it says each opt-in jurisdiction with a population of less than 500,000, blah, blah, blah. My understanding is that I think one of the local jurisdictions is acting on their own, but the other one, is it two, Dr. Garcia? Or I just wanted to know who those were.
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Scott, the opt-in jurisdictions following the signature of this IGA will be Marana, City of Tucson, and South Tucson. The opt-out jurisdictions are Oro Valley and Sahuarita. Okay. What that means is that those are the ones that get checks cut almost immediately or 10 days after we receive the wire transfers for the full amount. The other jurisdictions have allowed the pooling of those resources for better planning and implementation.
And is there any, I don't recall that either the nation nor the tribe were part of the One Arizona settlement. That's correct, isn't it?
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Scott, you are correct. There is a separate legal action that was brought forth by tribal communities that is still to be resolved, at least in this state. I can tell you, though, that we are tightly working with PYT and TON, as well as the Tucson Urban Indian Center and other urban serving American Indian institutions.
Thank you.
And this contract is going to be voted on by the City of Tucson Mayor and Council today. So, all right, so we have a motion, a second. We passed it, right? We're done. Okay. Yay. Good work, everybody. I know that was a lot. And I think that it's important that we got to a point where we all could agree, because it's good to partner, especially on this issue in a regional way for solution. So item number 32. Classification compensation, adding some new classifications. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
A motion is second by Supervisor Scott. Discussion?
Madam Chair, just a quick
Supervisor
question.
Christie.
Are
Yes.
these, again, new positions in in response to the CBIZ.
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Christie, yes, there's simply new classifications in response to the study.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed. Item passes unanimously. Can we move items 33 through 36?
So, second?
Okay, so I have a motion. I'll move and you seconded. Anybody, any discussion?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Quick question. If you look at the map of the Quail Canyon property, there are, in the agenda, there are 4 items, four parcels that are involved here. 1, 2, 3, 4. What about the 5th one? Why wasn't that considered, and why wasn't that purchased as well? And if you look along the I believe it'd be the west side of all those parcels, there's kind of a cone, a pie-shaped or cone-shaped large parcel section. And I'd like to know, is there any plans or dispensation of that in the process? But why just these 4 parcels and not the 5th one at the top?
So, Madam Chair, Supervisor Christie, these parcels were acquired as part of the Culp Road Improvement Process project, and so this was part of the 1997 HERF bond funds, right, and finally delivered recently. And at the time of property acquisition, it was those properties that were identified as being necessary for the roadway improvements. So specifically why that one or those others that you're talking about were not acquired, I can't speak to directly, but it would have been associated with the design of the cross-section of the roadway, which of those were necessary to be acquired by the Department of Transportation.
And Madam Chair, Mr. DeBonis, you don't know what plans are in the store for this unimproved piece that runs along to the west?
So, Madam Chair, Supervisor Christie, we can do a little more research and get some information back to the board.
Okay, take your time.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. So we have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed. Item passes unanimously. We're going to go to 37, but we have to do 52 first. And this is to provide purchase and sale agreement contract for a 50-year term. Oh, I'm sorry. I wrote my notes wrong. Okay, 37. This is a cellular license agreement, communication easement resolution number 2024-20. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
Motion is second by Supervisor Scott. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed. Item passes unanimously. Now we go on to 52. This is to provide purchase and sale agreement, the contract amount. Yeah. So I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
A motion is second by Supervisor Scott. Discussion. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed. Item passes unanimously. Can we, oh shoot. 38 is a request for drainage easement. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
Motion is second by Supervisor Scott. Discussion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed. Item passes unanimously. Item number 39, sale of real property, resolution number 2024-19. Did I read this right? It's over 4,000 acres for under $30,000. Is that right? Just want to make sure my eyes aren't bleary.
I apologize, Chair. I was writing notes from the last item and
Sorry.
did not. Which number are you speaking?
39?
Item number 39, right. So this is a treasurer's deed, and that item is $16,900 is the sale of funds.
Okay. For that acreage, though?
So it indicates that the parcel is 4.133 acres of land.
4.1. I was like, oh my gosh, I'm losing my mind. Okay, great. 4 acres, not 4,000. It's like, what is happening? Okay.
My apologies. Yes,
No, it's my
not
fault.
a comma. It's
I was like-
it's a decimal.
Yeah, okay, great. All right, so did we have a motion? I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second by Supervisor Christie. Discussion. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed. Item passes unanimously. We've addressed 40. Item number 41 is the International Sonoran Alliance. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
Have a motion and a second by Supervisor Scott. Can you go out? Oh, okay, so this, I do have a question on this one, because this one has been extended for a number of cycles since April 2021, is that right? And so I'm wondering if we get to December 2024 and Ajo Plaza like those improvements have not been able to be made, can the county work with them to try to find somebody, or can we go out and do it? Because we just keep voting on extending it, because they apparently can't find somebody to do these repairs, but they have the money for it.
We can report back in.
Thank you. Okay, so a motion, a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. We've done 42. 43 is Pima Community College to provide job training. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
I'm sorry, yes.
Grijalva, just to be clear that it is a decrease in funding.
Yes, this is a decrease in funding. The contract amount decreased. Okay. So we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Madam Chair.
Oh, I'm sorry. Supervisor Christie.
Discussion. Madam Chair, it is a decrease in funding. What's going to happen to this money that's being decreased? The decreased amount?
Administrator Lesher.
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Christie, if you recall, from time to time, we bring back to this board a reallocation of unspent or unauthorized ARPA dollars. This would be put back into the pool and come back to this board for reallocation.
And where did the money come from originally, Madam Chair?
From ARPA, from the
So this was
American
federal-
Recovery. It is part of the American Recovery Act.
Was it ever considered, Madam Chair, Ms. Lesher, to return it to the federal government? Where it came from?
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Christie, heretofore, all those dollars have returned back to the board for reallocation.
Okay. Madam Chair, Ms. Lesher, it was reduced because was there no demand for the program, or?
Chair Grijalva, Mr.
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Christie, this was an item that the board actually approved the last ARPA reallocation. They were struggling to actually meet the spend down requirements from the date that money would have been unable to be encumbered. And so as with discussions with Pima Community College, that was an agreement that was made. So those funds have already been reallocated based on the approval that was done the last time.
They've already been reallocated?
That's correct. That was this particular reduction was approved by the board as part of the ARPA reallocations that was done last month. We're coming back to the board because it's a contractual obligation. So because we're reducing the contract, the board has to approve that reduction.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
So we have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Item number 44 is Tucson Unified School District to provide childhood immunization and other health services. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
Have a motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Discussion. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Item number 45, United Way to provide ECAP campaign. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
Have a motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Discussion. This is the 55th year that they've done this. It's kind of cool. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Opposed.
Item passes 4-1 with Supervisor Christie voting no. Any issues with taking 46, 47, 48, 49, 50?
I have a question on 50.
Okay, so we'll do items 46 through 49 together. I'll go ahead and move all of those items.
Second.
A motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Discussion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. And you had a question on 49?
50.
50, I apologize. 50 is to provide point-of-sale reservation system. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
I have a motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Supervisor Christie.
First of all, who are it says $750,000 in revenue. Where does the revenue come from, Madam Chair?
Administrator Lesher.
Thank you. Chair Grijalva, Mr. DeBonis.
Madam Chair and Supervisor Christie, so this is a point-of-sale system that's used by our Natural Resources, Parks and Recreation Department. So it would be for paying fees for programming and rental of facilities that are parks and recreation centers and things of that nature. So that's the 2-year term and the revenue that's generated through our parks fee ordinance that people would pay online for.
And Madam Chair, Mr. DeBonis, where do the accrued revenues go?
Madam Chair and Supervisor Christie, those go into special revenue funds in the Natural Resources Parks and Recreation Department and get invested back into then the facilities and the amenities that we have in the park system.
Madam Chair, Mr. DeBonis, at one point in discussion with the new director, he mentioned a director's discretionary fund. Does that go into his discretionary fund?
So, Madam Chair and Supervisor Christie, I'm not familiar with the term of discretionary fund. So there is a special revenue fund that goes into investments in parks. So that may be what he was referring to when he indicated that. So the department director, along with the team there, has the ability to annually identify what the need priorities are and then invest those dollars in those upgrades. So it could be playground system infrastructure, it could be lighting system improvements, it could be routine maintenance or service expansion if we're offering new programs, a new class, or things of that nature.
Madam Chair, and does that go before the Parks Board first for any kind of a discernment, or?
So, Madam Chair and Supervisor Christie, the Parks Commission meets on a regular basis, and there is a director's update that is part of that process. So any capital improvement plans are the commission receives notification of those capital improvement plans on a regular basis and an ongoing basis. Program expansions and things of that nature, yes, those are the types of things that advisory commission would hear about and then be able to provide input back to the director on.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. DeBonis.
Okay, so I believe we have a motion and a second on 50. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Now we're on 51. Do we want to? Okay, we'll just do 51. 51 is Motorola Solutions. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
A motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Item number 54, resolution number 2024-21, authorizing the approval of Organized Crime Drug Enforcement Task Force's fiscal year 2024 agreement. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
Have a motion and a second by Supervisor Scott. Discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. We've addressed 55, correct? And now we're on 56. This is to provide opioid abatement funding. It's accepting a grant. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
Have a motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Discussion.
Chair Grijalva.
Supervisor Scott.
I just wanted to, this is my mistake, but I had emailed the county administrator yesterday with some requests that I made. The last time we talked about the opioid settlement fund, and asked for some additional information on that. I neglected to bring that up when we were talking about the IGA, so just want to renew that request from yesterday. And that was for information to the entire board, not just to my office.
All right. Thank you. We have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. I apologize. We're going to have to take a very quick break because we've run out of memory in the DVD for our recording. You're welcome, everyone. Okay, so as soon as we get that, we'll come back. Right, you want us to wait though, right? And take a break? Oh, okay. You stressed, she's like, we're done with minutes. I'm like, okay. All right, sorry, we can continue. So can we take items 57 through 67?
I have 58 I have questions on, but other than...
Okay, so 57 through 67 excluding 58. Does that work?
Correct.
I'll go ahead and move those.
Second.
Have a motion and a second by Supervisor Scott. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. And then item number 58 is U.S. Department of Homeland Security Federal Emergency Management Agency Food and Shelter Program. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
Have a motion and a second by Supervisor Scott. Supervisor Christie.
Thank you. We've got roughly 3 years of funding of EFSP, which this comes under. And that 3 years of funding was designated for migrant shelters. Now it appears that that same funding is not for migrants, but is being reimagined, if you would, for residents facing homelessness. So 2 questions I have, Madam Chair. What is going to happen, and is this in some sort of competition with the EELS program that we already have in place? And are migrants involved in this particular funding?
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Christie, I'm happy to provide clarity and understand the confusion. Understand that the Emergency Food and Shelter Program has been ongoing for more than a decade, long before there was a migrant crisis. And that was the mechanism that FEMA used in order to resource some emergency food and shelter programs, emergency sheltering. That same mechanism, you are right, has been used by the same agency to fund some of its work with asylum seekers. These are completely unrelated. They are run out of the same agency, the same program, but completely unrelated and segregated funds. So no, none of these dollars that are under consideration by the board today, none of these dollars are for asylum seekers. All of these dollars are part of the allocation that we receive, that the county receives to provide food and shelter assistance and some utility and rental assistance. Is it a substitute for the EELS program? No, that is a completely different, although related component. This is essentially a formula allocation from FEMA for homelessness.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for 58. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Opposed.
Item passes 4-1 with Supervisor Christie voting no. Now we're on to hearings. Is anyone here in, okay, I apologize. Now we're taking a break. We've hit the map.
Right when we hit the liquor license.
Right, now we hit the liquor license. We're done. So you'll just let me know. Do you want to take at least a 5-minute? Okay, 5-minute break. Thank you.
Much 35.
They are 3 liquor licenses. Take off, man. Safe travel. Be careful. Enjoy. Have a good tea? Yeah. Oh, that's going to be so much fun.
Yes. Okay, so Stan doing
Bar, 69 Three Canyon Beer and Wine Garden, 70 Three Canyon Beer and Wine Garden. One is the Series 7 and one is the Series 12. Any of those? Anyone here in opposition? Okay, so I'll go ahead and move to close the public hearing and approve the liquor licenses for 68, 69, and 70.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed. Item passes unanimously 4-0. And then we have, what do we have? Going on the addendum, we've addressed all of them. No, yes, we've addressed all of them except for number 7. So number 7 is a study session. This is discussion only regarding the fiscal year 2024-25 recommended budget. Administrator Lesher.
Thank you very much, Chair Grijalva, members of the board. In a moment, I'm going to turn over to Finance Director Moulton, who will do an overview of where we are with the process. Our hope for today, excuse me, I just put a mint in my mouth, is to get feedback, questions, comments. For those of you who recall when we did these budget sessions a couple of years ago, we don't have a lot of staff here, as you can see, between finance and our deputy county administrators. We can try to answer some questions. The others we will take down. Any questions, comments, and our commitment is to get you a response in writing and to be posted within 48 hours. Okay, thank you. Ms. Moulton.
Chair Grijalva, Supervisors, thank you for letting us present to you the recommended budget for fiscal year 24-25. Next slide, please. As with last year, we have 4 budget focus areas. These are the budget pillars and the various goals. You would have seen longer versions of these as part of the strategic planning that was presented at earlier board meetings. The 4 areas are core functions and excellent service, improve the quality of life, critical infrastructure and economic growth, conservation, sustainability, and climate resiliency. Each one of these 4 pillars have a variety of goals and processes where we're going to try to achieve those, and they are reflected in how the budget was put together and a reflection of put your money where your mouth is, basically. So these are what the goals are, and the budget reflects that. Next slide, please. Not that any of you necessarily need a reminder, but the economic outlook for the United States is not that spectacular. We are seeing some trends that are concerning to us. You have seen these reported in our quarterly economic reports for the last year. The 7 indicators that we are paying attention to, all of them are trending unfavorable. They include inflation, housing, retail sales, gasoline sales, federal funds rate, and unemployment. So we are looking at some moderate to high headwinds for our economic outlook. Next slide, please. All of these factors impact the 2025 budget, the recommended budget that's in front of you. Additional uncertainties are the state has not yet adopted its budget. Typically, at this point, the state has adopted its budget and has told us what portion we are required to pay to them. We have that in a couple of places, but we don't have the entire budget yet. So there is some uncertainty that once they pass their budget, we might have to make some adjustments to our budget. And those areas start in the state shared revenue. They have, over the last number of years, the state shared tax revenue has been increasing. They are forecasting a flattening out of that, so we're not seeing that move up anymore. The big one for us is the state cost shifts. We don't know what they're going to do. And then, unfortunately, inflation is still quite prevalent.
and my prognostication skills are not that great. I don't see it downturning anytime soon. Next slide, please. So this is a representation of the budget for fiscal year 24-25. We have the revenues by sources and fund balance and the expenditures by functional area. This is for the entire county. So we talk about a $1.7 billion county expense budget. This is what you're seeing here. You see that on the expenditure side, 550 million basically in the general governmental services area, 109 million in health services, 403 million in justice and law, 480 roughly million in public works, and 185 million in community resources. That makes up the Pima County budget as a whole. On the revenue side, you see we have $1.9 million in revenue and fund balance. 1.9 billion, sorry. Property taxes, $574 million. Charges for services, $254 million. Those are generated by departments doing the business that they do, either fees for service, permits, etc. Intergovernmental revenues, $580 million. A lot of that is state shared sales tax, grants, monies from the state that are programmed to come to us. Another $60 million in other revenues. And finally, there is $465 million in fund balance from all of the various funds within the county. Next slide, please. This is a different breakdown of the budget by fund or fund category. We have the general fund, special revenue funds, which include grants, the debt service fund, the capital projects funds, and the enterprise funds. The enterprise funds are basically those that are business related, such as the wastewater fund, the parking garages, development services. You can see here, and I if you want me to, I can go through all of the numbers, but basically these are the 5 fund types, and they're broken down, and you can see the beginning fund balance, the revenues, the transfers in, less the expenditures and the transfers out, so that in the general fund, we start with 125 million of fund balance, and we end with a 0 fund balance, meaning that all of the money that we have received, we plan to spend. That includes the 97 million of the general fund balance reserve as per policy. Do you have any questions, or do you want me to go through all of these fund types? Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Supervisor Christie.
The fund balance reserve, isn't that mandated, or are you just using that for your process?
The general fund balance is a board policy, and 97 million of it is included in our budget as part of the state requirements. We have to budget to spend it, so it's included in the expenditures. This next slide talks about what is in the general fund. The revenues for the general fund come primarily from property taxes of 464 million. The state and other tax revenues from the state, 235 million. A variety of departmental fees and admin overhead charged to those other departments of about 40 million. Other revenues, a small amount of 17 million. That's from the general fund departments charging for the services that they provide, such as the recorder's office or the courts. the fund balance of 125 million, and transfers in. Transfers in are payments basically from other departments, the non-general fund departments, paying to the general fund for general fund services, such as finance, procurement, general county overhead. That makes up a portion of this. Another portion of this is made up of the indirect cost allocation that is charged to various grants to pay for those same general fund services. Next slide, please. So where does the general fund money get spent? You can see here that the largest percentage of the money is spent in justice and law. That makes up a plethora of departments, including the sheriff's department, the county attorney, all of the courts, as well as the public defense services. The next largest area is the general government services. Followed by the health department, health services, which include not just the health department, but behavioral health, followed by public works, community resources, and then transfers out. The transfers out represent payments to other funds, transfers to capital project fund to fund capital projects that were paid for via property taxes. Next slide, please. The restricted funds and taxing districts. Anything that's not in the general fund is considered a restricted fund. These would include the library district, which is a separate taxing district, the flood control district, which also has a separate taxing district, but would also include other restricted funds such as the health department or any of the other special revenue funds where the money is restricted to be spent on specific purposes. The breakdown of these monies represent $1.3 billion going to the various services that we just talked about, health services, some justice and law, some general government services, community resources, public works, etc. This next slide, please. This next slide is the expenditures on those same restricted funds and taxing districts. The previous slide showed a $1.3 billion revenue flow. This shows a $1.1 billion expenditures. You can see that in some cases we are taking in more money than we are allocating to spend in the current year. Any of that differential will flow into the fund balances of those restricted funds to be used for future projects or capital projects that might need to come up in the future. Next slide, please. The fiscal year 24-25 recommendations. We are making a recommendation that we keep the overall Pima County tax rate unchanged at 5.1048. That is the overall tax rate. There are changes within the 4 types of taxes, but we are requesting to keep the total tax rate flat. On the expense side, we're recommending $15.8 million in supplementals to the general fund. We are requesting $1 million be set aside for the class and comp phase 3 implementation. We are also requesting reductions. We are using the ARPA reallocation of funds to reduce expenditures by $10 million, funding those expenditures through the ARPA reallocation. We are also recommending a 2% cut in all general fund departments. That reduction is approximately $11.5 million. That reduction applies to all general fund departments, elected officials, and non-elected official departments. And we are recommending an outside agency reduction of $300,000. Next slide, please. This is just some additional information so that when we're talking later this afternoon to give you a sense of where things are. If we were to do a 1% reduction in expenses to the entire general fund, that would equate to about $5.7 million. An increase in the primary property tax rate, 1 penny on the primary property tax rate will garner approximately $1.1 million in revenue. And 1 penny increase on that tax rate would cost the average homeowner whose home is $225,000, approximately $2.24 per year. So that's just informational. So when we're looking at either the tax rates or the reductions, you have a frame of reference. So that ends the presentation portion. Happy to try, as Ms. Lesher indicated, to answer any questions that you might have. Anything that we can't answer today, we'll be happy to get you an answer within 48 hours.
Madam Chair.
Supervisor Scott, Supervisor Christie, and Supervisor Lee.
This is where I have questions, and I don't know if any of them can be answered today. But if you go to section 3.5, I'm sorry, page 3.5 on the, it's section 1 of the transmittal memo overview of the recommended budget, second paragraph, second sentence, and this is dealing with base budgets and supplementals. It says, requests surpassing this base budget had to be submitted as supplemental requests. These requests were evaluated by prioritizing areas with the greatest need, investing in new programs or initiatives, and augmenting funding for existing programs. Departments collectively submitted over $81 million in additional funding requests, with nearly $68.2 million incorporated into the recommended budget. Now, the very last page of our voluminous budget book shows all the supplemental requests. And what is really striking, I think not just to me, but probably would be to the average taxpayer, is the number of ongoing requests, which amounts to, $43.7 million all told. And then the one-time supplemental requests are $24.4 million. I would like some more information on all of those supplemental requests. And if there's a place to find them in the budget book, then, I can dig around for them. But the only thing that we have for supplemental requests is this document, front and back, and I'd like some more information on it because that is a substantial chunk of this budget.
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Scott, thank you. We'll provide you with all the supplemental requests. Again, I think the fact that 43.7 are ongoing is something that was of a concern to us as well, but happy to provide each of those. And to the extent we can, our notes of the recommendations, those we did not recommend move forward along with those that we have.
And Ms. Moulton, you looked like you were getting ready to say something right before Ms. Lesher, but thank you, Ms. Lesher.
Chair Grijalva, supervisors, each department, when they submit a supplemental request, has a form that they fill out, so we have that level of detail. And happy to put it in a place where everyone can get to it.
Wonderful. The second area where I have questions is if you go to page 313 in the transmittal memo, Section 3, General Fund Ending Fund Balance. And it says the recommended general fund ending balance for fiscal year 23-2024 is projected to be $125,355,198, resulting from decreased expenses and higher than anticipated general government revenues. This amount represents an increase of $32,261,980 over the fiscal year 2023-2024 budgeted general fund reserve of $93,073,218. That is that's a big change from what we projected. And my memory, granted, only being in my first term, but having looked at budgets from previous years before I was on the board, my memory is it's almost always higher, and almost always substantially higher than what we projected. I mean, the difference between 93 million and 125 million, I mean, that's substantial. And what I'd like to know is, what lessons are we learning from both last year and this year that we can apply moving forward so that there's not a $32.2 million gap between what we thought it would be and what it turned out to be. And I realize that's an inexact science, and that we're also dealing with other people's numbers, perhaps especially from the state. But that's big, and it strikes me that it's always big.
Chair Grijalva, supervisors, you are correct. It is a fairly significant number. It comes from basically three areas this year. The state shared sales tax is higher than anticipated. That number is significantly lower than last year. We budgeted more in line with what the state was telling us in 2024. So while we are coming in at, is it like 15 million more? Well, it's only 4 million more in state shared sales tax. We also are seeing, we've had a significant increase in interest income. That was very hard to predict when we were budgeting, 18 months before the year started, before now. And so we're seeing a significant uptick in that as well. We have taken both of those things into consideration when creating the 25 budget. And then there's your particular favorite, vacancy savings. Again, that number is significant in the county, depending on what time of the year and what positions are vacant. So I believe that we have taken stock of the changes of the reality of what we budgeted versus what actually happened, and have tried to implement some of that knowledge into the 25 budget. Unfortunately, only time will tell if we did a better job. I'm anticipating that we have done a much better job. I believe that with the new board policy on vacant positions, we will also be able to more properly identify where those savings are earlier in the year so that we can tell you about them. Part of our issue, I believe, is that specifically with vacant positions, people tend to be optimistic that they will fill the positions that they need to fill. And as time moves on through the year, reality is not necessarily that. And so you see in the latter months of the forecast, departments coming to grips with the fact that they will not be able to fill those positions, or those positions that they thought they were going to fill early in the year were actually vacant for 9 months or 10 months of the year.
So thank you, Ms. Bolton. So I'd like a little bit more information than the transmittal memo shares as to the decreased expenses and higher than anticipated general government revenues. But more importantly, I'm interested in hearing more about the Monday morning quarterbacking that you all are doing that hopefully will help us to have closer to our estimate when we're sitting here next year. But you mentioned vacancy savings, and that is actually the third area where I have questions. So budgeted FTEs are 23 more than we had this year. And that's said to be mostly attributed to the sheriff's department and wanting to make sure that they can keep up with the admirable hiring and recruiting that they're doing. But we just got the vacancy summary on yesterday, and we have 950 vacant positions. The new policy that we passed doesn't go into effect until July 1st. But what I'm wondering, given that this 900 to 1,000 figure has been a staple at the county level for many, many years, why weren't current vacancies taken into account when budgets were created? It seems to me that optimism that you were just referring to pervaded all of our departments. And so my essential question is, why didn't the long-standing vacancy rate of 900 to 1,000 better inform budget development? Because if you take a look at the 12 departments with a vacancy rate of 16% or higher, 5 of them are budgeted more FTEs next year than they have this year. 5 of them have less. 2 of them are roughly the same. But the biggest reduction in FTE is in Parks and Recreation. And the only reason for that, as it says in the narrative portion of the comparison memo we got, is because they're being moved into a new department, into CLS. So what I am failing to understand is why a county that has historically had 900 to 1,000 vacant positions at any given time during any given year didn't take that into account when it was putting its budgets together. And I realize that's a question that would have to be posed to every department director and every elected official, and I don't feel like it was. Because if I get that we're, in a way, we're waiting for the policy, but we were talking about the budget long before, months before that policy. And all of our directors and elected officials are essentially budgeting either for around the FTE they have this year or maybe slightly more, slightly less. So I just don't understand why that wasn't taken into account. And I'd also like to ask that it be taken into account. I mean, it seems to me we've got time between now and May 21st to follow up with directors and elected officials. And I really appreciated having both this report, the vacancy summary, and this comparison memo, because you can compare what departments have now, what they want next year, and there really isn't that much of a change, except for those 46.63 FTE that are going out of Parks and Recreation into CLS, but CLS is going to have 65.5 FTE. So it's not, so they're getting even more than what they're getting. I just don't feel like we took that as a county, that we took into account that we've been carrying around 900 to 1,000 vacant positions.
Chair Grijalva, yes, supervisors, when you look at the county as a whole, yes, we still have that 900 to 1,000 vacant positions. You noted that the overall FTE went up 23, but if you were to look at the memo that talks about the budget comparison and look at it individually, you will see that, yes, Parks and Rec got split, CLR was formed, sustainability went away, that was folded into CLR or CLS, but individual departments did take a look at some of their FTEs. You will note, maybe not enough, but you will note that, for example, fleet services went down 1, grants management went up 11, half an FTE here and there. Public defense services dropped 9. Real property went down 1. Each individual department that we worked with took a look at their FTEs and did an assessment. If that assessment was critical enough based on, where we stand with the 900 to 1,000, that I believe is probably open for discussion.
I think that assessment, and I get that they did, because I went through every column on this table. You can tell that they did, but I think their assessment was based on that optimism that you referred to when you were talking about the previous topic. And I think history would belie being optimistic. And so I hope we can go back and look at these recommendations from the departments, taking into account the history of all these vacant positions. See, I told you I didn't think any of these three things would.
I just want to make two comments, if I might, Supervisor Grijalva. And on the third point, we'll go through and provide that individual analysis. One of the things we're looking at, and I'll tell you, this is not answer each of those, but as an example, we have had, I'll use fleet services or facilities management, I think is a better example. Right now, we have a variety of positions that have been open far too long. They have been some of the top of what we've looked at in the compensation classification analysis. We have them identified in sort of a hot list that they remain unfilled. We have no locksmith, as is an example. We're trying to fill and find those positions. So we can certainly go through. It does not answer each and every one of the 900, but many of those are ones that we hope will be addressed that remain critical to the county. In some of these facilities management, fleet services areas that we hope we've addressed the ability to fill the position through the class and comp study. We always look at the vacancy savings, so let us do that crosswalk for you. And the other item, I just wanted to go back for a moment about, as you've noticed, the significant increase in fund balance. And just as a reminder and sort of a placekeeper, one of the things we have been trying to do in the last couple of years is make sure that we grow ever closer, if you will. That I think when you came on the budget or in the early years, our fund balance was estimated generally between $40 and $42 million. And then we would end the year at $125 million. And each budget started with an initial summary of all the things we were recommending were paid for by that additional 80-some thousand or $80 million. And so what we've tried to do is make sure that rather than indicating there's 40 million here, but there might be additional dollars made possible by vacancy savings or something, that we have provided complete transparency about what actually is that fund balance. We've not yet found that math to get to exactly where we need to go, but I would suggest that the difference between 93 and 125 is a lot better than 40 and 125. So we hope to continue to move in that direction. Thank you for highlighting that area, because it is one that continues to need work.
I appreciate that very much. And I just had one other quick question, and it's back on the number of positions. If you go to page 313, and the table that shows budgeted FTEs, there's 7,100 budgeted FTEs for this fiscal year, the fiscal year that we're in right now. But the vacancy summary from Monday says 7,478 positions. So are those additional 378 positions grant funded?
Chair Grijalva, supervisors, I would have to look at that, but throughout the year, we add positions. So you have the budget number, which gets set in May, And then if new grants are added, new PCNs are added, if a department requests an additional PCN and can fund it, those requests are also looked at. So I would need to look at that differential.
No, just the explanation is fine because it's obviously a combination of grant-funded positions and then times where additional PCNs were requested and granted. No, that's fine. Thank you.
Supervisor Christie?
Three quick things, Ms. Molden. If I recall, you've been here from the beginning of the meeting, right? So I think you need to apply for hazard pay and deserve it. First, can you provide my office with an analysis comparison of the 2019 budget versus the proposed budget? And you don't need to go too deeply into the weeds, but a significant comparison of an overview of the more important factors or the more factors that really stand out, so we can compare what we had in 2019 versus what we're proposing today?
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Christie, we'd be happy to do that. I cannot commit to getting that done in the next 48 hours.
Oh, no. I should have made that clear. As soon as it's possible for you to.
Excuse, Chair Grijalva, if I may, Supervisor Christie, I just want to be clear, because sometimes where we snap the line matters. Looking at that, we're getting to pre-COVID versus now. Okay.
Exactly.
Sometimes as a fiscal year changes, I want to make sure that we provided the answer to your question. If we do the 1920 versus today, it's probably going to get you dangerously close to what you're looking for. I just want to be able to see.
Well, that's probably a better way of putting it. What it was, what the budget was as a comparison pre-COVID versus what we're being proposed to today. The second thing, Ms. Moulton, could you give us a kind of a roadmap to where we would have to be for a revenue neutral primary property tax rate?
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Christie, that I can get you in the next 48 hours. We already have that done. I don't have it at my fingertips, but we did do the math on that.
Great. That's all I need. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Supervisor Lee?
Thank you, Chair Grijalva. Yeah, I have quite a few questions, so I don't know if I want to take all my colleagues' times here, but couple of things that are questions that I want to understand the tax levy, and I'm looking at are you going? Listen to this.
Thank you.
Oh my gosh. Hey. Oh, I guess he doesn't want to listen to the answer here. Okay, what I'm looking.
I'm sorry, just to pause. Supervisor Christie has left for the record.
Oh, okay, thank you.
So we're now down to 4.
I'm looking at the memorandum from County Administrator Lesher, April 26th, transmittal of the fiscal year 24-25 budget, and it's the summary. So if you go to page 15, I want to understand, and you go down like 4 paragraphs, I'll read it. The benchmark set by the state truth and taxation statute is more stringent than the county's maximum allowable primary levy limit, which is linked to a moderate annual inflation rate of 2% as stipulated in the Arizona Constitution. As per the maximum allowable primary levy limit, the county can increase its primary rate to $4.71, which is a 0.61% higher than 61 cents higher than the recommended general fund rate. Consequently, the constitutional imposed levy limit is $530 million, surpassing the recommended primary property tax rate by $69.6 million, or 13.1%. Can you explain that?
Chair Gahalva, supervisors, I can try. What you have here is there are a couple of different statutes and constitution that governs how much you can raise property tax rates on any given year.
Yeah.
So the maximum allowable property tax limit says that we can have a general primary property tax rate of 4.7175. We are recommending a 4.0102 rate for the general fund. That's where the 61.85 cents comes from. And if we were to take the 4.7175 maximal allowable primary levy limit,
Yes.
and times that times our net assessed value, we would get the 539 million for the maximum amount of general fund levy that you could impose if you went to the total maximum limit.
Okay, so thank you, Madam Chair. So what the maximum levy, as I'm reading this, that we are allowed to is that 69.6 million or 13.1%?
No, the maximum levy limit is the 530.9 million, which is higher than what we are recommending by 69.6 million.
Okay, so our table, our high table, we can go up to that high table should we need
Choose to.
Okay, and that's important to know. So one of the things that I've looked at is over the last, I think somewhere in here it had a nice table on where we're like the same levy that we were. Do you know where that table is? It goes back. It's in here somewhere. Limit capital.
We actually have a table printed that shows the last 10 years. If we can hand that out to you.
That would be great. Only because one of the things that I'm concerned about, and it's too bad my colleague Supervisor Christie's not here, is that when I was on the Pima Community College Board, thank you, we almost always went the maximum levy, which was for us 2%. And that was because of inflation, state cuts, and it's what we're seeing now. If I looked at somewhere in here, I marked it because it stood out. Going back to 2014, we have lost $30 million in state funding. Is that correct? Somewhere in here, I remember seeing it. Oh, since 2014, because we lost 16 million, you said, last year from state shifts.
Chair Gahalva, supervisors, if you're referring to the state cost shifts, then that $30 million is appropriate.
Yeah, it is, since 2014. And so what we're seeing today in this budget and having to cut is not going to change where we're going to be seeing next year and the year after, because the state is in no better shape. And in realities, even when we were doing pretty good, they did not give us, to my knowledge, more money. So one of the things I'm concerned about, and I understand why we wouldn't want to raise a levy, but I also think that I know this is a very tough year. It's an election year, to be honest, and you know, I don't have to worry about that. So what I'm looking at is the health of the county. And when you continue to take state cuts, as we have $30 million, okay, and our FTEs are even down from where we were, that tells us something, that because we're not being able to provide the services that we have been able to in the past, and we're taking it out. Now, we had the COVID money for 3 years, so we may not have felt that, but I will say that I believe we're going to really feel it coming forward when all that money is gone, which is coming up. And I just worry about the long-term health of the county, because we do have $97 million in contingency, which is yay, hooray. But the question is, when do we determine that it is an emergency and we can utilize the $97 million? I guess that's a question I'll ask for you, Administrator Lesher. What constitutes an emergency and the $97 million?
Just to note, if there's other pages like this, we have been able to post them so that the public, everyone watching, can get an idea of what that tax rate is. If there's other documents, we'll go ahead and just stick them up like that as well. So, thank you.
Any other questions, Supervisor Lee? Right now?
Well, so I guess, so we, at this point, you don't have that answer? Okay. Okay. So I guess, is $30 million of decreases since 2014 constitute an emergency? Is the amount that we lost 16 million last year and probably going to lose more, once they finalize, what is that an emergency? And so I totally think it's great we have 97 million, but at what point can we utilize that?
Chair Grijalva, Supervisors, the board policy says that by vote, the Board of Supervisors can use that. So it is up to you to determine what an operating emergency is, whether it's unanticipated budgetary shortfalls or other shortfalls within the general fund or other funds. Any such action must provide a plan to restore the unrestricted fund balance to the minimum required balance within 2 years. So according to the policy, the declaration of emergencies is entirely up to you, so long as we come back with a plan on how to refund that fund balance reserve.
Thank you.
Supervisor Hines.
So the problem is the calls coming from within the House, right? It's the state screwing us. So bad, not good. Look, so what's even worse than potentially having to adjust/raise an assessment, which is way not regressive. Property tax is the most not regressive type of taxation, right? What's even worse than having to consider an assessment, adjustment, an increase, if you will, in an election year is not doing our constitutional duty on behalf of the people of the county. That's why I asked the questions I asked. That's why I keep bringing up that we forewent. Is that right? Anyway, $5.6 million a couple cycles ago, which we can never get back. That's why I sent a whole slew of questions over to Administrator Lesher, and she did a great job, multiple page memo, responding to every single thing I asked about this. And I will quote from my Republican parents. My entire family's Republican. I'm the problem. So anyway, yeah, it was easier coming out as gay than as a Democrat. So, but whatever. So my Republican parents, when they bought a house here in Pima County, were like, how do you fund your schools? Because they got their tax bill and they're like, what the hell is this? They're in Michigan, right? And they don't love taxes, but they want public schools. So at least their version of Republicans do. So and they were like, why are we only paying this much money compared to where we came from for property taxes? We own a house. It was, I don't know, $280,000 house or something. And we don't think we're paying enough, from my Trump supporting Republican parents. So we are not over-assessed in Pima County. We just aren't. And I appreciate that Administrator Lesher included in the memo a reference. Oh, here's a really fun one. This is our, what is this? This is our combined county property tax rate, which you can't see, but maybe someone can, but like, a little bit up here and then down, 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 down. Like basically for 15 years, we've dropped it, right? I know because increased property tax or property valuations, but where'd it go? So like we are, in terms of our overall how taxed we are, right? Median property taxes and tax as a percent of income of comparable counties, we are like in this list of, what is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, like 14. We are the third from the bottom. We are not over-assessed from a property tax standpoint. We also just had at least on my part, unrequested, very large, and thank you to Governor Ducey, thank you to the idiotic legislature. And I was there for 4 years, so I had to watch this firsthand. It's like a traffic accident you can't look away from. And like, it was just terrible to see them do this to us. They knew what a flat tax would do. Why am I paying 2.5% of my income when I make $500,000 plus, right? Not at this job, but I mean, that is ridiculous. My taxes should not have gone down in terms of my state income tax. So the state screwed us, and we have an obligation to not let their revenue debacle, they're purposeful. They did this just for political talking points, and because of our laws in the Constitution, the legislature requires 67 supermajority vote, 67% vote to raise any type of tax or to remove an existing tax credit. How's that? I mean, not even Utah does that, right? It's just 50% up or down, right? No. And then, but 50 plus 1 lets you slash tax rates like they did just before he left. And then, of course, who's holding the bag of manure on fire that we all just kind of stepped in? Hello, right? So I think that we have an obligation to look at when we set the highest point that we can set. When we frame things for our further, for eventually our August adoption of our property taxes and stuff, we need to look at bumping it up. Not because I want to have a higher assessment, but we should not restrict ourselves. We're not setting the rate until August, but if we just keep things level the way they are, which is great because at least it's not going down this time, that I believe removes some of the tools that we have. We can actually move this lever a little bit. It is the least regressive form of taxation. And the vast majority of people who are property owners or who are landlords and they have tenants that pay them, many of them, myself included, just got a massive state income tax cut. So we can't provide the services without the funds, and I just think we need to keep this on the table to consider when we set that highest tax limit on May 21st. We can go down. We could even drop it, which I totally disagree with. We could keep it the same. We could bump it up 5 cents. We could bump it up 2 cents. But we have to keep those options on the table because I feel like we're kind of almost violating our constitutional obligation to consider it, at least if we restrict ourselves this way. And let's just say 10 cents. Kick it up 10 cents. How much is that? That's $22 for the average homeowner over the course of the year, not $2 a month. And yeah, I believe that's a de minimis. I disagree with some of our call to the audience folks who left 7 hours ago. But that is de minimis. And we have to continue doing the important work, whether it's on affordable housing, whether it's on workforce development, all these things. And I'll pivot away from being a tax and spend liberal for a moment, because that's part of our job. I'm a little curious how is it that the sheriff came in $11 million over budget for this past budget cycle, and we're somehow giving him 11 million more dollars than he had in the last budget cycle for fiscal year 25. And I'm just really, did I misread that? I'm sorry.
Administrator Lesher.
Chair Grijalva and Supervisor Hines, as you've been saying in the regular updates, we believe right now that the Sheriff's Department is about 3 million over budget. The difference, that delta, the 8-some million, is the classification compensation. What you're looking at is the approved budget. Then we went in and revised budgets, if you recall, providing additional general funds to allocate the $19 million that was allocated for for the classification compensation. So that's what that delta is. So they are only, if you recall, each month we've been bringing you the numbers. It's coming down, and we're now just about 3.7 is what I want to say. 3.7 million over budget at this point, not the full 11.
Okay.
That 8 is because of the class comp adjusted budget.
All right, that's less bad then. Okay, because I'm like, did he just like spend 11 million more, and then we just gave him the 11 million for the next cycle? Because that feels weird. Okay. Look, I'm also trying to make sure we're aligning things with the Prosperity Initiative, and like, it seems sort of definitional that we need to do everything we can and possible to preserve what we do in terms of, investment in this, in CWD and in some of the other areas of the budget. And so I don't know. I'm not sure if I'm making any sense anymore because it's been so long. But look, I think we can do better. I think that we must do better, and we can't let the legislature win. Over the history of at least the recent couple of decades, it's $126 million of what we have to raise in property taxes came from the legislature, shifting crap to us, right? And we have to clearly mark that this levy brought to you by your friends in the state legislature. That's perfectly fine. But we can't not do the right thing and preserve programs and what we do for people here. And we can't. So we have to keep it on the table. So I'm just urging my colleagues to consider at least giving us the flexibility to potentially bump things up a few cents, probably not 10, but giving us that flexibility on May 21st. And at the end of the day, maybe as more numbers come in and things, we'll all be voting to do exactly what's here, keep things level. Whatever that Monday is in August, fine, I'll be right there with you, hopefully. But I just don't want to restrict us to the point where, we lose out, and a lot of people in the community that depend on us, on these services, really, really get hurt. So thank you, and I will not talk anymore.
Thank you. Did you want to respond, Mr. Lesher? I thought I heard you. Oh, no. Any other questions or comments? Okay. Yeah.
Chair Grijalva, I believe Supervisor Lee, others may have had questions. Please feel free to send those in. And any of the written questions, what we will do is respond not only to the entire board, but again, continue to post on the budget website for everyone's review.
And this slideshow that was presented, as well as the additional handout, will be attached to the item on our board meeting. Okay, great. All right. With that,
Chair
yes.
Grijalva, I just wanted to ask Ms. Lesher a clarification question based on what you just said. Do you want me to write up what I said earlier?
No. Chair Grijalva and Supervisor Scott, I think if we got your question today, that's great. We will respond to that. If additional questions come to mind, if there's other questions that you didn't get an opportunity to give to us today, please feel free to provide all of those in writing as well. And then we can, just to make sure that we're responding to all of your questions before our May 21st meeting.
And because May 21st is when we're setting the expenditure limit, some of the questions that I posed, especially the third one, had to do with expenditures. So, all right, really, 48 hours? Okay, all right. That's impressive.
All right. Yes, please.
I believe you all know Director Moulton, but you may not have had an opportunity to work with Andy Welch and Javier Rendon, who are the other two gentlemen who are, well, let's be honest, really the ones doing the budgets here. No, not fair at all.
Let's be really honest.
This has been the outstanding team. This is the team, and they're terrific, and there's a very large bench behind them at the Finance and Risk Management Department. But as I think you know, our Deputy County Administrators and I start working with them in the fall and then meeting at least once a week. But I really wanted to make sure that we shouted out to not only Ellen, but Andy and Javier as well. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for being here. I'm going to go ahead and adjourn the meeting.
Okay.
Yeah, 3:59.
Who wins?
Thanks
who
for
wins
sticking
the
out.
pool that you guys do?
Oh.
Thanks for using WebEx. Visit our website at